Okay, seeing how it's about 6:02 and we have a quorum present, I'm going to move that we open the June 12th meeting of the Board of Architecture Review and Historic Preservation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Good evening and welcome. Joining me tonight are my fellow board members, John Gregory, Jeff, and Jane. And we are here joined by Sage in the back, who's running all things AV. Alex Wallach should be joining us by Zoom, and our returning hero, Jackie Allen, is joining us tonight as recording secretary. So with that, I think we should move on to the first order of business, which is minutes approval from the meeting of May 8th. Board members, did you have a chance to read the minutes?
Yes.
And do you have any changes or corrections?
Nope.
So I move we accept the minutes for May 8th. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. So first thing, next on the agenda are written decisions. The first written decision is for Woolden Manor at 16 Gin Lane for exterior alteration, extension of existing roof and open breezeway. Did you guys have a chance to read the written decision?
Yes.
Do you have any questions or comments?
No.
Then I'm going to move we accept the written decision for 16 Gin Lane. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The second written decision is for 257 South Main Street for exterior alterations. Did everyone have a chance to read the written decision?
Yes.
Any questions or comments?
No.
Then I'm going to move we accept the written decision for 257 South Main Street for exterior alterations. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the third written decision we had was for 17 Main Street for exterior alterations. Did everyone have a chance to read the written decision?
Yes.
Any questions or comments?
No.
Okay. Then I'm going to move we accept the written decision for 17 Main Street. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Next on the agenda, we have a pre-submission conference for house at 840 Meadow Lane. And I see John's here and I see everyone's here, so I'm going to say let's go.
Very quickly, just in 2 seconds here. Our office is here. We represent 840 Meadow Lane. I'm John Bennett, Bennett Reed, Bailey Larkin, also Bennett Reed, Peter Marino, of course, Craig Spiegel, and Michael Contudis from Peter Marino Architecture, and Rich Warren and Shannon Corcoran are here from InterScience. So our client is proposing an extensive restoration of an existing residence within the Beach Historic District, probably as significant as any house in the Beach Historic District. So I have with me Peter Marino and his team. Mr. Marino and his office have conducted a significant amount of research regarding the existing residence and the work of Peabody, Wilson & Brown, the firm that designed this home, in an effort to develop a plan that will restore historic details that have been replaced and or lost while making the home more conducive to modern living. So I'll have you.
Great.
Mr. Marino.
Actually, if you could put them on the board, on the table facing us, and there's a microphone right there, that would be great. I'm just trying to try not to put them on the microphone because that makes.
Should I put it on the chair?
Yeah, you know, you just lay them flat on the table.
Yeah,
so
there's a camera above you.
There's a camera over your head.
The
there.
public needs to see.
Flat on the table, okay.
There you
Because
go.
if we do that, we kill
Yeah.
we kill Sage at the back. So we'll try to avoid that. Good evening. John, you may want to can you just clear that stuff off the end of the table? John, if you could clear that stuff, because you're on the mic. If you just move this way. There we are. Thank you. Okay.
Sorry, none of you get much of a view.
They're not voting. So.
Let's go have a big show here.
And we have two more here.
You guys gave us extensive information about the history of the house.
Yes.
So I think if we could start with since it's a pre-conference, if we can just start with your present plans. I think the board took a lot of time to read the materials, and we've had,
Okay.
for public notice, we've had 1 or 2 private meetings and about this ahead of time with one board member or two so we have a lot of background on this house going into it. It's an extremely important property on Meadow with extensive history in the village, and we're actually very excited to have it be brought back because its current condition is not what it could be. And now we'll talk about what the plans can be. So with that, Peter, I'm going to turn it over to you.
So the house was built in the 1920s.
Peter, I'm sorry, can you in the middle, that's where the mic is. So
So
the
they're
pub.
going to get the back view of me, which is not the best. Can you hear me if I
Yes, this is,
tone
yes.
of voice? Does it
Yeah,
work?
he'll pick it up.
Okay, so the house was Peabody Wilson Brown, and it was built for a Mr. Ladd in the late 1920s. Interestingly enough, this architect built a house in Cedarhurst, New York, for the same Mr. Ladd 2 years before, and in a very rushed decision decided to build a house in Southampton in the Dunes. So it was built in 2 years, which I have to say I would not be able to do today. It's because it's a big house. Unfortunately, Mr. Ladd and his wife had early demises, and in the mid 1930s there was the really big hurricane which removed the entire dunes and the south facade of the house. When I say removed it, entire wings were just blown into the ocean. So the north side, fortunately, because the hurricane didn't completely destroy it, seems to be the closest to the original. We think it's about 85% there. So my philosophy was restore the north side of the house to 100% the way it was, because it already is there. And on the south side, let's try to adjust it to give the feeling of what had been there. And you might say, well, why, Peter, don't you restore it totally like the 1929 house that it was? And the answer is, you would have to remove thousands of yards of dunes. It's just a different landscape on the south. I can't do it. So we need a south elevation that is really in keeping with the design of the original architect. Is that better? Is the sound good? Is that enough? Is that enough to sound like?
Yes,
Say
yes,
that's
yes.
better? That's fine.
Okay, if it sounds better. So that's basically the philosophy. Keep the north as it was, even restoring it. There was a gorgeous oval driveway, which today is a rather undignified round one. Even the landscaping will be restored. So from Meadow Lane, the view should be pretty close, which I'm excited about. Then on the south side, as I said, we have to do some adjustments. It is a very, very long facade on the south. So let's start with what changes we're doing to make the house habitable. One of the things that I'm doing for basically fire and safety reasons is the two lower wings, which are here and over there, the two wings on the extreme west and east, are actually below the water table. And we're proposing that the entire things go up to the water table by raising them 4 feet. I don't feel safe having bedrooms below the water tower. I don't want to be there when somebody drowns. It's down a terrible flight of stairs. So we're proposing the two wings at the end be raised by 4 feet. All of the windows in the house, every single one, must be replaced. They were unfortunately on the south side put in the 1960s, horrible aluminum sliding doors, so you could increase the view. And they're pretty dreadful. We have wooden decks that were added in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s on the south, which are really battered and bruised and unaesthetic, and may I say unsafe. I personally put my foot through the deck of one of them, and we're proposing on the south side to replace those decks with stone decks that would resemble in material, shape, form, height to the huge existing stone deck on the north side, the entry. So we're putting that in stone on the south. So we have window replacements, stone deck on the south, and the last thing, which is something that I discussed with some of you members because the south facade was so terribly flat, having blown away the beautiful shapes that used to be there. Why don't you show the shot that had the shapes instead of what you've got? Yeah. These all jutted out and made it very lively. They're all gone now. So I proposed putting one reminder, as it were, in the round, which resembled the original bedroom of Mr. and Mrs. Ladd, just to break the long flatness of the facade. The windows we're proposing, I think in your brochure, blackened bronze windows, which will be thermochrome and have a very, very high E rating against the sun. And so the new mullions are slightly larger than ones that had been there before because the windows are extremely thick. That's about it on our changes. We have engaged Peter Wirtz, one of the leading landscape architects in the world, who will be working on the landscaping once we begin this rather long process of restoring and renovating the house. We had a gentleman named Mr. Snodgrass find the original colors, which we are going to restore, the original shutters, the original stone color, and the original wood. I am not going to paint the building the original pink. I think it's a bit sad, and it will be a pinky cream close to it. The roof tiles, of course, are going to be replaced with old tiles, most of which we can save. It's just that there's a lot of leaks, so there will be the same color. And interestingly enough, the quoining is not stone, but precast concrete, which I was fascinated to learn. So, because I wrote on my original drawings, well, let's match the existing stone. And they said, what existing stone? And anyway, it's concrete, and we'll do it in the same concrete. I don't know whether that's something to do with the speed or just whatever, but it's interesting to me. Now, the facade on the south that has these stone terraces, interestingly enough, down the street, down Meadow Lane, the same Peabody Wilsey Brown built another house. And that house had significant stone balconies on the south. As we don't have a record of what was originally on the south, I've taken the aesthetic look of what the architect did 4 houses down and used that kind of railing and stone, which would be, we think, as genuine and original as possible. We have reduced the square footage of the project because, I guess, under a let's have more bedrooms in the 60s, the original entrance hall was a magnificent 2.5 feet stories, which they chopped up into little bedrooms, making a somewhat squalid and unpleasant entrance hall. I am removing those floors and having the really glorious original volume. And we're trying something magical in what had been the loggia. Originally, they had something very innovative, which were windows who slid down and up very early in the 1920s. Because everyone, even on my staff, said, why are there no mullions on the loggia? And I said, because we have photos showing originally there never were. So that's kind of great fun. As I said, we have been researching this for almost 12 months, and I hope that you'll find it in good taste and correct. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Again, this is a pre-submission conference, so the purpose is to get any feedback at this stage from the board before they go further and get ready for a full submission. So I'm going to turn over the board members for any comments they would like to make and any feedback they would like to give.
Well, considering you're restoring the property to its essentially its original state with some of the additions as you've stated, I think it looks very good at this point. I have no issues with the plan at this point. Especially, I appreciate the original color schemes and finishes. I think that's a great thing to do for the village and for the property.
Thank you.
And great work on the Tiffany store, by the way.
What about my foundation?
Jane?
And the walk-in fireplace is still there?
Yes, ma'am, in the living room.
I used to attend slumber parties at this house.
No comment on the press, on the parties, on those wild shebangs. Magazine stories on this house.
No, but this is, I was a juvenile, yes. Anyway, it's a fabulous house, so it's wonderful that you're restoring it to its,
Will remain
Yes.
as it is. It's
To its-
huge
yes,
fireplace.
full glory. It's wonderful.
Okay. I'm echoing what everybody else has said, and Peter's commitment to this particular property and the village, as he's done with the library, speak for themselves. So this is yet another example of the commitment to historic preservation. So it's to be applauded and welcomed.
Okay, I have a few specific questions. On the north elevation, there, I guess it's east of the front door, there are two small dormers in the original, and one of them appears to have moved. Yeah.
Here?
Yes, the one on your proposed seems to have moved west a little bit from the original. Is that correct?
No,
It's not
No.
supposed to have
No.
started.
Okay.
Perhaps
no.
because it was angled, so when you elevate it straight, you should have,
Okay.
Mark, if it's like this in elevation and you flatten it, it may
Well,
appear.
just on your
They're
on your
not supposed to be
yeah.
changed
Okay.
from the original. These
But
two
on
you-
your existing versus your proposed, that's why I'm asking on the drawing, on your line drawing of existing.
Oh,
So
this
that,
one here.
yeah, so that's actually, you're not moving, that's where it was.
No, you see,
It's
he
not-
says this is
Yeah, yes,
here.
no, it's not moving.
Okay,
It's
because they
not
don't
moving.
appear to be quite in the same
It's not
place.
there. No.
Okay.
Well, so
Um,
you're saying this drawing is wrong?
Well, this window is supposed to be here.
Okay, well, you have
Okay,
to
'cause
take
that-
black
'cause-
magic marker,
Because
so you can mark
what
it.
I'm paying attention is what faces the street.
Yeah.
I think the decision to raise the portions of the house because they're underwater is a good one. While still, the thing's important about this house is it was built in 2 years, and it was the way it was built on the dunes. The dunes were built up, and the house was designed to actually tumble down to almost resemble a village. So when you look at the way the house now, when you look to the front, it falls way down when I'm looking to the west side of the house, and a little bit down when you look to the east side. So by rescuing and raising the roof lines, we've still maintained that sense of tumble without taking away the original intent of the architect, but a way that it's probably how we need to live in that house today. So I respect that, and thank you. You're being a little
We
modest.
actually built an 8-foot plywood thing, and we all went there and realized it didn't tumble and it wouldn't work, because I was worried, and we just kept lowering it until the view from the loggia towards the
Still wanna-
pond remained the same.
When you stand in the loggia of this house, when you look out the roof line we're
Unbe-
discussing, you can see
unbelievable.
across it, you can see across it into the pond, and it's
Yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah.
So you maintain that. You're being, can you just tell us a little bit, there was a conversation we were on site about the timbering that's on the east side of the front door that you're bringing back.
Yeah, that doesn't exist now, it's stuccoed over,
But it exists.
and
Mhm.
we don't intend to just scratch the stucco off, because the wood seemed, the reason they stuccoed over, it seems rotted and bad, and we intend to replace it
Okay.
with the original wood according to the original drawing. Again, I'm fanatic about the north looking as good as it can.
Thank you.
And that's really the feeling. Without it, it's just a flat stucco, and it's not as charming.
And yes, and when we found it, I think the amount of detail you went through to pull that back to what the original intent is to be applauded. That's why I'm bringing that
And
up.
I think if once we scratch all the stucco off, we'll get exactly the right side, and see
Okay.
exactly. Right now, we can't do it. But
Okay, and the only other question I have is when I look at the original fenestration of the house, so I have two questions about it. The windows had considerably more panes in the fenestration pattern, and you've reduced those considerably. So I would just ask that you think about that, just because I think that's the one thing that may contemporize the house a little bit. And then you removed the window that was over the front door because that was not original, correct?
correct. You see, here's the original.
Yeah.
And when they added bedrooms by dividing that.
They put that window up there.
I guess they were an early Airbnb. They added windows here, which we are removing.
Okay, and then my other question is, when I go to the west of, I guess what is the living, it's the room with the big fireplace in it, which is still
Yes.
probably the living room. The two window openings that are on the second floor, maybe just the drawings, but you're not changing the window opening size, you're just changing it.
We're just changing the fenestration.
You're changing the
window
fenestration,
size.
but not the
Right.
historic
The
window
size
openings.
Can't change because of the fireplace. but
No, I'm
not-
sorry, to the right of that.
You mean here?
No, on the,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm on the north elevation above you, on the north elevation.
This is the living room.
Yeah.
Yes,
That
and-
is the original
right, and then
single window.
Then go west,
Here.
young man. Those two window openings,
Nothing changes.
okay, the actual openings remain the same size.
Yeah, it's as
They're
is.
supposed to.
Yes.
Okay.
After you
Yes.
showed me this.
Yes.
No,
I'm just looking, they're
They're
historic
supposed to.
openings, so I'm just making
no,
sure.
they're
Okay,
as they are.
because everything else looks,
We think restoring the north will be a big benefit to you as a team, as to what perhaps what people should do. Make it a real effort. So,
And
And-
the landscaping plan will be part of the final, or the real submission when you're going for approval, correct?
That's for a building permit. It may not be at the same time. Frankly, our hopeful goal is to actually get a building permit and start the project in September. We wouldn't be doing much landscaping until the following spring. So,
Okay, and just so I'm clear, now let's go to the south elevation, where the patio is. You've taken what were those windows and converted them to doors, correct?
yes,
Okay,
yes.
all right. And is there access from the,
Oddly enough, that room, the library, oddly enough, in the original house, before the 1935 renovation, was the staircase.
right,
And the windows went like this. But now there's a room there, so, and they put the staircase on the other side of the house.
yeah. The original staircase pictures were amazing.
Yeah.
Okay. And then for the, you've connected the balcony connects from those doors to the tower, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's one balcony, and then the balcony comes forward, heading west, under the, in the middle there, that's a
easiest way
bedroom
to see
doorway.
that
Is
is
that
the
the bedroom
full-
door where you took out that wide slider and put a smaller door, right? But that's, where was the portion of the house that was blown off?
Here, this was
Yeah.
a huge extension.
Right,
Which had a half round at the end, and there was a big square extension
Mhm.
here.
okay,
And it is not our goal to add touring. I think that's kind of
okay,
too much. And as I said, it wouldn't relate. We would have to raise the dune 12 feet. It's,
okay.
I mean, I don't think that's the right way to go.
All right, those are all my questions. So I think what you're hearing is that you're going in the right direction. The work looks magnificent. We understand, normally when we have historic houses changing and moving when roof lines and stuff, it's not something we generally encourage. However, in this particular case, given when we were walking on site, actually, as you can see here under the south elevation, that structure is now almost under sand. The windows
Yes.
level are actually under sand.
Yes.
And actually, the topography change is so dramatic in the back of this house where it is now versus where it was when it was built that it makes sense. And I think what you're hearing is that you've maintained the character. You also put the timbering back on the west side of the south elevation, correct? 'Cause
Yeah, we
that's
did.
missing currently to
I
balance it out.
Yeah, because part of the problem was the overall flatness of the old stucco, which we discussed, and it really, that's why this little projection got there, which I think you have a hint of its origin, and I think it helped. We had overly flat, this stucco.
I think the only thing I would just ask you to think about is the front facade fenestration, because it seems to be a little more contemporary than the original. Not a deal breaker, but just think about that. But I think what you're hearing from the board is we think what the work that you're doing is spectacular, and we look forward to seeing a full submission.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you.
Okay. So next up is, we have had requests for adjournments, and we're going to approve them all at once tonight. And I did not introduce Alice Cooley in the beginning, who's our of council, so I'm introducing Alice. Thank you, Alice, for being here. So tonight we have adjournment requests for 94 Post Lane, 1280 Meadow Lane, Terry Cottage at 109 Hill Street, the Latch at Southwood Village at 101 Hill Street, 69 Halsey Street, and 35 Herrick Road. So I'm going to
Let's just, review the dates for each one.
Okay.
because a lot of these have different dates.
Okay, so 94
Do
Post
it all
Lane
in
is,
one motion?
yeah, so 94 Post Lane is asking to adjourn to the June 26th, 1280 Meadow to June 26th, 109 Hill Street to July 24th, 101 Hill Street to July 24th, 69 Halsey to July 10th, and 35 Herrick Road to August 14th. So I'm going to move that we accept these requests for adjournment to the dates specified. Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so next up is a demolition evaluation for 69 Halsey Street. Do you want to give us some background on this? Do you know the background on this?
I'll do my best.
Okay, well, I think John's going
I
to give
can
us some
also
background on
speak
this.
to it.
Okay.
Alex, do you want to do it?
Sure.
Okay. I think you're going to have to speak up because we can hardly hear you. It's a little loud in here.
Okay, sorry about that. Is that better?
Yep.
That's better, thank you.
Okay, great. This is a demolition evaluation request that's on the board.
You're going to have to lean in, Alex.
All right.
It's
I'm
loud
leaning
in here.
Sure. This was looked at by the demolition evaluation subcommittee. The two members on that board agreed that the demolition could move forward because it didn't meet landmark criteria. Since that time, there was some new information that came to light that the building inspector felt that they couldn't properly age the building. And when that happens, it's supposed to get sent to the full board for demolition evaluation. So even though two members had already weighed in, out of abundance of caution, it's being sent to this board to essentially confirm the findings of the demolition subcommittee.
Great. John?
My name is John Bennett, and I represent the applicant, Bennett and Reed. In reviewing the agenda for this evening, it was noted that the board was considering evaluation of a demo permit filed by our client. The application was placed on the agenda with no notice to the property owner, but we're here. A request for a demo permit was filed by the office on behalf of the applicant January 6, 2023. The building department referred the request to ARB on January 6, the same day, and the board acknowledged receipt of the referral on February 21. A demo evaluation was issued by the building department confirming no objection to the demolition of the existing residence. That's attached to your letter. We've talked about this before on one of the other matters. For example, application of Lysiak. Under 11637A6C2, if the board fails to issue a note of proposed designation of such landmark within 30 days of referral by the building inspector, the inspector may issue the permit as was acknowledged by the board, and as much as the building department timely completed the referral and more than 30 days have elapsed, the demolition should have issued, as was previously stated. We think you should take the matter off the agenda. In addition, we understand that you have received correspondence from Martha Reichert, counsel for a neighboring property owner, requesting an evaluation of the structure be completed. Ms. Reichert's objection is time barred, as inasmuch as more than 60 days have lapsed since the demolition of the structure was permitted as of right. That's Village Section 7-172A5B. So we think that the only appropriate thing legally is to remove this from the agenda and let this approval stand. If there were procedural infirmities, I don't think there were, but all those challenges are time barred. Thank you. So we
Okay.
would object to any proceeding.
Do I have comments from board members?
My comments are on the merits of the demolition application, not on the legalities of it, not the well taken. But looking at the house, I have no objections to its demolition.
You should probably let Ms. Reichert speak.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, just so the board knows, this is not a public hearing, but of course the board can listen to.
She's
people as
here.
part of
Let's
the
let her
process.
speak.
Go ahead, sorry.
Sure. Thank you. Members of the board, my name is Martha Reichert, Toomey Latham Shea, Kelly Dubin Corderaro, 33 West 2nd Street, Riverhead, New York. I'm here on behalf of the adjacent neighbor, Paul and Rosemary Hunt. We brought to the attention of the building department that, in fact, the structure is more than 70 years old. And so since we're discussing sort of procedural irregularities, one of the things that I note is that the applicant did not submit the demolition application form that the village has. Now, there's no date on it, so I don't know if that form was in effect in January when the application was made, but it
It wasn't.
requires, all right, so it didn't apply. But at the same time, there was no information provided whatsoever by the applicant regarding the age of the structure or its history. More germane to this issue and why I'm here in objection to this evaluation is that village code is quite clear that when a referral is made by the building inspector, and I'll quote, it's the building inspector shall refer such application to the BARHP for review and public hearing to consider whether such building meets one or more of the criteria for designation as a landmark. This is not a public hearing, as Alice has admitted. The village code requires a public hearing, and we also object to the fact that the referral was made at some point on Friday and is now on the agenda with no notice either to the applicant or any of the adjoining neighbors. And so respectfully, we believe that, it's unfair. The whole point of a public hearing is to solicit input from the public. I told my client that the applicant had requested an adjournment for his other application. I spoke with Ms. Cooley earlier in the week, and she did not know when a public hearing would be held on the demolition evaluation. So in the interest of fairness and equity to all of the neighbors who are following this and are interested, they only had notice of an application. Of an adjournment for the application regarding the proposed new construction. And so we would respectfully request that this evaluation be adjourned and be held pursuant to a public hearing. I would have no objection to it being held at the same time on where the other application has been adjourned to the July date. But we do strongly object. My client couldn't be here today. I only found out just before the meeting, and we haven't had a chance to prepare any of the things that we wanted to put into the record with respect to the public hearing that's required under the village code.
Thank you. Okay, board members.
I think it's worthwhile to play this through. If there, from the start, it wasn't properly filed, then I think we need to go through the process.
Board member.
I would have, on the legal aspect, I would have to defer to counsel.
It was properly filed. Whether or not it was properly referred, I couldn't tell you. I know it was referred to the subcommittee based on what Tin thought the age of the building was.
Right.
Now it's referred to the full board. The subcommittee did grant the demolition in February. When this application for new construction was heard on April 24th, it was stated multiple times that demolition had been granted. So I think everyone had noticed that demolition was granted. And, we're here tonight. If you want a notice for landmarking, that's when the public hearing will happen. So you can decide what you want to do.
But if I may,
So,
No,
Sorry,
John,
John.
you're gonna have to wait.
Go ahead.
I will tell you that I am on the demolition committee, and when it came up, not only did I look at it and we go through it, we also actually invited a historic consultant just to take a look at it, and the response after looking at it was there was nothing significant that would hold up to the criteria we would have to landmark the house, which is why we agreed to demo the house.
so from a procedural standpoint, it was completed correctly. That's my question. So the answer is yes.
Yeah, it was completed, and then the neighbor's attorney dug up some information that they supplied to the building department, and Tin said, okay, well, I guess I referred this incorrectly. So he's now referring it to the full board, and that's where we are.
but I do have to state that it's past the time period, but it's also past the time period as a matter of law for the neighbors to object to this. It's under 172A5B. And
Well,
so
let me ask
we're
Alice a
gone.
question. I think where we are in rights to vote to accept the demo permit for this house. Okay, then I'm going to move, because having gone, the house was there may or may not have been a house on the records that we looked at, but whatever is not the house that is there now. It's been so extensively renovated in the 70s that I'm going to move that we accept the demo request for 69 Halsey Lane. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Okay, that brings us up to public hearings historic. First on our list is 783 Hill Seat for a demolition of existing dwelling. So, John?
I think you have a report from Zach.
We do, but my question is, when we spoke about this in the beginning, the idea was you're looking to demo what, the barn?
Well, the house and
Because
and
there's
the
three
barn.
structures in the
But there's a
property.
little structure on the front, which I think
You're trying to
Zach
maintain.
also,
Yeah,
we were
but
trying to
you're-
maintain that, but
but you're
Zach
trying
spoke
to
to that as
maintain
well. So a lot of it, the plan is gonna depend upon what you guys find.
Okay.
So- That's not a dodge, it's just I have
No,
to.
I know,
yeah.
well, it's interesting because when we talked about this in the beginning, that I understood the plan is the structures in the front, the historic structure in the front was to maintain, and the barn in the second structure is what you were looking to demolish.
Yep.
That's what my understanding is.
That is correct.
And that's still the case? Or?
I believe it's still, and that, I would argue the front house, but not the other two structures, because there's a significant historic history to that, and I think that one we can say.
The wee one in the front?
East side yard. You need to come up to the mic, because I'm getting a signal from the back that they can't hear you.
Sorry. The smaller one in the front that hugs the easterly side yard?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, that's one you were looking to
That's what I
maintain,
thought you
correct?
meant. Yes.
Yes, okay. Board members?
Which one, which one is being sought to be demolished?
There's a
The- the-
barn in the back.
Yeah, the barn, there's what Zach describes as the primary structure, the secondary
this one.
dwelling, and the third building.
The main house in the garage. Yeah. Well, the main house, you can see, is in very bad shape. It's as a matter of fact, has those placards on it,
Yes,
don't enter, and,
that's the one that's the houses to the west
yeah.
on the property.
Exactly.
And the barn in the back is not as problematic, but the
Yes.
small original house in the front
Yep.
is what you're still planning to
Just
maintain.
it's a rather small house, and again, the only way I can describe it is it really hugs that
Yes, it hugs
easterly side
the,
yard.
it hugs the drive, like, it's a driveway, correct?
Mhm.
Yes.
It was the antique building. That one?
No.
No, it's next.
Can we show a survey? That would be awesome.
No, that's the next, it's adjacent property.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, there are three like properties in that little area that are
Yeah.
unfortunately been left to ruin.
Yes, and we have surveys on it. That's the one that we're gonna keep. Yes, the house that's in the front, it's right off the Hill Street, is the one we talked about maintaining.
Right.
And what you're calling the house that's in, that's the house
That's
structure.
very
And that's the one that's got the placards on it.
Yep.
And the barn in the back.
Yep. Exactly.
That's what you're looking for.
So, which one are they asking to demo? Which one? Where is it? Is that, no, I don't have it. Oh, here we go.
This structure here is the one that Hobbs Hill.
Right,
And that's the one that's falling down, and that's the barn.
right.
So I think what we were talking about is maintaining that structure, and what they're looking for is a demo permit for those two structures.
If that's the case, so, okay. But this is gonna be saved,
That one maintains.
okay?
Just, and so you know, for the sake of clarity, and just, we'll probably be back to you asking for your help with the zoning board, because this is not
It's pre-existing
conducive to
non-conforming.
being a single-family residence, but we obviously want to keep it, so you've seen that sort of
Yeah.
application
Right.
before.
It's actually similar to what was going on with the antique store, which is next door.
Yeah.
Right.
The antique is next door.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
That's
Right.
76 feet from it.
Yeah, it's one over.
It's one of them.
Okay.
Okay.
So again, John, just point to the one that's being saved.
It's being
Saved.
Oh, yes, on the,
Okay,
that's
gotcha.
the southeast
Gotcha, I got you.
corner.
Yep. Yep.
On the survey.
So my question is, how do I properly put a motion for this that maintains that we're only agreeing to 2 out of the 3 structures when they all have the same address? I just want to make sure I don't blow this motion.
Well, yeah, they both say two-story house, that doesn't.
Yes.
Can I have the survey and maybe I can help with the wording?
If we get them, I don't want
Well,
to,
would be the one
I want to make sure we maintain what we're maintaining.
at the corner of the southeast portion of the property.
Yeah, so the demolition of the 2-story house in the middle of the property,
And the barn.
the 2-story garage barn in the rear of the property, while preserving the 2-story house in the southeast corner.
So I'm going to move that we accept the applicant's, we move to written decision, the applicant's request
Right.
to demolish the 2-story house in the middle of the property, the barn in the back of the property.
But we're going to written decision, sorry.
Yeah, submit to written decision, and maintain the property at the front in the southwest corner. Do I have a second?
Southeast,
Southeast corner, do I have a second? Have I got that right?
correct.
Okay, you got that? Good luck.
I'll second it.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so then next up is Flux Investment LLC for 200 First Neck Lane for a two-car garage. Is the applicant here? Sage, do we have anybody with a hand up? All right. I didn't have, do you have anything in your file?
I think they've been a
No.
no-show a few times, right?
Yes.
Just
Yeah.
the last time. They were here once, and there was a question that some of us wanted to either walk the property because it was behind the
Right.
house, and then we did, or some of us did. And then I don't believe they were here the last time.
They were not, so.
So this would be the second no-show, I
Okay.
believe.
Okay, so I'm going to move that we.
I believe. It could-
I'm going to move that we
Could be.
adjourn this request to the next meeting. If there's a no-show at the next meeting, then it will be moved off the agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Which brings us to 92 Cooper's Neck Lane, modification of existing approval for the demolition of an existing garage and construction and new attached garage. Oh, big board's coming in. Just don't hit the microphone. Please go ahead and introduce yourself for the.
Good evening, Melissa Dedovich, the Conic Environmental Associates. I'm here on behalf of 925, of the applicant, 92 Cooper's Neck Lane. I'm here with Tom Kligerman, who is the architect for the project, as well as Jill Snodgrass. We've been before the board a couple times now. I believe you received our last submission. And what we're going to try to do is break down all of the changes for you and show how they relate to the original building.
Okay, and since you sent us substantial paperwork on this that we've reviewed, I'm going to ask that you do this with cliff notes.
We are.
Okay.
Joel Snodgrass, Stewart Preservation Services, and I will do my best to keep this short. The reason we're putting up, which is actually is Exhibit 2 of the packet that I submitted to you, is this represents the as-found conditions. And I really wanted to put this up to sort of reinforce all the changes that were made to the house since about 1997. There's a whole variety of things. I'll read these very quickly. So, reconstruction of the porches not to original specifications, removal of all the 6/1 double-hung sash, removal and alteration of the Palladian windows that were there, removal of decorative window hood trim, alteration of the original French casement doors, the installation of modern sliding doors, the installation of inappropriate large modern oval windows, installation of exterior balconies, the replacement of the existing decorative molding in various places, relocation of the historic barn twice, construction of a modern breezeway, the construction of an insensitive modern garage, and relocation of the original driveway. So as you can see, there's a whole variety of things, and they're all represented in there. If you want me, I'll point them out. Otherwise, I think
Actually,
you've seen
no,
it.
we've gone through hours on this, so I feel
Okay.
like we have some background on some of that.
Great.
So
Okay.
what I think it's best to do now is bring us to where we were at the last meeting and where you are now, based on the comments from that meeting. And
What we wanted to do is to start by reinforcing that the 1979 photograph, black and white photograph, which you see in front of you, really was the incentive behind a tremendous amount of things that were done at the house. The historic precedent was really established there. And I wanted to run through these. These are all marked, so I'll start with A. It's top. We're going to go from top left, moving to the right, then down to bottom, moving to the right, as you're looking at it. So item number A, the louvered shutters. These, as you can see in the photograph, when you look up close, and I've actually had this photograph under magnification on a microscope so I could see things, you can see that there's slatting. The shadowing shows the slatting, which would likely be wood for that time period, and therefore operable, meaning that the louvers themselves would be operable. On many of the windows, the iron pintles are still there. The shutter pintles are still there, which means these were operable from opening and closing as a position. And then the windows as found, which were the shutters as found, which were faux, were basically composite materials screwed to the wall, but mimicking what was there. So they even had fake push rods
Okay.
on them.
On the cliff note front? keep
Sorry.
going.
Sorry, so.
Remember,
the-
a lot of this we went through, this is not the first meeting through this, and we
Okay,
spent a lot of time.
then I'll run through this quickly. So
But
there is
just-
precedent
just
for the
my
shutters.
edification, so you keep, those, the louvered shutters are what you're proposing?
Louvered shutters, not paneled. So that was really a clarification and changing it back to
Okay.
what was there. Chimneys, same thing. They have step corbelled tops. That's being used on the new chimney. What you can see in this photograph is actually the exhaust vent from the kitchen vent, which is also the flame arrestor. And as found, there were simple flame arrestors on the existing chimneys. That's actually being replicated for the most part to what's going now. It's very simple. It's the screen, and it's not much change at all in design. A continuation of form overall, gambrel roofs, fenestration details, and trying to make things, as we all know, subservient and to reducing mass and scaling. Casement windows were found in many places on the building, both in paired and tri-units, second and third floor, as well as the use of hood or head trim molding in two locations. You can see at the front gambrel and also at the gambrel of the cross gambrel of the 45-degree angle. There was a segmental arch which did exist and is being restored and put back. That's there. But the wing scroll top that you see in the distance on the angled wing was removed, so that's not going to be put back. In any case, the precedent is there. Items are being restored where possible or replicated if they're beyond, because there are several surviving trim elements that were really just too deteriorated. They were rotted. Original configurations are being retained, and I know there was a question about a paired casement window on the rear facade. That's one, and Tom will be showing you that.
Okay.
And other units, as we had mentioned before, were converted to casements because of egress requirements. So that had to be, and it was convenient because they were originally casements used in the dormers and such. Dormer windows were originally found on the rear of both the main block and the angled wing, as well as on the front and back of the barn, so that's why they've been referenced, especially in the new facades. And the shingle facades are being continued in kind, basically same exposure, same detailing. Fenestration components. The irony is the 6/1 sash, of which you can see clearly in the lower right of the main facade, the west facade, and really comes out clear when you see the photo in different shades. Those were replaced everywhere. So the only thing that was not replaced were a few discrete and distinct historic structures, historic windows, which are being restored. The irony is that they took out the original sash and replaced it with thermopane insert units which fit into the existing frames, which means the windows were all changed with heavier muntins and mullions and so on. But the casings survived in many cases, again, with the original pintles still there. So we have the original casings to refer to for replication purposes. The oval sash, the two top of the north and south gambrels, which is above the Palladian window that you see in here on the second floor, those survived. One in decent enough shape to be restored, one in pretty bad shape that completely came apart, so it's going to be replicated. But I want to reference this in particular because these are two very small, very narrow oval windows, as opposed to the modern ovals, which were 4 to 6 feet tall, very wide, and completely out of context with the building. Same thing with the Palladian windows that were there. The north trim and unit package with the scroll top and all did survive, but not in great shape. That's being replicated. On the south side, it was completely taken away and replaced by a modern slider unit with a balcony. That's all being removed, and it's going to be put back to the Palladian window again. So those Palladian windows are going back. The front door ensemble and the porte cochere were referenced for many things, including the current existing entry to the connector wing, which has already been approved by the ARB. It's referenced the architectural language of those components so there'd be a tie-in, as well as the rear dining pedimented entry. So those gabled roofs were actually referenced for the design of that entryway, and I'll talk about that just in a minute more.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up pretty quickly here.
Sure.
'Cause I
Okay.
just wanna now
So,
go to the plans.
sorry about that.
'Cause
all
we've
right.
had
So the
long meetings, and you've sent us a lot of paperwork to go through. We
Okay.
actually do read it.
If I can, let me come over here because I think it would be easier and interesting. You had a couple specific questions. One was where the door entry that's proposed for the portico, was there possibly a window there? If you look at this photograph, you can see the leader coming down. That's right in the corner, and you can see the proximity of this unit. Note that it's higher than the slope level of the existing window units. It looks and reads, because you can see also divisions of the stepping here that's different than what you see on these, which I'll talk about in just a second. So that's suggesting that the ASCON conditions, there was actually a paired double slider that was there that was also all the way to the corner, which means there would have been no, so if there had been a window there at some time in its history, there would have been nothing surviving because it was completely cut out and replaced with a huge multi-use unit.
All right, so why don't we move on to the plans?
And then these, which interestingly enough, we were questioning because there's the paneled units below, and there was a question of what is that? They appear to be actually French doors. And if you look at these, you can see this is very clearly marked as a casement double. Wait a minute, sorry. This handout was part of my original report in 2021 as one of the exhibits, and it's showing you a close-up of the outline of the porches. And if you'll note, the porches will wrap around. And on the south side, they not only went over to the angled wing, you notice that there's a jog that goes in. Where it goes in and connects is right where this
Corner.
door unit is. And it was typical that you would have French doors under the protection of covered porches so that you could leave them open and get breeze into the house without the water coming in from rain projected. So the porches that were there were removed, which then makes it somewhat a little difficult to ever use these things. They were removed as an ASCON condition. They were no longer existing. The porches are not going back because we're referencing this photograph as a time period where they were removed before even the recent modern changes. But because of that, there's no real easy way to put these back, and so it's going back as windows. The existing panels that are under the windows that are there now are completely unrelated to anything that we found on the building. So it's a bit of a disconnect, and I think that may be it. So here, trying to find this upside down.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
right there.
Can we please look at the plans?
Should I have things to show.
Yeah.
So I'd like to go through everything as quickly as you can. Not as Ms. Joel has made some attention to dormers and window cleaning, but I want to address this new connector here. We've taken out the chimney.
Yes, thank you.
I know that you did not like the skylights. That's the reason I'm here to push for it. This is a conservatory with plants in it. They would like to have enough light in there for the plants to grow. And again, it's not part of the historic structure. Personally, I'm not a fan of skylights either, typically because they're sort of scattershot across houses in some random pattern that no one from the outside understands their location. But we have been careful to locate them in a way that they're symmetrically flanking this entrance. The rhythm goes right across, and on the back of the building, they, more clear here, you can see how they are in rhythm with the structure and the windows of that new addition. Mitigating that a little bit is the hedge, which you can't see through. There's a picture, it's somewhere, but here. This has been completely trimmed recently.
No,
And there's a silver-
ignore bushes, let's look at the architecture.
Okay.
Yeah, because everybody tells us you can't see it for trees, and we're like, wow. So,
Okay, well,
yeah.
We wouldn't be doing this at all if that were the case, right?
What's that? Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah.
In any case, I understand your point. So that is one thing that we would really like you to reconsider your feelings on these skylights.
Okay.
I can, if you would like, I can take you through all these windows one by one, but in general, I'll do the clip notes.
You do the clip
In general,
notes.
we have mimicked the original, not copied, but mimicked the original dormers and asking for casements. We've done the same thing. We found double hungs here. I know, Jeffrey, you had questions about them. When we made the back to casements, they had been Pella double hungs. We took them out. We replaced them with casements. So that's true pretty much throughout the whole house. likewise, I'm going as quickly as I can, I promise. There was a question last time about these dormers here, where someone said they'd grown. These are exactly the same size as the original approval. The only thing we changed was going to casement sash rather than double hung, again, to reference the historic structure. I think there's anything else I should point out. That's the broad brush. There was concern on the board's part about the new entrance.
Yes.
That entrance replaces, as Joel pointed out, a sort of sliding doors, I don't know, a 60s mess, which we have put a more, I think, sympathetic entrance to the rest of the house, as Joel pointed out. There are many instances like the porte cochere, the original pediment over the dining room in the back, as well as the previously approved pediment right there. So it didn't come from nowhere. It's an important entrance for them. We think it's a lot better than the sliding doors. And then the other thing I think you guys were concerned about.
On the originally approved, that wasn't there on the original approved house for
There's
the
a-
ARB.
No,
or
there
what?
was, I have it if you'd like to see
There was
it.
not, that was not there.
No, but what was there, sorry, is, where's the other, I'm trying to, I've skipped ahead of my presentation in the interest of time, so we put French doors, big shutters. And this courtyard in the front of the house is an important secondary entrance and entertainment place, and that's why we wanted something a little more important. Again, that relates to other elements. The thing that's interesting about this house to me is it's a shingle style house, but it has these sort of sprinklings of classical architecture throughout, in the areas I just pointed out to you. The last thing, unless there are other questions to the board I want to talk about, is the bike shed, which we changed.
Is that the bike shed that became a shower?
Yes, well, it's a bike shed and shower. I'm a little lost on where my presentation is.
Won't they rust?
No, I know, but it's just I'm upside down and my architectural dyslexia is kicking in. Okay, here.
I got it.
It was originally one larger appendage. The client wanted okay, sorry. The client wanted a outdoor shower open to the sky, so we flattened that. We reduced the volume of this roof here, and we mirrored that flat piece here with the flat connector to the main house. So the volume of this little building has actually been reduced. I think I've covered the broad brush stuff. There's specific questions I
There
have
was,
to answer.
there was a specific historic opening that was moved. Because we had asked in the last meeting, sorry that we didn't have the last meeting, so I have to remember longer, hang on. There was a historic opening that
I think it was
the door in the window, and then we found out that was actually French door, and that's why we had the as-built,
That's right, okay.
existing
Right.
furniture with French
Are you talking about
the porch discussion.
the porch that's now gone?
Right,
Yes.
right.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
That was all a sort of, all the detailing of that, and those panels were inserted with sort of the fabrication of the last 1997 renovation. So we looked to simplify it by repeating the 6/1s around the corner in this scheme.
Okay,
If there's other things I've forgotten, board members, I'm happy to answer.
let's ask them. Board members.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so let me go to the elevation. Hold on. Okay. 300A, which is the west elevation.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So, from the top down. So Joel pointed out that there were existing chimney caps, but the caps or tops of the chimneys in the drawings seem to be caps to the nth degree. So,
What do you mean to the nth degree?
well,
You want to
I see,
Are you talking about the step brickwork at the top?
yeah, there's step brickwork, and then there seems to be an extension, or almost like a chimney. I'm not,
A
So
chimney
you
on a
talking about
chimney.
these right here?
Yeah.
Okay, I can
Yeah.
explain. These chimneys are new, but they've replaced, we measured exactly what was there historically, and we replaced the masonry chimney. We put these metal caps on, they're spark arresters, and they keep the water from going down the chimney. At the last board hearing, somebody said, can you do, give us the protection of water stuff, doing it masonry. The only way to do that would have been to do something that really changes the masonry profile of these old chimneys. That metal cap can be removed. It actually, we copied what was there when we found the house. It's in the as-found photographs. Here you can see them.
Yeah,
Those are there.
Careful
Oops,
the
sorry,
mic.
sorry.
We're killing him back there.
Yeah, I apologize. Well, it's right here. It's right here. Here you can see them. So we've-
maybe you can see that. I can't.
Well, I'm sure I told her I could reach back.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure there's a much
Well,
more important
they're
word
as
for this.
found, but
Is
they're
the
not historic.
is the metal spark arrestor that you have, does that actually pull down and lock through a chain inside the chimney like some of them do now?
That I don't, it's a structural question. I don't think they're gonna blow away, but if
Yeah.
someone wanted to go up there
Yeah.
and remove them, they could.
You know, sometimes from now inside you can pull the nut to lock the chimney for efficiency when you're not using it.
Oh, well, there's a damper inside. I don't know if there's
Yeah.
all the
Mine actually has,
fireplaces
mine,
have dampers.
mine actually has both, just a question.
Okay. Anyway, I think they take away from the design, so I would ask that they either be removed, and chimneys have been built for years without those things, and so it's a modern contrivance and convenience, and probably maybe, but in any event, architecturally, I think it takes away from the historic nature of the house. Also on that elevation, Tom, your gut, I agree with you that the skylights, as much as you try to mitigate them by distributing them, are nonetheless skylights and nonetheless take away from the historic nature of the house. So I would ask that those not be, I'm sorry to disappoint your client, but architecturally, I don't think they're consistent with the historic nature of the house. And although it can be seen a little bit on this elevation, the portico coming out to the right facing, which would then show up on, I guess,
Sorry, which elevator?
okay, so I'm still on
He's still on
300A,
300A.
but I'm pointing to the little extension of the, like we'll call it the sub-portico, which is more obvious when you get to 300C.
This here.
Not 300C, I'm sorry. Where the hell is it? 300D, as in Delta. I personally think that the French doors that were there are soften up that area and provide you the entrance and exit to the courtyard. And I think the addition of the portico adds a level of formality that would not otherwise be part of the house, or at least I think it takes away from the house in terms of the simplicity of the lines. On 300B, same thing on the chimney caps. I'm not 100% sure on the modified bike shed, but I'll leave that to other board members to comment. And then again on 300D, like I said, I think the French doors are a better treatment.
John?
I agree with the chimney caps and those minor, what I would consider minor details. And as far as the skylights are concerned, you've taken such great care to restore this house. I think that's one element that contemporizes it, and it contradicts what you're trying to do. So on the west side, I would say they need to go. On the east side, I think that's debatable. And actually, from a lighting standpoint for plants, the three on the west side facing, the light would be inconsequential, especially with the huge tree that you show on the plan in front of the window. So I don't think that's asking too much. And I understand Jeff's point about the doors on the on 300D. I'm just not sure that's a sword to fall on for myself anyway. But the highlights of my main comment.
I would agree with the skylights not being necessary, the 3 in the front, and echo what my other board members have talked about as far as the bike shed. I'm still a little confused. Is it a combo? They're
I think
bikes and
Well,
a shower together, or they're separate?
No. The bikes you bring in from the north side. Sorry. Bikes, there's a door right here for the bikes.
Okay.
So you go in there. The shower is a separate, you're not in there showering with bicycles. There's
Okay.
actually a door on the other side.
Okay.
You come in, so there's separate functions.
They are, all right,
Yeah,
all right.
they're not together.
I mean, you never know. People do strange things.
Clean bicycle.
Okay, I have a couple questions. On 300A, over the porte, the window on the second floor over the porte cochere, over the peak of the porte cochere.
Please put this on. Okay.
When I look at your proposed west elevation and your previously approved west elevation, those windows are not the same size. Unless the drawings are just wrong. No, one down,
This
on the,
here
on the
and
second floor, on the second
on
floor.
the second floor?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
So what I want to know is which one is historically accurate and which one is actually drawing accurate.
You mean
This window right here
Yeah.
is not the same size as that window.
Let me get the other drawing. Oh.
Over the portico, right?
Oh.
Over the portico.
And I think that's a mistake. The windows, I think, are the same size. We didn't change, I don't know why that looks that way. Part of it may be that this is more carefully drawn, has more details, and that was drawn later. But we did not alter any of the window openings. We used those, we kept the existing cases, as Joel pointed, the original pintles are there.
Okay.
So that may be just misleading or something,
Yeah.
they're the same.
They look thinner. They
They do, but
Yeah.
we didn't change them.
Okay. You know, it's just that one window looks,
I agree.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be.
okay.
We did not alter those windows.
Okay. Here's where I sort of fall out on the whole thing. The skylights are problematic. If you want it to be a conservatory, then come back to us and ask for it to be a conservatory. Because that would be more in keeping, a glass conservatory.
You mean
more-
a whole glass
Yes,
roof and everything?
that would be more in keeping with the style and history of this house than skylights stuck into the roof this way. I agree with Jeff that I think the original intent versus the portico intent for the side entrance is probably a better answer. I appreciate your detail on the history of the chimneys. So where's that chimney picture? Because as I'm understanding it, when you looked at your original.
This was the as-found, these copper caps.
So-
Is that? Sorry, guys.
I think we're,
Because they did have steps on it, and it's a 5-ring step, right?
No, we copied all.
Yeah. So you've just taken off this metal guard at the top, which looks like a wind guard with the spark rester, and you've changed it.
Well, there's, one of them is, if it's here, one of them is a fan for the old kitchen, right there. But for the most part, they were spark
Okay.
arresters. It is true that in the old days, they didn't have caps on chimneys, but it is I can just tell you as an architect, it is a maintenance issue not to get that. These are.
it's an historic house, Tom. That's what you buy.
I believe we've been allowed to do it on other historic houses.
I mean, okay,
But
but please, maintenance on a multi-million-dollar house, please. You're here before the Architectural Review Board, let's keep it to that.
My understanding that we're talking with ARB is actually to save for the spark arresters. That's my understanding. Because we had this on another issue on Gin Lane, and you guys allowed it because it was a safety issue.
Well, I think you hear the comment that you don't have 100% support for as they're currently drawn.
How do we deal with the spark issue?
I would ask the question, and I only ask because I have a house that was recently built. I'm not lucky enough to have anything near. But in the chimney that I have, there's a damper, and at the top, there's actually a spark arrestor that pulls down, and it's actually spring-loaded. It's where you,
So it pops
there's
up?
down in the chimney, there's a metal, and you pull it down to close the chimney when it's not in use, and it was also to have the house pressure test. and then it just releases with the chimneys in use, it pops up and then it can come back down. That's one suggestion. It also serves the function that rain doesn't come into it.
Yeah.
But actually, when it's not in use, it actually disappears. So that may be an answer. But that's what you're hearing. I'm not a builder, but I just know that's a solution that I happen to have, so
Right.
that there's one. But my only other two comments, because I agree, is the skylights, the now non-bicycle bicycle room that's a shower thing. Because it's all new construction, I'm not as concerned with that. You've satisfied the question that I have about some of the historic openings. You have taken off the chimney, which I appreciate. The skylights, to me, and the skylights and the second pediment entrance are the two things that I think you're not getting support for.
Mhm.
I've heard, and maybe I misheard, but that the board seems to possibly be entertaining having allowing the skylights in the rear of the house on the
I
That
would
was just
entertain
my
them on
comment.
neither.
on either.
I would not. If the purpose is to make it a conservatory, then make it a conservatory. But those kinds of openings in a house is just so incongruous to everything else about the house that I just think they look wrong.
Even though you can't see them from the public way and you can't see them from.
They look wrong. Because people talk to us about screening all the time, but leaves fall off of trees fall down, people see
No, but we're saying
houses.
from the backyard. If we
I'm-
moved the ones in the front, you
I'm-
don't see them from the backyard.
I'm telling you how I'm feeling about the skylights, so that's how I feel about the skylights. So I think the petticoat entrance, the skylights are the biggest issue, and I think if you can think of a solution for your chimney caps, I think we've come much farther than we were.
I really appreciate it.
I appreciate, you came in from New York for this meeting? Yes, thank you, I appreciate you being here.
I actually, believe it or not, enjoy our conversation.
No.
I know you
It's always
do.
been fun,
No.
but I learn something every
That's
day.
good. No, good.
I guess I would just like to, I hear everything you're saying, I'd like to make, one last plea for the pediment entrance on that side. I agree about, I understand about formality, but there are formal parts of this house, again, the porte-cochere of the dining room, and this is one more in that, so it's, think of this sort of below to the others. It is something that's sprinkled throughout the house. I would ask for that. I hear you loud and clear. I heard you loud and clear about the skylights. I would love to push for, I've never heard of those dampers on the chimneys. But I'd like to push for that side entrance if the board would indulge.
Okay.
One element that I had pointed out is that the French doors are typically under the protection of the overhanging roof, which doesn't exist, so you won't have that. This provides a modest amount of protection, but it is a bit more protection than just a flat opening for any of those areas.
It seems fairly deep. When I look at it, it looks like it's got 3 feet.
This deep.
It's about 3 to 3.5 feet, yeah.
It's partly protection. It's more about having a party. This is a sort of important entrance point into that room, which goes to the living room and into the entrance hall. I know that, aren't going to see what's happening inside, but that's not how it came about.
Okay. Well, you've heard how we feel. I think next we'll go to public comment. Okay. Do I have any comments from the public? All right. So you've heard how we feel. You're asking for an adjournment because you're going to have to come back. You're going to have to come back.
Please come back and represent it with the changes you asked for.
In the next meeting.
Okay.
Look, you're a long drive. You can present by Zoom because we're down to the point. And I think, I will remind that a lot of what you've put on the table, probably had all of that been considered ahead of time, we wouldn't be where we are. But I think we're going to need to see the update to your solution to the skylights and the update to your solution to the pediment. I think those are the two issues that we're up to right now.
Just to be clear, not to beat the chimney drum again, what about the chimneys?
I think, and find a solution to this, see if there's another solution for that. Yeah. Because the actual brickwork matches the original. I just think it's the metal at the top. Now, I do have, from my personal, not representative, more my feeling is because they're removable, they don't really take away from the historic aspect, but I think they're visual, and I think it's bothering some of the board members. So just see if there's another option.
Okay.
And I have your number, so if I could get the name what those are, I'll tell you.
You have my number?
Yeah, because you wrote me letters.
Yeah.
Yes. You wrote us a very passionate letter after the
Oh,
first I
did,
went through
yeah.
this, and I
I
appreciate
remember that letter.
your
It
very
was a
passionate
darker
letter.
time.
So yeah, so I'll see if we can.
Yeah, if you could send it to
I'll
me,
call
that'd
my
be
builder
great.
and ask, and be happy to tell you.
I would love that. That'd be
Okay.
great. Thank you.
All right. So you're asking for an adjournment.
Yes, please.
Okay. So I'm going to move that we accept the applicant's request for adjournment for 92 Persneck Lane to June 26th. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. And look, I appreciate you taking all the time to come here and be with us. Yeah.
I appreciate all your.
Thanks, Tom.
All right, see you.
See you.
All right. Organized. Okay, so that brings up the next, which is 385 South Main Street for the modification of an existing dormer and add a balcony. Is the applicant here?
The applicant is here,
Hello,
David
applicant.
Gilmartin Jr. Howard.
All right, please introduce yourself.
David Gilmartin Jr., Greenberg Trorig, Montauk Highway, Bridgehampton, and we have Stephen Chrisman with us tonight, who is the architect. At the last board meeting, the board looked for, or thought that the white color that we picked was too bright, so we've chosen a duller color. We have a material board. And Stephen can take you through colors that we've chosen.
Great, thank you, David. Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Yes.
Good. So we had two issues we wanted to bring back to the table. The first is the west dormer revision, and the second is the client's interest in a white painted house. So I thought I'd start with, to see if the board had any questions on this west elevation. We presented this once before.
Yes, you did.
And we just wanted to get clarification if there are any comments or questions on the design intent here.
Board members?
This is which, the west elevation?
And
This is the west elevation. It's here.
I can summarize that essentially it's what the existing design on the left shows a single shed dormer with 3 windows, and our proposal on the right is showing essentially making the single dormer into 2 smaller dormers and a small balcony between the 2. And this is on the west elevation.
Okay, let's break that down. Board members, any comment, question? It was three windows. The chimney comes down. There's a door and a balcony here. It's an inset balcony. John?
No, not regarding that issue, no.
Jane? Jeff?
No.
Okay. I think you have support for the balcony.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. Let's move to the second issue. So we're coming back to speak again about the white painted house, which is a request of our client. In our view, a white painted house in the Southampton Historic District is compatible with other houses within the district. We have done some research.
Please do not take me through a pictorial. Please do not take me through a pictorial history of all the white houses on the street. Because we drive the streets, we know the streets, we actually go by all the houses. The question in front of the board is, this house in its location on the street, do we think the color is appropriate? It's not about our white house is appropriate in the village. We are all aware that there are lots of white houses in the village. So let's not go through those pictures, if you would.
Okay, very good. Just to simply point out that within the South Main Street, our immediate neighborhood, about 67% of the houses are white between Gin and Town on the north end. So we wanted to simply point that out. We could skip if you'd like us to pass through the historic white houses that we
Yes,
noted
please.
in and around the area. Okay. Could we point out a house that was on this site historically?
To be honest with you, to be honest with you, and in the interest of time, we are aware of what was there. We are aware of where white houses are. Again, this comes down to this house in its location as a new building. Do we feel the color is appropriate for its location and for its architecture, regardless of what was there before and regardless of what other houses are up and down the street?
Okay, I understand. Okay, well then we'll jump ahead to a digital rendering from Gin Lane, which shows we have 2 views. The first one shows the existing condition, just to give context. And the second view is showing our digital rendering positioned within the site. And in our view, this, from the street level, from the view, you would actually see mostly the natural shingle roof and not much of the white painted house from this view from the street, from Jim.
Okay.
And then our last presentation is, we agree with you in the last presentation that the white board that we had presented had a little bit of a strong white tone. We've taken this back. We've restudied it as a warmer, muted white. And this color is a Benjamin Moore. It's called Lancaster Whitewash, a historic color, 174. We think it's a little nicer of a white color. And hopefully you can see that in the board that I think is on the table there before.
Okay, before I turn it to the board members, I do have this to say. You've done a great job. This is a beautiful house. The question just comes down to color, because you did show it to us originally in natural, and which natural cedar shingles, which everybody really liked. So I'm going to turn to the board members and get their feeling. I know that white is what you're looking for, but now let's turn to the board. But just I did want to say that the overall architecture of the house is extremely well done. So now let's talk about, and we have support for you on the balcony, so now let's talk about color. Board members.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Okay. Yeah, as Mark said, it's about this house at this location at this time. Within the village, yes, there are historic houses that were white at their time, and they may have been of different shapes, forms, scale, and so on. There's a house across the street that is white. But this is a new house, and this is a new house during a time during which there's been a proliferation of white houses with dark window frames and the like. And perhaps that's a style of a time, but this is in one of the most historic parts of the village, where you make a turn around a corner. So in my judgment, the natural shingle, which was originally approved, and also this property, if board members recall, it was part of two parcels, and there's a whole issue with that. 365, there was the historic consultant looked at that, and there was a historic component to it. So in the context of that, and the context of this house, that neighborhood, I think it's consistent, more compatible with the shingle house. And I would say, just from a architectural standpoint, I think that design, as Mark was saying, which is a nice design, shows better. But that's a matter of taste, and your client has their taste to contend with. But as far as what's harmonious in this house, that corner, as one rounds the corner, I think the village is best served by a natural shingle house, which was originally approved.
Okay.
To save time, I'll just say I agree.
Jane?
I agree wholeheartedly. Just spectacular looking originally, and I feel like doing a disservice to the architecture by painting it white. But
I'm just going to echo that I think it's a shingle style house, that the natural shingle actually enhances the original intention of it. So I think you don't have support for painting the house white. You have support for the balcony. If you can live with a shingle house tonight, we can move on. With a natural shingle house tonight, we can move on. So it's sort of in your court. But before we do that, I'm going to go for public comment. Public comment. Okay. So I think that's where we are. So it's back to you.
Okay. All right, well, very interesting. We thought we could make a compelling case based on statistics and data of other historic houses in the area. I know our client prefers a white painted house. I suppose we can go back and check with him one more time and explain to him that the board is, you're not able to grant approval for a white painted house. So it's interesting from our point of view to try to understand the logic behind it, but we respect your point of view on this.
Okay. So you're asking for an adjournment to talk to your client?
Yes, I believe we are. David, are you, David Gilmartin?
Yes,
I don't know if he has
we'll
a
ask for an
comment
adjournment to
to
this
add?
meeting.
Okay.
And I'm going to
Thank
move we
you.
accept the client's request for adjournment for 92 Cooper, I'm sorry, for where are we up to? 385 South Main Street, sorry. 385 South Main Street. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we will see you on June 26th.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, we've already moved. So next up is application for 288 was removed. So next up is 104 Post Crossing.
Good evening, Tishri Hill representing Martin and Kristen Segal. Do you want me to open up plans, or you're good?
If you could, that'd be great. And just, if you'd face us and the camera gets in. Thank you.
Sorry, your name? Tish, T-I-S-H, Rehill, R-E-H-I-L-L. So we've come back from redoing the driveway as originally was laid out. That was the request of the board from last time.
Yes, it was. Can you take us through, so you put back the front face, and then you put a plant bed that's to the left of the
There's-
porte cochere?
This is just
Like-
boxwoods that are in here. Sorry, I have to put my
That's okay.
glasses down. And hydrangea lime lights, little limes that are here.
Okay, and south of the porte cochere is that's a planting bed, correct?
This is a planting bed, boxwood hydrangeas in
Okay.
here. We put a hornbeam here
Okay,
in this corner to just sort of block out cellar entrance and the garbage area here. Again, this was just bluestone walkway here to get to the car space that we've removed here and put here. And then osmanthus was to be planted now along the privet on the back and side yard.
okay. And can you take us to the gates and what they look like? Gates and fences and what they look like?
Gates and fences, which is in here. This was a half-moon gate that we counted down or up, half-moon gate for the front.
If you put it down one, yeah.
Sure. There you go. So it's a half-moon gate, which would be here
Mhm.
on 104 Post Crossing
Okay.
as the entrance.
And the gate that's going into the pool yard?
And that would just be a typical 4-foot gate.
Okay.
I mean, a similar picket,
Okay.
but just not half-moon, obviously.
And is there a stockade fence somewhere going in here?
Stockade fence is going in the privet along here with privet on the interior side, 4 foot.
You would like to put stockade?
We would like to put 4 foot.
Okay, that's not something I could support, but we'll get to the board on that. Stockade fence along Post Crossing on that historic street is completely inconsistent with the street.
Well, it is at the end of 104 Post Crossing, Brian
But-
Brady has it.
Yes, he does, but that's down next to the hospital. That for this important corner, I would never support that. Are there posts and lights anywhere?
No, the only thing we were asking for was, and actually, I don't know if I saw that, my son, I don't think put that in there, was that for, posts on either, columns on either side of the driveway entrances,
Mhm.
which would be brick with bluestone caps.
And lights?
No lights.
Okay. All right, board members.
Can you pass up the, gate? Thank you.
Oops, sorry, Joe.
This is just an example, this is, the house is not behind it or the pool or anything.
No,
It's-
no,
oh,
that's,
okay,
that's
okay.
across the street on Elm Street,
Okay,
at the
okay, okay.
Ireland's house, which
Yeah,
we
okay,
also did.
okay.
Do we have the dimensions on this?
I don't think we do have the dimensions on it, but this is only, I'm trying to think.
Okay, well, I can't approve it without dimensions.
For the posts and the, there's not enough deep.
Okay.
Yeah, this is not sufficient for what we normally
I apologize for
typically
not
approve.
having
No,
it.
I know.
Unfortunately, we had to go to a memorial service today, so this was like,
Okay.
anyhow, I thought we had that in here.
Well, they could
Um,
make a separate gate application if
yeah,
they wanted to get
fine.
everything
Well, they're going
else
to be adjourning, I
approved.
think, anyway, so.
Okay.
Well, we would prefer not to adjourn if we can, because we would like to just move on the project. We are happy to make another application for the gate.
Okay. Well, let's see how we go.
Okay.
John?
Okay. I agree on the dimensions and the specifications for the gates and the posts on the driveway. The 4-foot stockade fence on the street-facing side, well, any of the street-facing side, I think is just a
Well, it's
non-starter.
within the privet hedge, which is fine.
And
I'm
the
just
fact that it's
pointing
green
that out.
adds insult to injury. I just think it looks artificial, and it's not appropriate for.
Done.
That's it.
Will be removed.
So
Okay.
if I can make an additional comment. So something that has come up and has come out, that there was concern about the removal of trees without authorization. But Tish, and I do appreciate the fact that you listened to the board and you did revert to the original driveway and in keeping the portico. But if I read the decision that was rendered in 2015, it's specific in saying, in fact, that all of the existing trees were surveyed by the surveyors, which were Charlie Martyr. The trees will be protected. Some of the privet is existing. No trees will be removed. Now, I don't know.
That was in 2015?
2015,
Okay.
you're right. But it's binding, okay?
I'm not saying it's
Okay.
not.
This is an historic property.
Mhm.
So the trees were removed, okay? And so I may in a second ask Alice to what extent that impacts this application and our thinking about that. One, I'm inclined personally that when somebody does something untoward or not appropriate, that we don't benefit them by granting them approval on something else until they correct that which has been done either by omission or commission, but it was done. The village code does provide in historic districts for any violation or any construction or any removal of items against the approval have to be replaced in kind. So to the extent that they're going to replace a 75-year-old tree, God bless them. This is not your issue,
Okay.
Tish. This is like I
Okay.
said, I appreciate what you've done, so I'm not going to kill a messenger.
Okay.
But this is to the property owner that
Granted.
that I, tomorrow, and I don't know if it needs board approval, will advise the building inspector to apply the appropriate code and enforcement, okay, for removal of those trees. Now, to the extent it affects this application, I don't know if it does, but, you know, it doesn't weigh favorably on me
Well,
to
it
approve
won't.
anything.
Okay.
So, Alice, does one affect the
You're,
other?
you're referring to a 2015 approval?
Yes.
I haven't seen it.
Okay. It'll be part of a written decision. I have the board minutes.
Okay, that's
So-
well before my time at the village.
You were still in law school.
I was
okay.
not in law school.
2015?
Thank you very much.
Anyway, okay, again, it's not to kill the messenger, but when somebody buys an historic property, it's their responsibility to maintain the historic aspect of
I
that
agree.
property. And if not, there are code enforcement rules that will apply. And that's what I'm going to take up with the building inspector to the extent that.
Well, and can I make one thing? I don't feel the hollies were really doing any service to the house architecturally.
Right.
They were blocking the porte cochere.
Mhm.
That's why I removed them.
Right.
I said, well, I'd rather look at the porte cochere than look at two hollies that are
Yeah.
oversized.
Yeah.
So I don't think that that's a problem. And just to relay why this, I did offer the tree to Summerhill and Martyrs free of charge. Please come take it and move it. Neither would take it because they deemed it wasn't viable enough to move. So we also had entertained moving it other ways. through the
Well,
property.
probably not viable
to
to move
move.
because of the age of the tree,
Well,
not because.
that's it.
And
Well,
the tree
that's
was
it.
out the
And we
tree.
wanted to try and also maybe move it on the property, so it wasn't viable. And the only other reason we took it down, and this is the reason mostly, is that because of the Zelkovas that are planted on Post Crossing, and the tree here, no privet can grow. They want to keep privet because they
That's
feel
irrelevant.
well, it may be irrelevant to you, but for them, they don't get any privacy because privet can't grow in the shade. So that was
Right.
the only reason it was taken down. It was just to
Right.
have
So,
better
so,
All right.
so,
So
we're
I'm
we're not going
I'm
to kill a
set the-
messenger.
I'm going to set the
But
tree
I
issue aside
just want to
for a
say
second.
one thing.
No, I'm going to actually say one thing.
Okay.
Because no violation has been issued for the tree.
Right.
If a tree was taken down against code, the village, no violation has
Okay.
been issued, and it should be for a violation, but that would have to be a violation issued by the village, for then the village would be responsible for enforcing
Okay.
the replacement of that
The
tree.
question is, though, does this, approving this landscape plan supersede what may happen with that action?
Again, I haven't seen it, but
Okay.
it doesn't sound like this is a modification of that, but I have to see it.
Okay, we'll pull the written decision, okay.
Okay. Jane?
I would agree with the stockade fence is not appropriate in the heart of the village. Many other fencing options are probably more appropriate.
No, we're not doing any fencing. It was just there to help with privacy and noise. That was the only reason. So it will be eliminated.
Right, okay. Well, I didn't know if you needed, because of the pool, if you
No,
needed.
No, that's enclosed with the privet here and on the other side, so that will be pool code here.
Yeah, there has to be a separate enclosure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just,
Yeah, no, just letting you know,
Okay.
that's where
Just-
the enclosure for the pool will go.
I have just one question about the existing driveway. Can you see
Mhm.
what I drew here?
Yep.
Yeah.
Are they taking away and adding to it? Because I don't remember if that was like that or not. I don't know.
If you look at,
I think there's a slight modification just here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly where I drew it. By the car?
No,
No?
no. There used to be a parking area here, which was removed, and this is where the parking area was added.
actually, I think we have a survey.
Okay.
Here was the original survey. So there was a turnout here that was removed.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Okay, so this was
when
removed.
when the plan was done to put the shed in here,
Right.
there was approved a turnout for a single car park in there instead of this. But I'd have to go back to the approved plan. The approved plan had an arc to it and a turnout there, but there is a continued arc. Is that your question?
Yeah, I felt like the driveway seemed enormous on the,
No, it's the same size. On this side, on the south side?
Well,
It's
On
a
this
little
side here?
inset.
Well, I'm just asking for clarification as to where Jane's talking about. This is the same here.
Jane, hold up
So-
your drawing.
So the south side,
What she's saying, on the south side, you've lost,
we took out their.
no, on the inside, on the driveway itself,
Mhm.
you, farther forward by, look at, with her drawing, what you've taken away is the curb.
Yeah,
On the
yes,
curb facing
we
the
took
house.
that. Mhm.
And what Jane is saying, she does not know if she actually appreciates
I'm
it.
saying it feels like this is so much bigger. Where the car is.
Oh, so you prefer having that curb part back?
Yep.
To mirror the other side of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
to mirror the other side, otherwise it seems.
I guess I'm getting confused. Can I come see that?
Yeah, here.
You're creating a parking lot on the one side as opposed to a
Right.
drive.
Yeah, it just seemed.
Oh, so you just, I don't think
Well, actually,
that was in
do you
there.
have a copy?
I don't think, we
But
never,
how about
we
the
never
file,
had this.
How
In the fi-
about
hang on.
before
In the
that?
in the file should be
Yeah.
the approved plan when the shed was approved.
Yes, and that will have the original driveway.
And also have the original dimensions of that driveway that was approved, which is what we're asking to be put back. And the
No,
two
there
things,
was-
the two things that, from my standpoint, stockade
Sure.
fence is definitely no, and I'm not
Yeah.
I'm not favor of the posts at the end of the driveway either,
As brick columns?
as brick
or-
columns or as anything, because
and
they
anything.
weren't
So
they
no,
weren't there.
no columns
Yep.
at all? Okay.
Yep.
Those are the new.
But you see what I'm saying, how
Yeah,
it
but
just
this-
appears to be much, much
But
larger?
But this is, the way it is now is originally the way it was. This here. which
Prior
you
to,
just-
before that
Yes.
pool house was added?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
this
just.
was this was very wide all through here, here, and then you had another slot here to be either to pull in or back up into to try to make a turnaround. But there was never anything like this. This actually, I think what you're thinking about, this extended much further back in here, and we removed that, we reduced it. So this came back
Yeah.
here, but this was always very wide in here.
Right, it just seems to me that mirroring one side to to the other, it just doesn't seem to line up. That was,
Well, I think you couldn't possibly do a peninsula like this because you couldn't back up around that. So, I mean, you'd have to back up like to here to come back in here, so there's no way to do that. And that just makes it not a workable driveway to do that.
Well,
Is this yours? You want to share?
yeah, sure.
the whole point of a circular driveway is to drive in one side and out the other, correct? It's like,
Well, but nobody does that, I'm sorry to say.
Well, I
Very,
think,
very few people do that.
not the point.
Well,
This is
I
not
understand
this
it's
isn't a
the way,
debate, so let's just like,
we're
okay.
trying to just
I think what we need,
squeeze the board and get this
do you have
passed.
anywhere on your,
self,
when we approved the shed, we approved a driveway plan. And
Right.
unfortunately, because it's now a new application, this file doesn't carry forward the approved plan.
Well, I can tell you what was approved. I mean,
Nothing
do you
personal.
want me to look at, I might
Nothing
have it on
personal,
my phone.
I'm gonna want to see it, because where we are with
Do
this
you want
house
me to
right
look on
now.
my phone and then you can see it?
No,
Because I do have a
no,
copy of it.
I don't. I
Okay.
actually want to, I'm going to have to see it. It's gonna be on that table, and everyone out in the audience is gonna have to see it. Okay? But for right now, the good news is, we have that area of the driveway to contend with. We're not sure of. You're gonna have to take out and we're gonna wanna see a plan that shows that you're not putting any stockade fence. I wanna see, and we need to see the dimensions of the gate,
Okay.
which you can make a separate application. But what we need is the approved, and you don't have what we approved to
Well,
show
no,
existing
I
from.
would assume that you would have it.
Well, no, you would have had it, you should have had an existing plan and showed us what was existing and what was proposed.
Okay.
What was existing was the proposed plan from the shed, okay?
Right.
Right,
Which I thought.
which you
oh,
don't
hang
have.
on. I'm just trying to think if there's anywhere else. No, I just have 2 copies of this.
Right.
No?
Okay,
It's from November of 2022.
That's not when that was when it was approved?
No, that's when it was first on, when you submitted the survey.
Right, which was the original survey that you
Mhm.
have with the shed added on.
Mm-hmm.
there is a plan that was approved and voted for by this board.
Right.
That showed everything. It was a
It
new-
showed the
it was a-
original driveway.
Yes.
With
Sha-
this-
with
with-
the
with this
original,
ex-
with the
with-
original, with the approved dimensions.
Which I think
So
it
what-
had the
Yeah,
extension
but thinking's not helping me now. What I want to know is what was approved, and are there any changes to what approved that what we're doing right now?
Okay,
That's what
the
I wanna know.
only- Yeah, the only thing that's on the plan now that wasn't on the plan there, which was the columns here.
Stockade fence,
Stockade
Gate.
fence was actually in the plan that you
gate,
approved.
gate.
Okay, gate was in the plan that you approved.
The-
I mean, I'm just saying that in that original,
I don't believe it was, but again, if you
Okay.
had it, we'd know that.
I will
Okay,
get that to you.
okay. Now I'm gonna open it to public comment. The only thing I'm gonna ask about the comment, I don't wanna go into long detail about this tree, because as far as I'm concerned, they're in violation for removing the tree, but that violation is with the village, because there was an agreement in 2015 to keep the tree, that no trees would be removed. They made a choice to remove a tree, which puts them in violation of the village. The tree is not what's in discussion for this plan tonight. So if you want to talk about this plan tonight, that's fine, but we will not entertain comments about the tree.
Hi, my name is Susan Hovdesvin. I live at 95 Post Crossing across the street. What this plan shows is they took the hedge that was in front of the swimming pool and they've made it perpendicular to the street. And so now when you look at the house, you don't see the full facade of that beautiful quintessential Queen Anne home. In addition, while it's the setbacks are correct for the swimming pool, the pool is in front of a portion of the house. So that hedge protected the neighbors from seeing the swimming pool in the front of the house. They did that early December. They chopped the tree down, they moved the hedge so they had more yard, and then they came in and they got their final approval, but you weren't looking at the landscaping. That wasn't what was there. So they made those changes, they snuck them in, and that's what we're left with, is that hedge. And there are lights. I know you didn't approve the columns, but there are lights on top of it in your plans.
No, there's not.
All right.
Yes, it says with lights.
Okay, so
So-
that's your comment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay.
go up to the podium.
But I want to talk about
We can't hear.
If you're here to talk about the trees, you're gonna have to come back. If this is about the trees, I'm not entertaining it, because that's not what's in discussion tonight. I'm sorry, but it's not what's in discussion tonight. Okay? Anyone else? Okay?
I'd like to speak. I'm Max Holmes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
92 Post Crossing, the immediate neighbor. I won't speak about the trees, but I did want to echo what Susan just said about the perpendicular hedge, right? We bought our house in 2012, so we were involved at the time in 2015 when the prior owner built the swimming pool. And we were in favor of it because it was a limited pool area and the rest of the enclosure, if you will, was unchanged. But in our view, the new perpendicular second hedge really destroys the view from both Elm Street and Post Crossing, changes the nature of really creates a little enclosure back there, very different from the historical nature of the house and what was approved in 2015. So I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you. Do any other public comment? Okay.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, oh, can you hear me?
Yes, please introduce yourself.
Okay, yeah, hi, I'm Martin Siegel, the owner, of the house.
Welcome.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
I don't know if he has a good connection.
Yeah, hi, how you doing? Sorry this is taking a long time. I just want to say, we're happy to, work with you, have this resolved. No columns, no posts. Just to clarify on the tree, I rely on professionals. I wasn't aware of, some of these other things. Getting rid of the fence in between the privet, totally fine with us. The columns, we're just looking to resolve this and, move on and get this property cleaned up.
Okay. Thank you. We appreciate that. It's a beautiful house. And I think one of the reasons we're paying so much attention to it is it's one of the more important historic houses in the village. So we feel like we're partial custodians to that house.
Yeah, I know, and we made some, mistakes with the process, and I would have done it differently. But I was aware of these things, and I know that's not an excuse. So.
Okay. Well, thank you. Okay.
I just want to clarify the perpendicular hedge versus the, originally, when the pool was put in, there was a hedge running parallel to post on the far side of the pool,
Right,
correct?
it ran behind the.
Right. And
Jane,
so-
you got to get closer to your mic, please.
Sorry. Once again, I'll just reiterate. Originally, when the pool was put in, there was a hedge running perpendicular to Post Crossing, the back of the pool. Parallel, right. And now that's been taken out, and now it's running parallel with Elm Street.
Running perpendicular now.
So it opens up the view of the pool from the street.
Right.
Well,
So-
really what it's trying to do is just give a little bit more space to the pool. Pool is
I
like,
understand what
you
you're
know
trying to do, but it
saying?
does actually open up. Your one comment is you can't grow the privet. So if you can't grow the privet, it means
Well-
I can see the pool.
Well,
That's what they're trying to tell you.
The privet on this side is 4 foot,
Uh.
and the privet on the street is taller.
Yes,
So-
but that's where you took the tree down because they couldn't grow it, which means you can see through it.
No, I mean, well, if you're standing on the street, you're not really seeing in,
All
because
right.
the privet on the street is taller than
Okay.
this privet
Okay.
that's on the
So-
side.
so
The
here's
side
a-
is only for 4 feet. for
In the interest of
fence,
time, and it's a long meeting tonight, here's what I'm going to suggest we do. We need to see, I'd like to see the approved plan from when the
That's
shed
fine.
was there, so we can compare what the driveway shape looks like to what we approved. I would like to
Can I
see.
clarify something on that?
No, you can let me finish talking.
Okay.
I'd like to do that, and then I would like to see the stockade fence removed, and without the, and if you want to do the gates as a separate application, that's fine. And I think we're going to go back and look at the 2015 to make sure that the pool fence wasn't part of the approval for the pool. I mean, the parallel hedge wasn't part of the
Right.
approval for the pool.
Right.
So I think those are probably the next steps.
Okay, could I get a copy from the village then of that
Sure.
2015?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
just
sure.
Village Hall.
Sure, it's
It's
all
on file.
public.
No, I just, we
Yeah.
don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
I'm not the owner
Well,
of the house. It
Yeah.
wouldn't be
No,
in
that-
my purview,
no, I get
so
that.
I'd like to get that.
Unfortunately, and a message to all, and to Mr. Siegel, that when you buy an historic house, there are responsibilities. And those responsibilities, it's a balancing act between public responsibility and private ownership. And the issue here is that decisions were made in the past in the public interest. And that's why some of the neighbors on the street are objecting to the changes you made and to otherwise approved plans. So we'll all go back
I
and.
understand that.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll go back and pull the bell. So what I hear you asking for is adjournment. We're not going to approve it tonight.
I understand
Yeah.
I'm not gonna get it approved.
Yeah.
I would like to know, is it possible that we would be able to start, at least work on the driveway, putting it back to the way it is? Just because in the interest of time, we're trying to get in for at least them to use the house for the summer. So would we be able to put it back? It doesn't have to have any hard surface. We can backfill and put the driveway back to the original specifications.
That would set a precedent I think we would not like to see, correct?
Isn't there a stop work order?
There is a stop
There's a
work
stop
order.
Yeah, that's not our call.
Yeah, it's
That's
not
the
our call.
building
We can't
department's
let
call.
Well, the stop work order is from the building department,
Right.
from the ARB.
No, the ARB doesn't issue stop work
Well, no,
orders,
but
only the building department does.
Right, but the ARB, the building department did it because the ARB complained that
No,
this
no,
was
the
done.
ARB did it because you started digging up a yard without approval.
Granted,
Right.
but I
The
also.
ARB may have made the
I-
building department aware of that, but the
I
ARB
had
did not,
approved-
the
well,
ARB is not,
right.
yes.
Okay, but I did have approval from.
Okay, we're not
I know,
going,
but
we've
I'm
been
just
through, no, we're not
saying-
going through this anymore. So the answer to
I
your
d-
que,
I
the
don't-
answer to your question
Yes,
is,
is
no, I
no.
would suggest you don't start
We're gonna
working until
adjourn
until
until
we
the
get done.
next meeting,
All right,
but
so I'm going to
we'll
accept the
do
applicant's
that.
request for an adjournment to June 26th for 104
Second.
Post Crossing. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. All right, so that brings us to new matters. Next up is 10 Windmill Lane for exterior alterations.
So this was originally supposed to be heard on May 22nd, the meeting that didn't happen, and
Right.
the affidavits were in order.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for reminding me I didn't ask. Okay, please state your name.
Sean Leonard, the architect.
Hello, Sean Leonard, the architect.
How are you?
We're well, thank you.
So what I'm here for is, the building is 10 Windmill, but the discussion is 99-101 Job's Lane. And on 99-101 Job's Lane, which is the eastern portion of the building there is this, mostly what we're talking about is the pediment that is above the doors.
Okay.
And it is not original. I'm not sure what time that was put on, but my research and looking into the kind of what is left of the building, actually, we're making some changes. Some of what the original part of the building is still there. So we like to remove the pediment, and what was there is you can see even in this picture here, there's a pilaster that runs down, it comes down and it's painted blue. And there's another pilaster at the other end, which is still there. So what we're looking to do is remove the pediment, put the pilaster back. The top of the pilaster is there right now, it's still there. So we wanna just get that back. Remove the light that is there, get rid of the paneling. And the other part is to remove the door that no longer serves a purpose to the building.
Okay,
The color of the building will remain the same.
it's the same, and it's the same, in your samples, it was the same blue,
Yeah,
correct? That's
exactly,
there
not changing,
currently.
I actually double checked it.
Okay.
Same blue and it's the same cream color.
Board members?
I think it's a nice improvement from the current look of the property. And that light fixture, I'm so glad that's going to be going. And the lights you are putting over the doors are down.
Just a downlight, very small industry that would just shine up, so when someone walks out, they at least have a little bit of light at the door.
I think that's fine. The only question I have is the above the window to the west, you have like a boxed-in area. I guess that's for like a sign?
You mean where it says the awnings?
No, above the awnings.
Oh, that is actually, when I did the rendering, there was a sign there. It's no longer there.
Oh, okay.
So you can ignore that
All right.
because somebody would have to come back to you for that.
Got it. Okay. I think it's fine.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I think it cleans up the place.
And it removes a little bit of sense of faux
It's
history
a
that's
poor
in there
use of
with that.
words, but it
Yeah.
simplifies it.
Yeah.
It makes it a little bit more elegant.
Well, I think it
less-
makes the building a little more harmonious with that
Yeah.
part of the street.
Yeah.
I think the pediment is actually incongruous with the building, especially the Chippendale top on it. And I think the colors there going back to remain consistent with what is there currently, so I think it's fine. Do I have any public comment? Okay, so I'm gonna move that request the applicant's request for 10 Windmill Lane. Do I have a second?
We need a written decision on this.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna move that we move to written decision, the application for 10 Windmill Lane. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next up is 200 Pond Lane Capital LLC. Are affidavits in order?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
For the originals, Alan.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is John Bennett. I'm here with Bailey Larkin from Bennett and Reed, and Steve Sewell from James Merrill Architect is here, and I believe Janara Sewell is on the Zoom. I'm just going to put a copy of the survey down. The board recently approved some changes to the house to the south, and by decision dated February 22, 2021, approval was granted to demolish the existing residence on the property. So this is a new proposed residence on the property. Survey for orientation. I'll ask Steve to present the house to you.
Hi, Steve Soul, James Merrill Architects, here to present 200 Pond Lane, which is a new residence. Janera, if you want to go to the second slide. Just to give you some immediate context for the house, we're directly south of the village. We're right on Agawam Lake, which is to the east of the property. Pond Lane is directly to the north. And this property is also part of a larger compound. So the property to the south is also owned by our client. That's 218 Pond Lane, which was reviewed by the board a few months ago. We took you on a tour of that property. And I just wanted to note that in the design of this new project, it was an objective to create a house that was complementary to the existing 1890s structure that's next door. So that's something to be considered.
That's a spectacular structure.
It is.
That next
It
door
is. It's
house.
very special to the client and to us as well. So with that, we'll jump into some of the renderings for our proposed structure. So this first image is, if you want to jump back for a second, Janelle. So this first image is from the street. In reality, you wouldn't be able to see the house because the hedge would be a lot higher, but we just sort of lowered this. You'd be able to see, get the idea that it's sort of behind the hedge. Janelle, if you want to jump forward. So this is the entry elevation, the north elevation of the property. We're using the same material palette as the historic home next door. So a combination of weathered western red cedar shingles for the sidewalls and for the roof, and then painted white trim for all the trim work, the window casings, and porch detailing. We're also keying in on some of the details of the neighboring house in terms of the way that we detail the porches. We're not copying those details, but we're reinterpreting those details in a way that we find to be architecturally interesting. We also have a combination of painted divided light windows. These are primarily double hung windows. And then The other element we have in this design is some steel windows, which primarily happen on the ground level of the house. Janera, if you want to go to the next view.
And those three, are those three pivot doors?
Can you go back to the last view?
Are those three pivot panels? as the
No,
front door?
there's a pivot door for the center panel. The other two on the sides are fixed side lights.
Okay, so it's just the center's pivot. Okay.
Just the center, because it's a
Okay.
large panel. And we wanted to be able to see directly through the house, you know, draw people through the house and to the landscape beyond. You can go to the next one, Janera. This is the water side elevation. So this elevation has a large porch which extends the length of the house and then wraps to the south. If you guys remember the property at 218, it has a very similar aspect in terms of the way that the porch is structured in relation to the massing of the house. So again, we're keying in on some of those moments from that house. Again, we've got shingles and white painted trim. And then underneath the porches, you can see some of the steel windows.
And what color are those steel windows?
They would be painted stainless steel substrate, so there'd be sort of a dark gray.
Okay.
I do have a sample here if you guys want to see it.
Yeah, sure we will.
And Steve, the porch extends how far out from the house?
I believe the porch is 14 feet,
Okay, thank you.
and then the porch to the south is larger. It's roughly
Yeah.
16 to 18 feet, I believe. Janera, you can go to the next view. So this is the south view. This is the view that you would look at from the neighboring property. The chimneys would be a painted brick. Again, we have this porch that wraps around the house. There is a tree on site, which is very important, which we tried to, which we planned around. It was very important to the client to keep that tree and retain that in the design. So the tree creates sort of the return of this courtyard space to the south. This is the west-facing view. And I think this is our last rendering in the series.
Okay. You done?
Yes.
Okay. Board members.
I can start. Actually, looking at the north elevation, when I first saw this, the front door I thought was a revolving door. That's how commercial the building looks to me. I think this could be a very stately, handsome home if what you've done with the second floor were more or less replicated in the first floor. The windows, the type of fenestration, or the type of windows, a more traditional front entrance, which this is a historic district of the village, and it should be, I think, complementary to the surrounding homes. And the roof-to-floor windows on the front and the other elevation, there's no way I could, I mean, with all that people have heard with this board over the last several years, it shocks me that something like this would even be, I mean, you're essentially delaying your own process. But that aside, yeah, the floor-to-ceiling windows will never get my approval. The front entrance needs to be more residential in nature as opposed to the commercial look it has right now. And I question the steel, you know, framed doors on the other sides. Again, it's in keeping with the historic nature of the area and the surrounding homes. I just don't think it fits.
Okay.
Okay, so comments on my part, and I'll build off of what John was saying. In terms of the historic location, this is one of the oldest areas of the village. There's a landmark site just around the corner, And so the vision, the image, the vision, the approach from the street is very important. And so a few concerns. In terms of the north elevation, you've created on the site plan a large parking area for, I think it's a half a dozen cars. And I would wish that there might be some, given all the property you have and owning the adjoining properties, I don't know how you do it, that there could be less of an impact to Pond Lane in terms of the parking in front. On that elevation, the north elevation, let's go to the building plan. And so, along with John, yes, the front doors are dramatic, but they do have a bit of a commercial element to them. I think they could be softened up. Again, I look to you, Steve, for your creativity in doing that. But when you add that to the ground to roof window treatment on three sides, on the north, the west, and the south, those windows are disharmonious to many of the houses in that area. In fact, I can't think of any all along First Neck, let alone on Pond Lane as you round the corner. So I would ask that you relook at a different way of treating that, because those windows are disharmonious in my judgment. The treatment, which that's the bronze treatment, is that in the plan? There's a reference to a bronze on the frames.
They would actually be painted
okay.
steel windows, but they would have a bronze sort of look.
Yeah, I mean,
They're
to the extent that they're subtle as opposed to dark and brown and from seemingly black,
Yeah.
I think that would be more in keeping with the general look. Let's see.
Yeah, I would say that, I mean,
Oh.
we love the bronze windows. The trick with clients is often they don't like to see the windows patina and change color over
Yeah,
time. So
yeah.
they would be painted a color that would appear to be a bronze tone, but they wouldn't change over
Are you
time.
looking for a color that appears to have patinaed?
What's that?
Are you looking for a color that appears to have already have patinaed?
No, there's some really beautiful finishes that some of these manufacturers do. These are really, really beautiful windows. I know they render kind of industrial, but the detailing is very delicate. They're very beautifully crafted.
Okay.
They're, again, you can't really capture that in a rendering, materiality and the level of detail that goes into these windows. We really like them because, you know, when you put a window wall together, you get these very delicate, thin sight lines, whereas if you did some of these window walls with wood windows, you get these very fat divisions. It would really change the look of the building, and would also, you know, when you're sitting inside the house and looking out towards the pond, these steel windows really maximize your view of that.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you, John, you read my mind. And so on that elevation, which is the east elevation, because of the extension of the porch, I think the window treatment works. At least it does in my judgment. It's just in the other elevations that it's more problematic.
Sure.
Jane?
Yeah, I would concur with John and Jeff on both points about the windows and the door. I think if you could soften those, it would make a big difference.
Yeah.
It is a beautiful beautiful home.
Yeah.
I think it just needs to be softened for that neighborhood.
Well, first of all, it's a spectacular location for a house as well. I think you've done a great job of creating a house of its time, but still in classic form, which is what we'd be looking for in the historic district. I think where you don't have support, and I've included that not support is the front door, the pivot see-through glass front door. I think it doesn't feel as not a formal, but as a recognizable entrance to the home that we'd be looking for in this part of the village. And I think when you look at the the window-to-wall ratio on, I guess it's the
The
east
west
side,
elevation?
the large light box
Well,
over here.
it's actually on all three.
All
It's
three.
on-
Well, no, the one in the house we've got, it's almost a light box, because you turn the corner of those windows, do double duty on all three sides.
Yeah.
I think you need to just, what you're not getting support for is that amount of window-to-wall ratio in those three corners, so I think you should if we could rethink that. I think two things would happen. I think by a different expression of that, would probably take away what you're hearing is some people feels a little commercial, and I think by giving us a more, I
Also-
want to say
also the risk
formal,
of light-
but a
light pollution.
findable front door that's solid and gives a different kind of entryway. I know you want to see through the house, but you can open the door and then see through the house. I think then you'd probably get more support. I think that's the two areas. And my other question I have is there are light fixtures, exterior fixtures on your south elevation. They seem to be at the west end of the south elevation and going around on the west elevation by the large windows, those exterior surface mounted light fixtures.
Mhm.
Do those go anywhere else in the house, or is the rest of the lighting in the house all downlight?
On the inside of the house or on
No,
the
on the
exterior?
outside. You only have
Oh,
exterior fixtures. You only have exterior fixtures on that wraparound light
Yes,
box.
well, we're showing them there because we don't have any porches, and we need them at the edges of the doors. But those would be all shielded fixtures. So those would be dark sky compliant fixtures
Okay.
that we expect.
But the other portions of the house, it's all downlight or soffit lighting. They're not surface mount.
I think the porches would primarily have downlights.
Okay. I mean, given the
The
size and
surface-mounted-
location and
surface-mounted
acreage of
fixtures.
property, I'm not too worried about it, and the fact that you own the other house, I'm not too worried about that. So I think that those are the two issues that you're hearing. So if you want to think about that. Do we have any public comment? Okay. Do you have any other questions or comments, or you sort of know what we're thinking?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Then I am going to move I'm hearing you ask for an adjournment.
Can I, I'm trying to get on here. My name is Stephen Sherrill. I live across the street
Oh, okay.
at 217 Pond Lane.
Okay.
I called John Bennett the other day and had a nice conversation. He was kind enough to send me the plans on Friday. My house is a Carrera and Hastings house. It's a beautiful house.
It's a
that
gorgeous
over
house.
Many years, we've made little changes that really work to have it stay in scale. John Howard's house and the rest of his property is also a beautiful house. I'm surprised at the scale of this house and the massing of the house compared to the shingle-style houses with which I'm familiar. John's house, my house. I obviously completely concur on the big double-story windows on the party barn in the house. That's what that space is. So I would agree with those comments wholeheartedly. But if I was the architect, I would have tried to break the scaling up and have it not a big chunky block of a house. So those are my comments. I'm not familiar with how my views get represented before the ARB, but I have heard that some of my concerns are the same as yours.
Sir, you get heard by the ARB like you just did. We invite the public to come in. We're not, we do take public comment seriously. It's not binding, but we do take it seriously, and we actually like input for the neighbors. As you've seen in some of the properties, we've seen a lot of public input makes an impact at times. So we appreciate it. So I appreciate you
I'm
coming.
entirely supportive
Yeah.
of John, tearing down the house that was there and building a nice new little cottage. I was thinking it would be a cottage rather than a very large, it's almost, 5,000 plus square foot footprint on 2 stories and a big square block with double hung metal windows. I just was surprised to see it.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you for hearing me.
Of course.
Is there any way, should I do anything more here? Should I
Nope.
just let you guys figure out what you want to do?
Yes, that would be great.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Thank you all.
So I think you've heard the comments. I think I hear you asking for an adjournment.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to move to accept the applicant's request for adjournment at 200 Pond Lane. Do I have a second?
Second.
To
All in
June
favor?
26th.
Till June 26th, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye, Steve. Hi to Janelle.
Okay, next up we have Elizabeth McFadden at 292 First Neck Lane to construct a first and second floor addition.
For the applicant, John Bennett, and both Bailey Larkin and I are here from my firm,
Can I ask
Bennett.
you for 30 seconds?
Oh, yeah.
No, you can stand there. I'm trying to move the meeting along, but I'm making myself unorganized in the process, and I'm going to regret that tomorrow.
So, B.J. Steinbrecher is here with me, as is Lisa McFadden, in the front row. I think the affidavits of mailing post were submitted today, correct, B.J.?
They're in order.
The existing residence is not considered a historic structure. However, the property is located within a historic district. Just to make sure that there's no confusion, there is a blue sheet for 292 First Neck Lane, but it's not this house. The property referenced on the blue sheet is an adjacent property to the east, which is the Waller House, which is a historic structure, and that's known as 300 First Neck Lane. A couple of just things I wanted to quote to make the board aware of. The house really hugs, the existing house really hugs the northerly property line. There's really not a conforming area to add on to in any significant way. So the proposed addition will be located on the west side of the existing residence. It's 400 feet from First Neck Lane. And critically, the existing house only has 3 bedrooms, a master and 2 small bedrooms. While the existing residence is non-conforming, the proposed addition will conform in all respects. And again, it's not, well, again, I would say I think it's from an objective point of view, this is not an aggressive ask. It's the total permitted for the property is 13,123 square feet. I think we're at 9,984. And before I ask BJ to present, I did want to note for the record that we are in receipt of a letter from the owner of both 300 and 310 First Neck Lane, which I'm going to give to you because even though we were told that it was submitted, and we didn't find it in the Dropbox, so I want to make sure everybody has that. So I have multiple copies. That's
Thanks.
just so you know. Just let me point it out, and then I'll hand them up. That's the owner of the property to the east, and also happens to own, as a relatively recently, the property to the south. So you have owner wrapping it to the east and the southeast portion. Again, this was submitted, it was in, we just couldn't find it in the Dropbox, so we have a copy.
Just the one
Okay.
more, both copies?
All right.
Okay, sorry, get out of here.
Okay, my friend, please introduce yourself.
B.J. Steinbrecher, architect for the project.
Great.
Yes, so there's an existing structure. It's a 1.5 story structure that the only thing we propose and would like to do on it is there's off the kitchen.
This is on the existing.
This is on the existing. We're proposing to expand.
Just so you're aware, we have no purview over the interior of this house. We only have purview over the exterior.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah. So I just
No,
to note
I
that we are-
appreciate it. I just want you to know.
We are, nothing's being touched except we'd like to expand this dining room and then connect to the new addition through a breezeway.
Okay.
That's to get to a conforming area.
Right, there's a 35-foot, well, with the 4/10 rule, it's 28, almost 29 feet of setback, but we are at 35 feet.
Okay.
from that. So yes, you come into a, basically just go through the floor plan, a new great room.
Again, we don't care about the floor
Okay.
plan, so I'm gonna
All
ask you
right.
to move on to the exterior.
Okay, perfect.
It's not that we don't care.
Yeah,
It's
no.
just, it's not our purview.
Yeah, yeah.
So we don't look at the interior plan, unless there's some reason about the interior that's driving an exterior
Yeah,
decision.
not necessarily. Okay. And I have,
What do you need?
I just wanna put up these renderings here.
Yeah, I think that's helpful for the public to see,
Yeah,
the
they are on,
size.
they are
Yeah.
in the Dropbox also.
Yeah. It's a big piece of property. It's like,
It is, it's, almost 2 3/4 acres, 2.66, I believe.
Again, the existing house is 400 feet.
Yes. So I just want to make sure I got all these here. Okay, so the existing residence is here. We are proposing.
Sage, can you show these?
For sale?
I just wanted to get them up on the screen.
Okay.
You can keep going.
Okay, so the existing west elevation, which will be seen from the street. Let me just put these two together so you can see them side by side. Proposed west elevation. So here's the existing structure back here, and here's the front elevation facing West Neck. We're using the same forms as the house, except there's some slight differences in the soffits, the soffit details and the dormer details. Windows, double hung windows. The existing house has casement windows in the dormers, except on the back of the house there is a shed dormer back here that has some double hungs up in it, but in our dormers we're gonna pose double hung windows. And let's go east elevation.
I mean, I think it's obvious from the design that the attempt is to make it look like it was always.
Yeah,
Yeah.
with some details. We wouldn't want to copy things, but we wanted to.
it comes to life in the renderings to tell. For me,
Yeah,
that's what
it really does. On this east elevation, we're proposing a full covered porch across the back, all the way up to the existing house. There's in this great room, the ceilings are 2 foot higher, 9 and 11, so we have some transoms on that section of the house in the front as well as in the back. And it's hard because this house sits up against the property line. It's only 5.5 feet from the closest point, so these renderings are a little tough. I did do a rendering that I took away all the landscaping and such. Where is that one? But
I think-
generally,
Is that one you're calling proposed east elevation 1?
proposed east elevation, that, no, that is, I'm looking for my north,
Oh, north would be, hang on.
proposed north 1, 2, and there was a 3. What the heck can I do with that one? Oh, here it is. Oh, no, that's east.
Oh, I see the north is.
All right, and now would you take us through the materials, please? The materials are all to match existing?
Yes, we're gonna do a wood roof.
Okay.
And, white cedar shingles with
Okay.
seacoast gray stain to match the existing residence.
Okay.
Double hung windows with white frames and casings, and mullions.
Okay.
All the trim work's gonna be white, columns will be white. Stone patio, blue stone patio on the back porch, which wraps around to the expanded dining room.
Okay. And the door's gonna, and the front door and the proposed front door are gonna maintain this same, it looks like a green?
Yeah, it's like a greenish color that it actually, the existing house has
Right.
that style of door on it.
Okay, all right.
And that's about it. There's no, new chimneys
And
or
I'll
anything
just,
like that.
I'll ask the question, on the existing, there were some surface mounted light fixtures that I see. Are there, so the surface mounted fixtures are under the, or sort of under the overhang of the patio?
On the
In your,
existing?
in proposed south elevation 2, those are surface mount fixtures that go either side of the slider doors to the patio, right?
Correct,
Toward the
yes,
pool.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
And in style and size, do they match the existing surface mounted windows that are by the sliders?
They do, yes. Yep.
Okay. And the fenced, and the rail detail that's over that balcony from, I guess it's a,
It's a covered, it's a roof deck.
it's
up
at the
there.
roof deck that's up there,
Yeah.
does that chair detail repeat in the existing?
It does. On the rear, on
Right.
the east elevation, you can
It's what I see,
see.
it's what I see at south elevation
Yeah.
1 on the far right
Yeah,
hand
the
side,
east
so that,
elevation, you can
so
see
that
that.
matches existing,
Yeah.
okay? Okay. Thank you. Board members?
Go, John.
I think it looks really nice. I like the fact that you've gone in the L shape as opposed to going up. I think that's,
Yeah.
it really lends itself to
along
the
the
style of
top
house
line.
that exists. My only question, and it's not a problem, I'm just trying to understand on the east elevation, on the rendering, there is, this roof line sitting above that extension over the terrace.
Uh-huh.
Could you help me understand how that all,
So that comes off of.
that's the original, or no, that's not the original.
That's
That's not the
extension.
original. You're talking about proposed east number one?
Yeah, it just seems a bit awkward to me to have
The shift in the height?
yeah, well, and not only the height, but I mean, it would look nicer, I think.
Yeah, the reason
If
for
this
that
was
is that-
extended
that-
all the way
that-
across,
that
but then it
gray room
affects your.
It's 2 feet higher
Yeah.
with the transoms and all, so.
So that's what
That's-
you're doing that because of the transom
Because,
doors.
yes, because of the higher ceilings in the house and the transoms.
And that's not that's on the interior
Your
facing.
your ceiling heights don't continue outside that room?
They do,
They do?
yes.
Okay. So a decision was made not just to put transoms in all the doors, to raise that up to a single level? I guess is John's question.
Yeah, had the transoms not existed, you could have kept that same,
Correct.
Or reverse, if you
Horizontal
put
line.
trans, or the reverse, if you put transoms in the door, you could raise it to be equal all the way across.
yeah,
Either way.
either way.
Either way, yes.
Okay.
And it's just,
But
you know,
there is a shift in height.
yeah, I get it. It just
The
seems a little,
ceiling in that
from a, yeah, it's
portion.
fine, never mind.
Yeah.
No, it's a good question.
Okay, in terms of design, materials, and scale, it's harmonious and would get my approval.
The only thing, look, I think you've done a great job. The only question I have is, in the new addition, you've suddenly, underneath all the eaves, you have this new addition of, I guess are these corbels that I see that are going
Yes.
to be surrounding? I just feel like those are an unnecessary design detail.
Okay.
Because it becomes instantly obvious where the extension was put onto the house because of that shift in roof line. I think it's one thing I'd love to take off.
Definitely.
It's a nice thing about having a client.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in fact, the registered architect, that you can make this on the plans. Okay. I would tell you that would be my one objection, if we could
Okay.
take those off, because then I think the overall harmony of the house is one complete unit versus the original house and the new house. And I think what
I
you're looking
agree.
for, and I think what you're looking for
It
is
was
one big continuous
something we
structure.
did at the
Good
end,
point.
just to, wasn't sure if it was gonna need like a distinction
Yeah.
between the old and the new, so.
Not in this case.
Certainly,
I actually think simplifying it
It's
makes
not a
will make it
historic
better
I agree.
and harmonious. All right. Do I have any public comment? Nothing? Okay. So, because you're here, if you can mark the plans to remove. We can,
This isn't historic, so it has to.
when the historic
yeah.
district, so we can move it to written decision pending receipt of updated plans. Or we can just put it here.
I'm fine with him marking them or submitting revised ones.
I
Either
can
one is
submit
fine.
revised form
Great.
and submit.
Okay, so we can close for a written decision except for the receipt of plans,
Okay,
and I'll get started on that.
all right. So I'm going to move that we move to written decision of the application for 292 First Neck Lanes pending the receipt of updated plans that removes the eave corbels from the addition. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank
so
you.
much.
And congratulations.
Thank you.
Nice.
Yes, it's gonna be lovely.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Yeah, it's such a
exciting.
beautiful piece of land.
It is.
Yeah, it's
It
really
really
lovely.
is.
Really lovely.
All right, I appreciate it.
All right.
I'll get those in,
Our next, we have to,
before the written, so it'll
yeah.
be the Thursday.
Yeah, the 26th.
Okay.
But I think the plans will need to be, yes, by then, because you'll get.
Okay.
That assumes that, okay.
Thank you.
Someone send me a copy.
Okay, so that moves us to non-historic, and the first up is 495 Ox Pasture Road, construction of a single-family dwelling.
Hello, my name is John Larmore from Martin Architects, Tim Grenning.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you for 15 seconds while I get organized here. Hang on. You can see.
Okay. Maybe I have it here.
Thank you for your patience. What? Okay, okay.
I believe we also have joining.
Why do I have to? Okay. All right.
Good evening, members of the board. As John explained, John Larmer, Tim Greening from Martin Architects, presenting 495 Ox Pasture. So to begin, the main comments received last go-around were presentation of material samples, which we've provided and can pass around. And we'll go through each of the materials as they pertain to the design.
Okay.
Second was patterning and relationship of the glazing and fenestration, mostly with respect to the framing of the units, the window units and doors. Third was the commercial feel and entry of the entry canopy and then a rear pergola element on the north facade. As we'll address, we've revised those with more, what we feel are more traditional elements, and actually removed the pergola that was on the north facade. The last main comment was a ridge skylight that we had presented that has been removed as requested as part of this design.
Also, the chimney's caps have been scaled down a little bit from the last presentation. Just a minor comment.
Some things we did want to address.
Do you have actually plans you could put on the table? Or, no, I'm sorry, okay. Go ahead.
So this is a rendering of the south facade along Ox Pasture. As mentioned, we've introduced an entry portico that we feel is more in keeping with a portico that might be seen on the street, with a sort of entablature and then a base, and the introduction of solid post columns, pillars. Again, defining that space in a much more traditional way than previously presented.
Okay.
As seen in the elevations, we've refined most of the fenestration to be in keeping with itself and have better relationships with themselves across all of the facades. We've refined the side lights and any clerestory and transom style panes in those units, Again, one of the major comments was the fact that the horizontal banding of all of the window units was more dominant and taking over than the horizontal element. So we've now refined that and brought in better balance and patterning to all of the fenestration as seen across the composition of north-south facades. As seen here, and one thing we did want to bring up is there's an integration of what are existing skylights along the north facade. Again, based on the programming internally, we felt it was necessary to keep those existing units to allow light into the north spaces of programming.
Those areas are sort of recessed and tucked back between the sort of major gable structure here and the sort of lesser gable structure here. So this is actually the most recessed portion of the facade on the north. So
Which we can see here.
unfortunately, these trees are sort of blocking some of it, but you can see the skylight here is kind of back behind a lot of the prouder moments of the architecture. And then the two skylights which are existing, which is in the interest of light, are kept, are right here and right here. It's more explicit in the flat elevations.
Where are those?
Let's go back to the elevation.
I see the one. I see the one on the roof. Where are the others?
They're quite small. They're about 24 by 48.
Oh, okay. I wonder what those little squares were. Okay. 'cause
Yeah.
I thought-
So, and again, it's fairly,
Okay.
Just, so, you say those exist. How much of the house is being taken down and how much is being renovated, if you will? I mean, are you taking this thing down to the studs?
no. I mean, the idea is to keep as much of our, our
Well,
framing as possible.
with the roof that has the skylights, whether it be the porch or the roof, is that being altered? Are you taking,
I mean, there would be some alteration, but for the most part,
I guess
it
at the
is
end,
remaining
at the end of the day,
original.
this is essentially a new house.
right?
So if the
Y-
issue is that you
yeah.
felt the skylights were incongruous,
Right.
I don't, just because they're
Thank you.
existing, there's little about that house.
Right,
That's,
that's sort of why,
I mean, the placement of where they are
right, okay,
would be,
great,
Yeah.
I got you. Okay,
Okay.
understood.
correct?
Yep, I'm good.
Board members?
John, you want to
No,
say
you can
it?
start this time.
Okay.
if we need to review materials or.
If you would send the samples up, that would be good.
And do you have samples of the window frames that?
Yeah, so this is a sample for the coloring of the frames. This is the plaster finish, and then this would be the siding. So that's the pre-weathered Eastern white.
So that's, okay, so those are the shingles and.
Shingles, windows, and plaster, I guess.
So this is the window framing.
Correct.
That's the window material against the proposed
So
shingle color.
from here, it reads very, very
Dark,
dark.
yeah. Okay.
Jane?
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, well, if you want me to start, John, I will. So I think, gentlemen, Tim and John, we've seen far too much of each other. People are going to start talking. But anyway, from where we began to where you are, I think a lot of progress has been made. Now, not everybody, judging by some of the submissions, will be in agreement with us, but that's subject to public comment. But I think you've brought in some contemporary elements, but still have maintained a somewhat traditional look, and surely is an improvement against what's there. So I think that's all in your favor. Let me get to the elevation. Elevation A 2.0, the south elevation, while and this is in the addition portion, the 3 stacked windows, while they appear dramatic on the rendering, I think from a street view that they would be a bit much. So I would ask that you perhaps consider, I realize it breaks up some of the symmetries, what you're trying to do, but I'm also concerned, having seen floor-to-roof stacked windows, that the execution oftentimes is discordant or disharmonious with the neighborhood. And then I think to John's point, well, at least to what he was alluding, is a softer, more subtle shade of the trim on the windows, I think would tone down the contemporary nature of. See, on the rendering, they look like a charcoal gray. On the samples you gave me, they look like dark brown or a charcoal black. So anyway, those are my limited comments.
I agree with Jeffrey's comments. At this point, my biggest concern is the coloring of the frames. I think doing a mid-tone, I understand what you're trying to achieve here, but it's just too dramatic compared to what's seen in that neighborhood, and I think it's just a stark contrast. So if that could be brought down to a more mid-tone type of metallic color that you're looking for. And I agree with the second-story window over the entrance just seems a bit big. Maybe if that transom-like window was removed, it might make a difference. But my biggest concern, and to me it really is evident in the dusk rendered view on the south elevation, is the size of those big windows on each side of the first floor main entrance. They read like just big picture windows, and not like what I would consider a residential structure, or what is consistent with homes in the neighborhood. And I think that needs to be resolved somehow. It needs to be broken up somehow.
Yeah, those are 9 feet wide.
Okay.
I mean, well, and that's,
FYI.
and that is actually the width of the existing units. So I'm
You're building a new
just for-
house, so.
Are they the height of the existing units?
The height of those existing, I believe, were 6.
Okay, so you've taken them from 6 to 8?
They're just
Yeah, so
So
you can
therefore
see
you're
them
changing
here.
the window opening.
That's it.
Okay.
Just actually,
Jane, does you want to go?
I think Nick was trying to join the meeting.
Did you want to
Okay,
comment?
yeah, I would like to just comment that I would totally agree with John on the windows seem very large next to the front door, both picture windows. And I would agree with Jeff that the 3 stacked windows is doing absolutely nothing to help the facade. And I would certainly hope you could lighten the bronze to more subtle, softer shade.
I think I concur with the comments that you've heard. I mean, we're very, very close now, and I know it's been a long, long trip. I think what you're hearing from John is the way when the window that you've got over the front door, you've stepped, the transom steps up and then steps back down. And I think that maybe was pulling focus for John. I think while I hear you on those windows, they are not the same openings, because you go back to the house that was there. The way the patterns are broken into that window, see how it breaks them down, because you've got a central window with sidelights or a sidelight appearing on either side. I think that is a more successful pattern in windows of that size, and they're in fact smaller. If they're the same width, they're not the same height, I don't believe. So I think those two issues.
And that might make the difference on those windows. If you
Yeah.
took the top portion that's, you know, of the new windows and eliminated that, it would somehow bring down the scale of the massing, or not massing, but the scale of that.
Well, is it the height and the width?
Well, it's,
Because the width matches the door, practically matches the door below it.
no, I'm not talking about the first floor window.
Oh, okay, first floor window, I
Yeah.
got you.
If you took
I
down
was
the-
talking about the windows
You're
over the
talking
door.
east and west of
Okay.
the front door.
Yeah, east and west of the front door. If
Gotcha.
you reduce the height of those windows by, you know, well, back to the original, it might make all the difference.
Yeah.
Or broke them somehow where they don't look like just great big huge
Exactly,
gaping
right.
big holes there. And I concur if you could soften the colors, the mullion color on the window, I think would be harmonious. That would be good.
Is that the only tonality kind of out of all the palette of the materials?
Yeah, I don't, from my perspective, I like the tonality. I think if we had less, it's gonna feel a little softer if the contrast between the windows, if the contrast of the window, the shingle is softer. I think you're gonna reduce the contrast.
What's
to
the
it.
sample here, the dark?
So this was just,
That's a large piece of this?
Oh,
yeah, just
oh,
a
wow.
similar color,
Okay,
but
yeah, I agree.
And I also, you know what it may be that makes those windows just feel so massive is because the way you've mullioned them, you go across the top and then you pane down the sides, but you've got solid panes in the middle. I think if you took them down to instead of four gang, almost, just rethink that. I think that's the thing that's giving them weight. As for, this is my opinion, but as for the three windows that you have stacked on the right-hand side there, I think if you brought, I don't necessarily mind that there's three windows there, but I think that they became narrower and a little less obvious. They are set back, and I know what you're trying to do for light there and stuff. I think if you brought them down to a one pane width or made them somehow smaller to where they're not quite as obvious, that might cure that.
Yeah, there is a break even in the material
Yeah.
of the shingle.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
there's
I don't-
kind of a little, it's a stairwell kind
That's-
of area.
Yeah, I know. For me personally, that doesn't bother me much because it's tucked in the corners. The way you put the materials in there, it recesses it. But I think you're hearing from several board members that if we can just bring those windows down, probably in width a little bit, I think it will disappear just a little bit more. Public comment.
I'm sorry, if I may speak as well?
Oh, yes.
Is it possible? Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we hear you.
Yes, hi, sorry, it's Nick Martin, Martin Architects. Thank you for all your time. I think we've seen each other seven times on this application.
We have.
Application has made our client withdraw from the previous concept of starting a new house and trying to proceed with other alterations because of financial and other concerns due to the arduousness of this process. And my concern here is not that I don't agree or think that some of these comments, and although subtle, I find that the period of time between meetings and the subtlety of the comments are almost unresolvable. And I'm wondering if we can get to some specifics so that an applicant such as ourselves, who had quite an experience in a number of municipalities, can actually see the end of the process. So if you could very clearly state the items that you're in concern with in real terms.
Okay,
we'll
very
address them
clearly,
and
very
hopefully-
clearly, we feel like the window color is too dark and needs to be softer against the shingle color. Very clearly, the two large windows to the left and the right of the front door we feel like are disharmonious to the neighborhood and very large and need to be reconsidered. Very clearly, the three stack windows in the corner, the board feels are slightly oversized and to be brought down in scale just slightly. Very clearly, the window that's over the front door, there is some concern at size, but I don't think that is as prevalent as some of the other issues, but those are the issues that you're hearing.
I guess my concern is, at what point do personal opinion
Well,
versus...
this is not personal opinion. This is actually, according to the code, this is the response of the board to get a house to the point that we feel it's harmonious and architecturally harmonious to the neighborhood. And that is what we are doing. It's not about personal opinions. Do we feel that the design elements, do we feel the color, do we feel the scale are appropriate? And when we get there, we'll approve the house, but we're not there yet.
I do understand that. I know because we've searched and looked through quite a few of the existing residences that there are windows and scale of windows and these various items that actually do exist, which we can show you in the
Nope,
next
I have
turn.
no
So
interest, I have no
let's
interest in
jump-
a photo history of the village. We're 7 meetings in because in the beginning, you were not actually hearing that the designs you were putting up, the board felt were disharmonious or too commercial, and we were trying to move toward it, and then the neighbors had very strong opinions as well, and that's where we are. I think we're close to the end, and I know it's been an arduous process for you, but I think this one started out a little, I believe my first comment at the first house that you brought first was that it was a nice house from Montecito. So we've gone from a house that was extremely contemporary in a neighborhood, this is not in the historic district, but it's across in the historic district, that the board felt was extremely disharmonious to the neighborhood, to a place where we're very close now. So I think we have given you specific feedback tonight, and I think you're very close. Yes?
I have one quick question about the scale of the glass. So now we're on the rear elevation on the north.
Mhm.
And so these are some of the same units in the back of the project. These are sort of egress units as well. Is the same sort of comment apply to these units, namely sort of this unit here, this unit off the kitchen, and then this one?
Well, what I would tell you is, I think the comments that you heard about the big windows in the front and the way the mullion pattern is working on them, when you figured that out, and you'd want them to be consistent to the front and the back for your own house. But I think what we need to figure them out is for the front, because I think that's, because there's more moving and exposure moving in the back. I think the way they are exposed in the front is, that's the part where I think they become more obvious and don't work as well. But I think once you figure out the front, you'll just match them to the back properly. So that would be my comment on that. It's a fair comment. All right, do you have any comments from the public? Sir, please come forward. I just ask the people in public comments limit their comments to 3 minutes, but go ahead.
I'm Jeffrey Loria. We were here for the last meeting.
Yes, you were.
And very clearly, my wife and I love this neighborhood. We love our neighbors, but very clearly, this house is still disharmonious with the neighborhood. There's just no two ways about it. It's like putting a round object into a triangular shaped hole. It doesn't fit, and it doesn't belong. We were treated earlier to comments from a terrific architect, Mr. Marino, and he talked about taste, and he talked about sensitivity, and this has none of that. You never saw me or my wife here when 2 houses were built next to us, because they worked. This house doesn't work in the neighborhood, and I'm hoping that they'll go back to the drawing board and maybe walk across the street and look at 500 Ox Pasture and see what we're talking about. Nobody has. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have other public comments? Yes, we do.
Joan McGivern, Toomey Latham for 500 Ox Pasture, which is the house across the street, on behalf of Tori Birch. She sketched out what the house might look like with more traditional elements, such as shutters, which
I'm sorry, I don't think that's appropriate. I'm being very honest with you. I do not think
Yes.
that's appropriate for,
But the
there are people doing the work, people coming in presenting their idea of what the house, the street should look like. I don't think is fair.
Her point taken. Her point was simply that, again, to echo the point made, that it lacks traditional elements, it lacks traditional color patterns, and we feel it still remains disharmonious to the neighborhood, as well as having a very commercial feel. And we think part of your duties are to deny proposals that are disharmonious to the neighborhood, no matter how long the time takes. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other comments? Sage, is there someone else coming in? Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, sorry. My name is Chris Casciato. I'm the owner of 471 Ox Pasture, which is the house immediately to the east of 495 Ox Pasture. I guess my comments are, while I certainly appreciate the changes that have been made, you know, in the various iterations by the architects to try to make the design more harmonious with the character of the neighborhood, I just don't think they've gone far enough, quite frankly. It does seem to me still to have a commercial appearance or a commercial feel. I agree that the window ratio just seems excessive and just seems too commercial. I'm certainly not saying there's only one style that would be appropriate or harmonious, you know, with the character of the neighborhood. There are different styles that would be harmonious, but I just don't think the current design fits into any of those styles. I just don't think it's harmonious yet. I still think it feels too commercial. So I would encourage you to ask the architects to continue to make, you know, changes to make it more consistent with the character of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so you've heard the comments from the board. You've heard the comments from the neighbors. I think if you take to heart the spirit of what you're hearing from the neighbors and the specifics of what you hear from the board, I think a lot of your window patterning has something to do with it looking so commercial. And I think it's up to you to take the comments and come back and show us where we go. Okay, so I'm hearing you ask for an adjournment.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to move, where am I on my agenda so I don't get lost here? I'm-
495 Ox
yeah,
Pasture.
495. I'm going to move that we accept the applicant's request for an adjournment to June 26th or 495 Ox Pasture. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we'll see. Thank you.
Maybe right behind.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to ask your patience with us. We're going to take a 4-minute break up here. We have a couple of bio break needs up here, so just give us 4 minutes, because we don't get to leave the room.
Okay. What's that? Am I what? No. No. I had asked you about a year or so ago.
looks really, really nice. And the I usually have both decals and windows, but that's the whole different. That's a beautiful gold leaf. This looks really, really nice. I can't wait to see it sometime soon.
All right, thank you for your patience.
That'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah, go, go, go.
All right, so next up is 248 Little Plains, demo evaluation of existing dwelling construction. Is Mr. Laffey here?
Okay.
I think we were almost done with that
I think-
one. We
I
told
think
him he
we
didn't need
just
to come.
We just need to approve the demolition.
Yeah.
Okay. We have to wait for Jeff.
I hear him.
Oh, there's fish.
So we're like halfway, maybe?
Yeah, I actually think we are. Because we're through like the harder things.
Yeah, I guess.
Based on my organization, we go, it's not good.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That's the yellow house, right? Yeah.
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 And I think we said it was fine, and we just needed to approve the demo. Yeah.
We just need to approve it.
Yeah.
Counselor, do I have to take public comment?
What?
Do I have to take public comment on a demolition?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Take public comment on that one. Since we-
Just ask her, yeah. No, it's fine.
Famous last words, right?
Yeah, but you have to because it's still open.
Okay.
These meetings always make me cry.
The what?
Yeah. Yeah, here.
Actually, yeah. Oh. Got it? Here.
You know what's funny?
All right, welcome back. Okay, next on the agenda is 248 Little Plains, and what is before us is we've had a pending demolition evaluation. We were waiting for the historic report from our historic consultant. This is in the non-historic district, and the report came back, and our choices in a non-historic district would be to landmark the house or approve the demolition. And in looking at the house, there's nothing characteristically in this house that would qualify for landmark status. So from our perspective, I don't see a reason to deny the demolition for the house at 248 Little Plains Road. Board members, do you have any comments?
No?
Okay, are there any comments from the public? Okay, then I'm going to move that we request, that we approve the applicant request for demolition 240 Little Plains Road. Do I have a second?
248.
248 Little Plains Road.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
And we're also approving the construction.
We approved that? Oh, did we?
No.
Oh, we didn't because we,
Yeah.
okay. Then I also moved we approved the construction application that we looked at last meeting for 248 Little Plains Road. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Is that where we were?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
We couldn't approve it because we had to have this,
right, okay.
had to approve in the same motion. Okay. Great, we got one approved, yay. Okay, next up is 101 Old Town Road, single family dwelling. These are the people with the cool roof. Please come forward.
Oh,
Yep.
I just put that right there.
Oh, great, thank you. Could you just introduce yourself?
Oh, sure. Hi, I'm Maria Danzo, and I'm the owner, and my husband is here as well, Richard Webb.
Fantastic. Thank you for coming. We don't always get the owners. Thank you.
That's all we
Okay.
were waiting for, wasn't it?
I think so.
Do we have a hand up? Hello.
Hello, how are you?
We're great. Introduce yourself, please.
Ryan Kesner, architect.
Yep.
I'm the architect for 101 Old Town Road, and what you're looking at right now is a solar shingle we were able to obtain from the manufacturer. As you can see, it doesn't look industrial at all. It's quite nice, and I think it's a wonderful resolution to the ugly solar panels that you can see on the house. One second here.
And one of the questions you're getting from the board are there color or sheen options, or this is just what they look like?
That's just what they look like.
Okay, because I imagine you probably have that to collect the heat from the electricity.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
of course.
Okay.
Is that the Tesla model?
Yeah, this is the Tesla model.
This is the Tesla
Yeah.
model, okay.
I mean, it has the same sheen, but it's slight.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
beautiful.
I think it's great. Listen, I think if we've found a potentially more attractive solution to solar panels, I'm gonna have a great day. Or they're gonna have a great day. That's beautiful.
Thank
Okay,
you,
and
Dana.
if I remember correctly, the thing we were waiting on was a sample for the roof material, correct?
And is this on the entire roof or just on?
It's on the entire roof.
It's the entire roof.
Okay.
So as we said.
Yep. That'll go across the entire roof of the main dwelling.
Yep. According to my notes, the last thing we're waiting for is to see a sample of the roofing material. Is that, anything else?
So we're okay with the balcony?
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Can you see my screen, board members?
We can.
Yep.
Okay. So originally we were gonna go and detach the garage and try to go for a variance for it. We've come to find out that variance being granted isn't likely. We've heard it from multiple people and things of that nature. So what we've opted to do is reattach it
Ew.
and put it back. And it
I thought I
has
was
to be
looking at
more
old plans,
understanding.
okay.
You know, the whole thing, you know, forcing us to try to go through a variance, I don't know that that's, you know, I don't know if that's ethical, to be honest with you. I don't think you guys are unethical, by the way, by any stretch.
Good to know.
Thank you.
You know, the,
Well, no, look, you guys, there's an essence to your existence, of course, but it's unfortunate that some of the zoning makes it virtually impossible to get everything that you want. And obviously, the zoning is there to prevent from overbuilding, but in this case, it's prohibiting, you know, a design that I believe the board would like. So we opted to reattach it, but we took into consideration the doors and all that other good stuff. The balcony we did reduce up here. It is now no bigger than, I think, 12 6x6, which is what you required. And we just put a roof over the top and things like that. So, you know, we put the door there, took out all the transoms. We've done everything that we can think of to appease the board, along with removing some windows over here. You had some comments about me using the awning windows over here. So we just opted for the double hungs. We don't want to put them down there for impact reasons. It wouldn't be a really, wouldn't be a good idea, to say the least. and I welcome your thoughts.
Right. Might I ask a question? So you have not gone before the ZBA?
No, we have not gone before the ZBA, but we've gotten negative feedback. We'll just say through the grapevine.
Well,
They're not-
through the grapevine, Ryan, not to be argumentative, we approved it with a detached garage. The ZBA, yes, they have their guidelines. They also recognize the input from the ARB. And obviously, the ARB in approving a detached garage was supportive of it. You telling me that you heard through the grapevine will not change my vote. So the attached garage is not something I would not have approved it before. I will not approve it now. I hope my other board members will concur with me, but that's their decision. No, actually, I hope they do concur with me. And if it's a matter of addressing the ZBA, go before the ZBA and ask them, and we're, I think by our approval, we supported it. So, I don't know how great a variance you're looking for.
Well, the
Ryan,
code.
can I ask you to clarify what variance?
Alex, can you weigh in here?
Yeah, I was going to ask Ryan, could you explain which variance you're referring to? I know on an older version of the plans there were some accessory setbacks shown, but it looked like you were in compliance.
No, in your code, you can't be within the principal envelope with an accessory structure. You can't be within the principal side yard. I don't believe you can be within the principal rear yard. I have to look it up which portion of it is. We would prefer a detached garage.
Okay.
Very much. But we don't want to wind up having to go through a process where we know we're going uphill where we're not going to get it.
Right. I'm not sure that I follow, because a detached garage can be in the side yard and rear yard. Those are the places where it can be. It can't be in a front yard. Of course, there's setbacks that have to be met from property lines. I thought in your earlier drawing it was shown at the correct setback.
Yeah, let me just see if I could find it in your, bear with me just 1 second here.
I mean, to Jeff's point, it's such a better looking house with the detached garage, but I don't think you'd have to go in front of the building department, or ask the zoning board, but I don't think this is a non-conforming location for your garage. The question may be your side yard setback, which requires, I believe, 15 feet.
Well, yeah, it does require 15 feet. And then, 1 second, let me just see if I can find it. It does talk about that we can't be within the principal structure envelope. Just bear with me a second.
You're not in the principal structure envelope, because your principal structure setbacks would be wider than that.
No, the principal structure envelope is right here, the accessories over here.
You're saying an accessory structure can't be within the building envelope?
Okay, so here it is. 116.9 A3. Accessory buildings and structures, including private garages, shall not be placed within the front yard or required yard, nor the total required yards for a principal building. Except that case of a waterfront lot, an accessory structure may be placed within the front yard, provided such accessory building structure complies with the street setback. That's your code. And it's unfortunate that it hurts this house. But, it does, unfortunately.
Alex?
I'll have to review that with the building inspector. I don't know if that, I want to make sure that that's the right interpretation of that code.
Well, Tim did call me about it, so.
Okay,
well aware of it.
I wasn't aware that he had spoken to him.
So it was the right grapevine, at least.
That's not a grapevine, that's the building inspector.
But I'll add
very direct grapevine.
another point. The ZBA exists by its title to grant variances. Here's a case where the Architectural Review Board and the owners of the property and the architect favored a particular design. And I don't think it's unreasonable to approach the ZBA and ask for a variance.
So is there any possibility of getting this approved without a detached, or without an attached garage at the moment? Because we will go through the process.
We don't approve, no, no.
Okay.
We wouldn't approve a house, though you could go see if you get it approved another way. That wouldn't make any sense.
There's no other place to put the garage at that's
No,
it.
I actually think, I think you should go back in with Alex and talk to the building inspector one more time, because this is such a better house with a detached garage, and it's more harmonious to that street and the neighborhood. And I think everyone prefers it that way. And I actually am not 100% convinced that, I'm not 100% convinced, unless it's a side yard setback, I don't know. Because you've got 5 feet between the properties you've got. So anyway, I guess that's what you're hearing. I guess what you're hearing is it's a great house with a detached garage. I think that's what you really want. I think that's what we really want for you. And I feel like that's the best answer, the most harmonious for the neighborhood. I think it's at least worth asking the question and taking one round more with the building inspector, with Alex, to see if it actually does require a variance. And if it does, I think we could maybe help you, or at least make a recommendation to the zoning board on your behalf.
So this is, 116.9A, all districts?
Yep,
Great.
I got the code section. Thank you for sharing that.
Okay. So, yeah, it's so unfortunate,
Okay, well, I can't really, for tonight's purposes, I think that's where we are. So what I think you should do, because I think the roof material is great. It sounds like you should take the swing with Alex and the building inspector to figure out if indeed this garage as proposed on this size lot with its width would require a variance, and if it does, I think you should take a swing at getting it, because I think it's a better house at the end of the day. I think the applicant's gonna be happier.
And I agree with you. It would be a better house.
Yeah.
It absolutely, I can't say that enough.
Okay.
However, we have some parking issues here, of course, so
Yep.
would we be able to come back to the ARB, because we have time issues here?
Yep.
Would we be able to come back and show you the house without the garage, or would you rather see it with the detached garage and?
Actually, what we can do, if you want to come back and show us the house with the detached garage as you want to build it, we can approve a house based on ZBA approval, pending ZBA approval.
Okay.
We can do that.
Can we talk about the balcony for a second?
Yes, now we can talk about the balcony.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the desire for having that balcony. I think we need to be consistent with the rulings we've made in other cases with such small lots, with the proximity of homes on all 3 sides. I think they should be eliminated.
Okay.
Okay, I was just gonna, I just read the code, and I think it has to do with the way you place, where the comma is placed and how you interpret that, whether it's viewed as a descriptive. But we'll let our legal,
We can leave that with the
legal
other
folks,
people.
but I think it's a misreading of the code.
Okay.
Tim loves when I tell him what the code says.
Yes.
Any other,
Nope.
question about, how do you feel about the balcony?
The balcony. Talking about things of substance. Okay, go to Jane and let me take a second look at it. The issue there was it's in the rear of the house.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a small lot,
Small lot.
close to houses on all 3 sides surrounding it. I think it's a privacy issue, and we've consistently ruled against balconies on similar lot sizes, dimensions.
The balcony itself is, what, about 4 feet?
by
6
6
feet?
by, it's 6 feet by 12.5.
6 feet by 12.5.
I'd have to go back and walk the property. I know consistency would have us looking at it with jaundiced eyes. Just not 100% sure.
I mean, you guys did ask us to reduce it, and we've
Right.
reduced it tremendously.
Yeah. Yeah.
We hate to lose it, and I don't know that that's.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand.
Tell you what.
I mean, we could plant rivets up here. We
Yeah,
could
no.
green
We never
all
listen to that,
sorts of
because
stuff,
winter
they'll
comes
never
and
see
leaves fall off
anybody over
trees.
there.
All right, so I think let's do this. I think you should adjourn. I think we should, I think it's a good idea, and I will join Jeff, and walk the property to understand what this, any sightline issues and what they are for the balcony. And you'll meet with Alex in the building department, see if there's a way we can do this house with a detached garage, because I think that's how everybody wants, that makes everybody the happiest, including the owner, which is most
Are
important.
there any other comments that you guys have?
Nope, I think the balcony and the location of the garage are the two.
And I'll walk the property as well.
Yeah, and well, you'll go separate.
Oh, that's right.
We can't be three together. Or I'll go with you and you'll go
Yeah,
separate. We'll figure that out. All right, so I hear you asking for an adjournment, and let me know when you're going in the building department, and if I can help in any way, I will.
Yeah, we'll go in there either Wednesday or Friday.
Great.
But
Okay.
I just want to ask, does Ms. Danzillo want to say anything to the board?
Yeah, just one more thing.
And I asked for public comments too, so.
If you walk the property and you want to go inside the house, it does currently have an upstairs deck, and I can make arrangements for you to see that. The house, of course, will be moved in a different location, but you can still get a sense of that, if that's helpful.
Okay.
I'm happy to arrange that.
Thank you.
I'm trying to think in my mind what you, about you, there's a house that the back faces you. Okay. All right. Are there any public comments? All right. Then I am going to move that we accept the applicant's request for an adjournment for 101 Old Town Road. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
To
Any
June
opposed?
26th.
To June 26th.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
Did you get your
We'll
sample?
see if we can help you with that garage.
Yeah, they have
And,
Okay.
and your roof sample's great. Thank you for bringing it. And thank you for finding it. I know it wasn't easy. Yes. Yes, we appreciate it.
The upstairs deck is really small.
Okay.
All right, so next up we have 57 Halsey Street for renovation expansion of an existing dwelling and construction of a pool. Dijon Expeditions LLC, 57 Halsey Street. Are they online? Yeah. Great.
Good evening. I'm Jim McChesney. I'm the architect for this project. And if I could share my screen.
Please.
Are you able to see the rendering?
Yes.
We can.
Okay. I think at the last meeting, we came to, on the front elevation, you wanted to see a different spacing of the columns.
That's correct.
Which I did. I changed the spacing, and you can see that on the front elevation and on drawing 201. And then also, you wanted to see a drawing for the garage, which appears on drawing 602. And it's, the idea for the garage is just, it's gonna match the little pool pavilion. It's gonna be a vertical clear cedar and a standing seam roof, and just garage doors facing the garden. Or, excuse me, French doors facing the garden.
May 17th?
We all have May 17th. Okay, we're all looking at plans that are received May 17th. Is that correct?
I believe so. They were for the last meeting
Oh,
that was
right,
canceled.
Right, okay. I
And-
just,
and
we're just
it
making sure we're looking at the right
shows-
plans for you. Okay.
Yep. It shows the rendering shows the the newly spaced front columns.
Yep.
How are you getting into the new garage? There's a driveway that runs the entire length of the property to get to that garage?
No, it stops at kind of at the back of the patio, and they're not going to use the garage so often, so it's mainly just to keep a car in the winter, and so they'll just drive over the grass to get to the backyard or to the garage. It's mostly for storage.
Okay. their choice. Okay. Board members.
I like what you've done with the front porch. I think it looks much more traditional, how it might have been originally constructed. I'm fine with the plan.
Okay. Jane, Jeff?
Yeah, I think it's a beautiful looking house.
Thank you.
Yeah, same here. And I think it just may be just the drawing on the east elevation and the sconces opposite on either side of the door. In the rendering, they look small. On the black and white drawing, they look large.
To be honest, they're not selected yet.
No, I figured as much. Okay.
Yeah.
And are you actually picking up the house and straightening it on the lot itself?
Yes. We're gonna pick it up, put a new foundation in, and it's slightly at an angle to the street, so we're gonna slightly make it so that it's parallel with the street.
Got it.
It's off by like 3 degrees, I think.
Okay. Joe, any comments from the public? Okay, then I'm going to move that we accept the applicant's request at 57 Halsey Street. Do I have a second?
I just have one more question.
No, then I'm not going to.
Lieutenant Colombo.
When you're moving the house, it's obviously moving in a different footprint. Can you tell me how many feet it's moving forward to the street?
It's not, let me just see, it shows on the survey. Right now, I believe it's still within the front yard setback, which is 40 feet.
Okay, that's fine. That's all I needed to know. Because all the houses on that street are like 40 feet back.
It actually becomes more conforming.
Yeah.
It's like
No, I didn't-
40 and 41.
40, okay.
Yeah.
All good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, then I'm going to move we accept the application for 57 Halsey Street. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up, 599 Ox Pasture Road.
Good evening, members of the board. John Bennett and Bailey Larkin from Bennett and Reed, Roger Ferris and Petra Navratilova, and Jake Watkins from Roger Ferris's office, and Steve Naroda is here this evening as well. As requested by the board at the May 8 public hearing, the site visit was held on Thursday, May 18th. In addition, on May 18th, 2023, we submitted additional information, including a revised landscape plan prepared by Areas Design, and as well as night renderings of the proposed residence prepared by Roger's office. We are in receipt of a correspondence from Samuel Schwab dated June 2nd, 2023. Mr. Schwab's counsel, Linda Riley, appeared at the last public hearing. I don't know, sometimes, it's sketchy sometimes, the stuff that's in the Dropbox and stuff that gets submitted. I've had a couple of examples recently of letters of support that didn't make it into the file, so I have copies of the letter for everybody, but I do want to read Mr. Schwab's letter into the record. I'll do it quickly, and then I'll have Roger and his team.
I prefer you just let us read it. You don't need to read it.
I just wanted to, let me read the last sentence. At this point, we have no objection to the siting of the proposed house or its design, and we agree that its design, including the proposed landscaping, is harmonious with the neighborhood.
Okay. I just don't understand how a June 2nd letter didn't get here on the 12th, but okay. All right.
There are worse examples.
Okay. All right, let's go.
Good evening, I'm Roger Ferris. I'm here with Jake Watkins and Petra Navratilova, architects in my office who've all been working on this project since the last time we met. One of the requests was, what does this house look like as it's facing west onto Hetty Creek and across to the reservation? So we prepared these drawings that show our house in the middle, the two houses to the north and to the south of us as well, with these viewpoints to the closest properties that are across the Hetty Creek. And we believe that the light emittance from this house across the creek is de minimis. And that, in fact, because we're just 20.
I will say, to be fair, you took the trees away from the other two houses, you put trees in front of yours, but okay, go ahead.
So we're 26 feet high, maximum to the top of the roof, and both of the properties on either side have much taller houses, because we're flat roof house, we have to be lower.
Good.
So, you have those images as well.
Yes, and thank you for doing, I do appreciate it, thank you very much.
The other additional drawing that we prepared are sections through the house. So these are sections through the house. Then the reason we prepared them is to show that the glass is set back 8 feet on the front, both top and bottom, and 10 feet on the back. So when we talk about the aperture and you're concerned about light and having white light come out of contemporary houses, we didn't do this to shield that, but the reality is this architectural gesture does that. It creates an aperture and narrows down the light. So we think it's a very successful architectural move.
And also you have no
scale-wise, but also.
And you also have no external fixture. You only have
No,
soffit
we don't-
lighting.
we
All the
don't
lighting
have
is
any-
down. You have
any-
no forward-facing lighting, if I'm right. Yeah.
Yeah, no external, but, so we are not in the historic district. While we're on one of the most important streets in the village, we think we're an outlier. Our property is at the end. We're landscaping on the entire edge. I know several of you have been to the site. It's really not seen from anywhere. And I know we would be very happy if it was seen from everywhere, but the reality is the owner is very happy landscaping all along the street, right? So there's a cul-de-sac at the end, so he doesn't want to see that. We've kept, as some of you may have noted, when you walk the site, the historical landscape is really what's primary. It was primary to the owner from the beginning. So we're really keeping the alley of trees, the apple trees, and all of the foliage that's been established over decades there by a notable landscape architect we talked about initially.
Okay.
That's what you asked us to.
That is what we asked you to
We
do.
brought our material palette back.
Thank
We'd
you.
like to revisit it.
No, let me just, let's go to the board and see what questions board members have.
Board members.
It's gorgeous property. I think the modern house fits in down there, and I think you've just done a terrific job on it.
Yeah, I'll concur with Jane. The fact that you've kept the historical landscaping is a plus. The location of the property, the location of the house on the property, I think will, one, it sits well, and two, issues that we sometimes have with contemporary houses being a lot of glass. One is mitigated by the location of the house, to the height of the house relative to the other houses around it, that it's all a bit, particularly to the design that Roger and his team have put together with the recessed, with the fact that the windows are in essence recessed, which does two things. One, it helps mitigate the concerns about light pollution, but it also gives a lot of character to a contemporary house, which is very pleasing to see.
John?
No, I agree. It's a very quiet design. That's the only way I
Yeah.
can describe it. It's
Yeah.
very sleek and subtle. I could see it folding into the
Yeah.
landscape where you're putting it. The only, and I wouldn't be me if I didn't ask this question. The vast expanse of the balcony on the second floor, I mean, it is on water, which means any noise from that location would carry more than a typical house. And it's fairly close to the neighboring house on the
North.
north or south?
He's supportive, he's seen the design. That's the way it's.
Right. Yeah, that's one wonderful. My
Yeah.
support, not his.
I would say, having walked the property today, the distance from the shoreline is, from the balcony, is probably a couple hundred feet. I'm sorry? 350, thank you. Details. Okay, thank you. And then the trees to the north are beautiful, not row, but several layers of evergreen trees. That no, it's good.
I asked the question.
I think it's a reasonable question,
At
and
least I'm consistent on that.
I think the landscaping that exists, both on their property and the neighbor's property, is one such, it's a small concern.
Winter comes, leaves drop.
Yes,
In
but
this-
many of them are evergreen.
I know,
There are
but
very few that
in
are
this
deciduous.
Because I actually appreciate John's comment. In this particular case, I think the amount of distance that we have
Yes.
between the house sort of offsets any
Yes,
concern that I would
that's
have.
true too. Thank you.
I think the materials are beautiful. I think it fits well on the land. Thank you. You spent a lot of time taking us through to give us a better understanding. And while there are houses that are in the village that can see this house, it's a considerable distance, and I think the opportunity for it to be a live problem doesn't exist here because the distance is well over a mile. So I think we should take public comment.
Yep.
Public comment. Anyone? All right. Therefore, being no public comment, I'm going to move we accept the application for 599 Ox Pasture Road. Do I have a second?
To approve.
To approve.
Yep.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for your time and your detail. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Okay, so that brings us to our last returning matter tonight, which is 260 Hampton Road for exterior alterations to the front facade.
We'll let you know if it's not okay.
Okay. Hello.
I am the owner of the building,
Congratulations.
and my agent was here a couple weeks ago,
Yeah.
and we make it all the changes that I was supposed to do, and
Okay.
Also she sent a letter too,
Okay.
and
Do you have drawings?
drawings, yes.
That's existing. If you can just show us the drawings if you're proposed. Yeah.
Okay, what we propose,
Yeah.
the renderings.
Yep. And just aim them all facing us because that's how the
Oh,
camera
okay.
can see them.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so you remove the skylights.
Yes.
Okay.
It was a flat roof also, then you guys did not hit, but obviously you have a reason. One of the reasons that we want to do is because of this, and it's almost like a little bit less than 8 feet, and the truck hit all the time and been repaired many times, all right? And that one of the posts fall off, but either way, it's nothing collapse, just fall off. But it's one of the reasons that we try to raise it up. That is my
Because
original.
trucks are backing into it?
No, it's like a scaffold, ladders, whatever it is on the backstrokes or
Oh, okay.
bands.
Oh,
Hit
okay.
you can see, you have that.
Yeah, yeah. I'm
The-
sure I do.
the
I'm
overhang
sure.
extends far.
Yeah, the overhang is too far.
Been hit by
Okay. Got it.
ladders, scaffolds, stuff like that.
Okay.
And then that is one of the reasons that we want to raise it up. And obviously, we make a mistake to make it on the flat original, right? Now we make it the slope as you guys want, right?
Okay.
And then that is number one, then we rectified already. And the skylight, we eliminate the skylight.
Thank you.
Decorative post, then we used to have it, now it's kind of plain. It's like typical, just plain
Yep.
backs, right? The fourth is no fixture, no light fixture, because we have like a recessed light under the ceiling, and we're
Okay.
gonna keep, I mean, obviously, we're gonna raise it up and make a little bit new one, right?
Right.
It's totally rusted. We're gonna remove the fake barn doors, and And also, the color is, as you can see, one of the photos, to see match. We're gonna keep the same color that it has on the front, which is called Shadow Gray. We're gonna keep the same color that always been in there.
What color are the current windows?
White.
The current windows are white. We're gonna make it black.
Yeah.
I mean, not on the glass.
You were
just,
almost
the
there.
trim.
No. No.
You're going great,
Okay,
Felix.
go good. Okay.
Oh, and obviously, I don't know what else to say.
Okay. Board members.
I think it looks fine, except for the black windows. I like to see everything changed out to the original white windows, both second story and first story.
The trim material that you
The
propose is
trim
black.
around the windows.
The actual
No, the windows themselves.
windows themselves you have as black windows. We would like them to be another color like white.
You say, what, the window frames or the window glass?
Well, they have
As it
black
currently
they have black
exists.
windows going into.
Right, so white
Yes,
again instead of the black.
instead of black. Okay.
But the glass is clear. Is it not, or you
The
saying?
glass is clear. No, we're
Yeah,
talking about
okay.
the
It's not the
black frame windows.
Just wanna make sure.
No, the glass is in fact
Opaque
clear.
windows, yeah.
Glass is in fact clear.
No, I know,
try to
I-
match
I'm
some-
very
some
literal.
accent for an
Yeah.
entrance, right, on the first floor, and try to match it. If we're gonna have like an accent entrance, which is dark, to match, that's why we choose to make on the top part.
Right. Well, if you change them all to white, they'll all match.
Yes, the
I
idea,
think what you're not getting is support for black windows.
or doors on either, yeah. Well, the doors could be, I guess,
Yeah, the doors can be. I don't mind the doors being colored, but the black windows
Black
makes it too heavy.
Okay.
Well,
It also makes it too contemporary looking,
Right.
whereas this is a barn-like
Yeah.
structure. So if you went back to the white windows, it's going to be much more complementary.
Okay. I have come back.
Hang on. So, other than the white windows,
that's my only issue.
White windows.
okay, do I have any public comment? Counselor,
Yes, you can.
can the owner mark his plans?
He can submit revised plans, and we can approve it subject to his submission of revised plans showing white windows,
Great, there you go. So,
if that's okay with you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, I was.
this
Otherwise,
format-
we can
yes.
adjourn.
I know.
Something.
I know. Okay, so I'm going to move that we accept the application for 260 Hampton Road, to approve the application for 260 Hampton Road pending receipt of updated plans that show windows changed to white.
No.
Yes,
All windows.
All windows white. Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So if you just get them to update the drawings, change the window color, and bring them in, then you'll be good to go. Again, once I see that, then I can sign the file.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Felix.
Okay. So that takes us to new matters. Our first was 370 Great Plains Road for demolishing of existing and dwelling construction of a two-story family dwelling with an attached garage. Our affidavit in order.
Yes, they were in order for 522.
Okay.
We're all ready. I had to catch him before he got on the train.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. As
I
long as he
mean-
wasn't on the train, he would have stewed the whole way out.
My very professional answer to that would be like, happens.
Yeah,
You
huh?
Give a good second. So, and we're down to board members, so.
No
we're a little at
worries.
risk.
No
All right.
worries. All right, good evening. Melissa Dedovich I'm from Peconic Environmental Associates. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Lee Cruda, the owner of the property. I'm joined tonight with Edward Siegel, who is our architect of record, and Melissa Rivas, who's coming up from Ed Hollander's office. And I just want to give you a little, we're going to do everything on the screen.
And quickly.
I am. This is going to be
Yep.
really quick. Okay, so it's an existing 1.6 acre property that has a man-made pond on it. As you can see, the house was built in 1978. It is non-FEMA compliant when they changed the maps in 2009. It also doesn't meet New York State Building Code because things have changed since 1978. And it's with the existing house about 35 feet from the man-made pond. If you go to the pictures, here's some pictures of the house. This is, right now has a double entrance. We're getting rid of one of the double entrances. It's pretty simple. Again, not FEMA compliant. There's the pond. And here's the back of the house. We can stop there. That's the back of the house. The existing swimming pool on the property and patio are to remain. We went before the ZBA to get our wetland special permit and for the new house. And one of the things that came.
If I remember correctly, you went and went and went in front of the ZBA.
We went and went and went because
You went and went.
we
We
went with
don't
the
need
same.
to
We
relitigate
don't need
it.
to relay it, but we literally came with almost pretty much the exact same house they walked out of it. So it's
And
different things.
just so our files are complete, we have a copy of the ZBA determination in our file.
You should.
Okay, did
You
you
should.
supply it? Okay.
Okay. And so the new house is going to be FEMA compliant. One of the things that the board did ask us to do, actually, recommended, and we went forward and it added another variance, was to move the house closer to the street. So instead of 80 feet back, it's 61.5 feet back. It's now FEMA compliant in the X zone. We have a 50-foot wetlands buffer. We removed the second curb cut. And here is the architect to walk you through the rendering.
Good evening, everyone. Nice to be here. The allowable gross floor area is 8578 square feet.
One second, you have name?
Do you-
Yes, if you could introduce yourself, please.
My name is Edward Siegel, principal of Edward Siegel Architect.
Thank you.
The allowable gross floor area is 8,578 square feet. The existing house's gross square feet is 4148. The proposed house that we're proposing today is at 4,614 feet. It's a little less than 500 square feet additional. The roof heights on the allowable roof height is 35 feet. The existing house's roof height is at 33 feet. Our proposed house's primary roof ridge height is at 27'8". A very small portion of the roof pops up to 29'8", just over the garage. The house is generally a single loaded house. I call it a zigzag shape. The zigzag actually cuts down on the scale of the house. And the single-loaded floor plan allows for views from all of the rooms as well as floor-through ventilation. It also keeps the house very narrow and keeps the roof height down because it's basically a two-story mass with a one-story porch on the rear. If we go directly to the rendering, the house has been designed in a traditional shingle style. Which includes typical shingle-style elements such as natural weathered roof and wall cedar shingles, divided light double-hung windows, lattice windows with diamond-shaped lights, painted wood window shutters, painted wood horizontal beam, sill, and eave trim, flared shingles at the second floor, decorative brackets supporting bay windows, and gabled roof conditions, and simple Tuscan single round and square columns at the porches. All of these elements contribute to the breaking down of the house's mass to a domestic scale. The materials for the roof and the walls are weathered cedar shingles. The chimney caps, gutters, and downspouts are lead-coated copper. The weather vane, which is on the top of the stair cylinder roof, is copper. The trim color is steam, Benjamin Moore steam. The window color is Benjamin Moore Chantilly lace. The door and shutter color is Benjamin Moore Genmans gray. And the rear deck stain color is Cabot Driftwood gray. All of the lanterns, which are actually shown here, are a blackened copper finish, as is recommended by Vivolo, who is the manufacturer. The garage sconce, which is the third from the right, actually has solid panels on the top to respond to the dark sky zoning requirement. The porch ceiling pendants are in the porches. The outdoor kitchen warehouse district gooseneck bracket lantern is on the outdoor kitchen in the back, and all the porch sconces are the first lantern. The entire house sits on a red brick base. which is a very small one since the house only is about 1 foot 6 inches above general grade. And bluestone paving is in the front porch only to coordinate with the landscape paving that's in the front as well. Any questions for me?
Probably. Board members.
Let me ask Melissa Rivas to present the landscape.
Hello, my name is Melissa Rivas. I'm from Hollander Design, and I am the landscape architect for the applicant. I will give you the briefest of garden tours in the interest of time. All of the circles that
Full
you're
stop,
seeing.
I think a lot of us watched a lot of your garden planning for some of those ZBA meetings. But go
Yes,
ahead.
exactly. So this will be very brief. All of the circles you're seeing on the plan are the existing trees. They'll all remain through the project. We have quite a lot of native plantings here through the 50-foot wetland buffer, and then another 50-foot of native planting along the eastern property line. A lot of the existing material along the front and western sides are all remaining. There are very few formal gardens here, so it's really just at the front of the house where we have a green entry court, some ornamental trees, and then some ornamental shrubs at the front entry.
And that's the whole drainage swale over there. There was a lot of conversation about, right? Right.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Thank you. Board members.
I have no issue with the design of the house. Even the balconies, I mean, they're recessed into the roof line. There's a huge distance between that and any neighbors, so I think that's absolutely fine. I like the color schemes. I think it's consistent with other properties in the area, and the screened-in porch, the bronze screens, that's going to be spectacular. I think that'll be beautiful. So I have no problems. Bottom line.
A huge improvement over the existing house that's there, and looks like you've ticked off all the boxes.
Okay. A couple perhaps small points, but the chimneys are encased in shingle
Yes,
as opposed to brick?
correct.
Why?
Because they're more consistent with the materiality of the house. We've done cedar shingle chimneys many times before, and
Really?
in shingle style
I
environment.
have to be honest, and maybe they've been done, but I don't recall seeing many, if any.
Not in houses of this size,
Mm.
cost and quality, no.
Yeah.
Yes, we've done one on Meadow Lane.
Contemporary house or?
No, it's,
Which house is that? What number?
Well.
No, only because I
Yeah,
may
yeah.
drive by it. Like I
Yeah.
said, I've sat
there,
on the
I
board
can-
for.
I c- we can give you
What's
the
that?
the
I'm gonna have the
addresses.
same comments.
Okay.
And it's
yeah.
also more consistent with the roof. We happen to like them better.
Yeah. Okay. When I've seen shingled chimneys, usually they're on houses to hide a steel flue
Yes.
or aluminum flue. So that's why I'm a little put off. I'm not necessarily disagreeing, but I'd like to see it perhaps elsewhere. But it is a concern. Then the other thing was the window in the hip gable, the right facing
Over the garage doors?
over the garage door
On the north elevation?
on the, thank you.
I'm helping.
Sounds like, you got it, yes. So that was the other thing. So, but
What is
anyway,
what is the concern?
I don't, it just looks it looks a little bit gratuitous.
Okay.
I just have a couple questions. I too am not a favor of the chimneys being not stone or brick. They should really be brick, the materials I would normally see. I will drive by and look into their house, but first of all, I always find masonry chimneys safer. But second of all, I just think consistent to what is basically a shingle, a more modern take on a shingle style house, I think, and you've already used the brick material in the foundation of the house, I think carrying that or a brick material into the chimneys, I would find more harmonious with sort of architecture in Southampton Village. My other question has to do with how wide are the garage doors?
Approximately 8 feet. I don't have
Okay.
the exact dimension in front of me.
Just because the one comment I would have is the single light fixture between the two doors versus make the doors slightly wider with a fixture on either side. Partially because 8-foot garage doors are actually really hard to get in and out of. So 9s would do better if you had room there. By moving your surface mounted fixture to either side, you might get a little more width in those doors. But I just think that one light in the center of the doors versus a light on either side of them feels a little odd to me. And those would be my comments. Do we have comments from the public? All right. You, sir, any thoughts? How do you feel?
I'm just...
You've heard our comments about...
Yes, I've done numerous shingle-style houses in and around East and Southampton over the last 25 years, and we've done numerous shingled chimneys. They are both safe, they've never caught on fire, and they're very consistent with shingle-style design.
Well, I think what you're hearing from someone who's approved a lot of houses in Southampton, that at least 2 of the 4 of us have concern about those materials, the material as they appear in this house to houses that they normally appear in Southampton. So I think what we're going to want to do, we'll go by and look at them, but I would think you might consider thinking about that because it's a sticking point. And you're going to need votes up here in order to get a house built. And I think that's a sticking point. And I think you hear us, I would urge you to make the garage doors wider. I'm a car person. The window that goes, the windows on the 3rd-story window in the hip roof over the garage doors, that looks into an attic, or does that look into a room?
That, the space at the end of the 2nd floor corridor is
Okay.
actually double height, so
Okay.
that lets light in
Okay.
on the double height
All
space.
right. That one, I don't have the same concern, but you've heard the
Right.
concern. Okay, so I think that's where we are. I think overall, I think it's a beautiful house. I think it sits well. I think it's taken a long time to get here. And I think you're very close, and those are the areas in which we have issues.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
So I'm going to, I hear you asking me for an adjournment to June 26th. So I'm going to move we accept the applicant's request for adjournment for 370 Great Plains Road to June 26th. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Okay, so next up we have, catch up with my notes so I don't hate myself tomorrow. Okay. I'm up to 30 Pulaski Street. Were they in order from the last meeting? Were affidavits in order for the last meeting?
Yes,
Great, thank you.
sorry.
Okay. Hello. Okay.
I'm confused. What would work, like the paper or on the?
Oh, paper.
Paper, okay.
You can do whatever easiest for you, but if you just roll it out
Yeah, I had those, I wasn't sure.
and just face us, so.
Well, Mr. Bennett, just a reminder that this application also involves a demolition evaluation.
I'm sorry, what?
There's a
Just reminder
demo.
that this application involves a demo evaluation.
Okay.
Okay.
I believe all these are in a packet. So 30 Pulaski,
And these are the plans dated June 7th, correct?
Although, there may be actually,
there
these
are,
plans may,
That's May 5th.
May 5th, but we didn't have a meeting.
May 4th was the,
Right.
Okay.
date, no,
The last plans I-
410 ARB, May 4th is one,
Yeah.
the first one.
Okay, all right.
So, 30 Pulaski, the house was built in 1977. I have an aerial photograph of when it
1976 Bland. And it's a one-story ranch, and that's what it looks like. And then I have a photograph of the neighbor's house and then the current house. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna take down the existing house. You see the dotted line around here is the existing house footprint. We actually reduced the footprint by about 14 feet. That would be also including the swimming pool, which is about 9 foot by 20 feet. 9 foot, 9 foot 9 by 20 feet. And the gross floor area we are allowed 2,285. We're building 2169, so we are about 100 feet smaller, a little bit less than, a little bit more than 100 feet. So let's go to the front elevation. This is the front
Can you
elevation.
clear up one thing for me? The date that we have on the survey, we have a survey that you put in on June 7th, which is different than the survey that was put on, and it looks like you made the driveway turn out wider?
Yes,
Yes,
the team called me and asked me to make
Okay.
this change.
Okay, so
So
that,
it
and
was-
that's the only change?
This is the only one that's changed since the
Okay,
first
all right.
submission.
We're just,
He asked
we're
me
just
to
trying, we're
make
syncing
the
up
turn.
dates. Okay.
Yeah, I need to make the turn. So this is the front elevation. It's all white windows and natural cedar siding. And the roof is Fox Hollow gray. And the trim is white, and the siding is cobblestone hardy. And then the garage door, front door is all white.
Is it shape or is it painted?
The siding is hardy, cobblestone.
Different colors?
It's like a light.
You're doing it,
light
you're
tan
doing it
color.
hard, do you have a color sample? It's hardy board, but do you have the color sample?
Yeah, it's like this color. This color. So fox gray with like tan colored siding, and everything else is white.
Okay.
And we are 3 feet lower than the required height, which is 27 feet to this peak. So the main ridge is even lower. And I'm trying very hard to make it look like 1.5 stories, so I lower the gable, so to minimize the volume.
Okay. Is that everything? And the color of the house is, one more time, it's
Like
gray?
a tan color. It's
a tan?
It's called cobblestone.
Okay. All right. Board members? Jeff?
It's a simple house on a small lot, so I think it works. Maybe if anything, the dental, those things.
The corbels at the top?
Yeah, although it,
I guess it's an attempt to look like, are those supposed to look like exposed rafter tails or corbels?
It's a little bit of corbel, but I can take it out. I
well,
can.
I don't know,
It gives it a little
it may
distinction.
actually give it some definition, because again, it's a very simple design, so maybe a little definition there doesn't hurt. And they're not close, so,
Yeah.
so
And they're,
I just want,
and they're
I just
restrained.
bring it up in case anybody had a, a concern. And I appreciate the fact that, you chose not to go up to the max, and I wish, in retrospect, we had applied that against some other houses that we've approved recently, at least one that bothers me.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking
John,
about. Yeah.
Jane?
The front door looks strangely narrow to me. Is that just?
No,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's just 3 foot wide. It's just a simple.
And did you say it's,
door.
is it solid or glass?
It's actually, I didn't really discuss with the homeowner,
Okay.
but I think it's gonna be solid.
Okay.
Well, we would need to to know that.
Yeah, we would.
Also lighting on the front, are there any fixtures on either side of the door or overhead?
No, we're probably just gonna put it underneath the overhang.
Okay.
'Cause I know everybody wants dark sky.
There's no probably.
Yeah.
So is your plan to put it in this oven?
Yes.
Okay.
The only comment I have on the rear elevation is the placement of the columns. Why would you have one column obstructing the view from the doors, or is it just, I'm not looking at it the right way?
Oh, gosh. Why did I do that?
Yes. You've got a weird pairing of columns, and you have it, but then all of a sudden, yeah, and then all of a sudden it disappears into a bracket on the other side of the door. I don't think that's successful.
Yeah, it might be.
I think there are two columns.
Well, there's two columns, and a flying roof with a bracket to the left of the rear door.
Yes.
That's not
just to-
successful.
Just to cover the, to
Right.
cover the door.
It's a
But
bit
I-
awkward.
It's awkward, and I think you need to find another solution for that, because normally your columns should go to the end of the overhang, but they don't, because your overhang is not going over a door. So, which is a garage door, so it's lower than your walk height. So I think you either need to think of a different protection situation for the door that lets the overhang end sooner and the columns go to the end of the overhang, but that resolution is not working yet.
Okay.
Okay? Sorry, John, I interrupted.
No, it's okay. You finished what I might have said, but only better.
Anything else?
Nope.
And I'm just curious about, next to those two columns, there's 4 windows, or?
Those are sliders.
Those are sliders? Okay.
Okay, here's my thought. Let's start with the rear. I think, we've talked about, I think you need to figure out a different resolution for protection for that door, because it looks like a mistake. Then I think the 4 slider doors, if you can come up, even if it was across the top with some sort of mutton pattern across the top almost, where they weren't just, because suddenly your sliding doors look very contemporary compared to the rest of the house, which is a lovely sort of traditional looking house. And my other comment echoes John's. I think the front door needs side lights or it needs presence. So either rethink what your overhang is that adds either a little width, a little column, a little something. But I think with just a solid door and lights there, suddenly there's not enough presence to the front door to sort of celebrate it. So I think if you can think about the resolution of the front door, and then tell me about this garage door. Is it just the rendering? Because the garage door looks odd. How wide is that garage door? Because
These are 8 feet tall.
And the design looks kind of wonky.
it may just be the drawing, but the way the top row of windows are, looks kind of weird. The transom windows above the garage seem unresolved.
Okay.
It may just, because you could actually buy garage doors that have, the top layer has the transom and that rolls up, or you can put a transom above it. Your windows seem either heavy or not wide enough for the width of the garage door. And maybe because the garage door has 4 panels, but it's not syncing up properly.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. We'll pick a garage door.
Okay. What is that, are those windows built into the door? Are they a panel that rolls up, or is that?
We were thinking it's built in into the door.
Is it built in and goes up?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I think maybe either a 3-panel door or just something, and maybe how it's rendered, but we need to see a picture of it, because it just
We'll
looks.
get a better,
yeah.
we'll
Should be
get a
in line
better
with the
door.
panels.
And do I have any comments from the public? Sir?
Just briefly, hi, I'm Michael Zinder. I'm the next door neighbor. I'm at 36 Pulaski Street. The house that's currently there is rather unappealing. It's a simple ranch that's kind of fallen into disrepair a little bit, so we very much appreciate what the architect and our neighbors are doing. We think it would actually improve the neighborhood. Obviously, since it's a simple ranch that's there now, we appreciate also that they're not building to the max, but the lower it could be, the better, because it obviously affects our light, but it sounds like they're in compliance, but I would just note that obviously the lower the better from our perspective. The only thing I would ask is 2 things that may or may not be within the purview of you guys, but first of all, is there any demolition protection or anything for neighbors? Like what happens with demolition of a house with, you know,
That's actually, that's a building department issue.
building department?
That you should talk to the building department about, because sometimes silt fences are required in one thing and another, but that's really in the purview of the
Okay,
building
I just want to
department.
make sure that all
No.
precautions are taken so
No,
that
sure.
nothing can happen. And what about sequencing? So like, do you guys get involved in that, or is that also the building department? So
That's
for
the
example,
building-
because
that's
our
the building
street has
department.
like a million things going on, I'm just like,
We get to say
Join
what
the
they look
club.
like, we don't get to say how they go up.
It's, yeah, it's unfortunate.
so literally, you could approve 5 houses on a block at the same time.
Sequencing for its construction from that perspective, that would still be a building department issue, because the building, that would be
Gotcha.
determined by the building permit, which would be determined by
Okay,
the
I
building.
appreciate that. The only
Yeah.
thing, other thing I would mention is, by the way, when everybody keeps on coming up to this desk, I was on Zoom earlier, the people online can barely hear what's going on up here. There's some way you could get a mic here someday for the future. It would be great, because it's very hard to hear what's going on up there.
There's one there. I think if people are just hovering, almost covering the microphone when they're
Is that a
presenting.
mic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they don't really
That's-
use it.
yeah, we'll be
Okay.
careful of that.
But thank you.
This is why my friend Sage in the back is pushing everyone to present electronically so we can hear them better, because they present from the podium. Just putting that out there.
Well, that is a good reminder that we are considering the demolition.
Yes.
Yeah, and which reminds me of a question I should have asked on some other projects. Is there any change in the setback of this house versus where the current house is?
We actually moved away from this side, away from the east side.
The front yard setback is closer
The
to the street.
front yard setback is basically the same in and out. The existing house is non-conforming, so we actually bring
My
it back
question
to
was,
certain
is there any difference in the setback of the house from the front of the house, from the current house?
A portion of it is a little bit closer, portion of it a little bit further away.
Okay, so how
That's
close
a
you
great answer.
So is your setback from the street, did it go from 38 feet to 40 feet, 40 feet to 36 feet?
No, I'm actually further away from it.
I think if.
But to
if-
what degree? How many inches, feet, yards?
Let me look.
Yeah, so CU, the dotted line on the site plan that you gave us is the existing structure, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the left facing on the east side of the property, it's being pushed back by, it looks like maybe a foot.
A foot 7 inches. I'm
A foot,
looking.
okay.
Thank you.
And then on the
west
bulk of
side,
the house, it's gonna come forward a little bit by
10 inches.
10 inches, okay.
Fine.
So, a relatively small amount.
That answers my question. Thank you, Jeff.
Okay, because you're at 27.7 off setback off the street.
Yes.
Okay.
The setback is, I believe, 25 feet.
Okay. All right, any other public comment? Okay, you've heard our concerns. I hear
Okay.
you take those comments to heart,
Yeah.
and I think I hear you asking me for an adjournment.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna move we accept the applicant's request for adjournment for 30 Pulaski Street to June 26th. Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you, we'll see you on the 26th. Okay, so next up, we have 49 Breeze Lane, demolition of value of existing dwelling and construction of a 2-story single-family dwelling with attached garage. Is the applicant here? Oh. Oh, the affidavit's in order?
Yes, for
because they were
522.
from this is over from
Yep.
522.
Oh, okay.
She was just seeing if I was gonna do my homework.
This is another one where we're considering the demo.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
Good evening, my name is Joe Licciardi. I'm requesting permission to demo the house at 49 Breeze Lane, and then also asking permission to build a new one, 2-story, single-family home.
okay.
I've given a lot of pictures of what we're,
Do you have them with you?
I have the new pictures. I have the pictures of the old house that we want to remove.
Okay. Just put on the table facing us, please. Okay. No, can you actually share that? If you've gotten the file, are you in the Zoom meeting?
I'm not, I just was
Okay.
showing this as.
Okay. I don't know if the public will be able to see that. Alex, are these files in the Dropbox?
Yes.
Oh, let me check.
Because the public's not, because normally what we ask people to do is they sign into Zoom, and when they go, they share their file, and that goes through the system. Okay, thank you. Because we like the public to be able to.
Where'd they get those great signs?
There are many pictures in the Dropbox. It does look like a lot of these were previously submitted.
Okay. Do you have pictures of the plans and elevations? We can pull them from the file. Hang on.
Okay, so sorry about that.
Your file plan, your date, file date is?
April, what is it?
April
9th?
10th.
April 10th.
We'll only get this set.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay. Helps out here.
So the new house, we're proposing to have all natural cedar siding.
Okay.
We're gonna have white exterior trim, boral material.
Okay, I'm not being a pain in the ass. Can you move that to the, move that whole stack to the center? We don't need to see too much of that.
Yeah,
If you can move the stack to the center, and then we don't look at the interior, so take us to the elevations for,
Perfect.
there we go. All right.
So, the siding will be natural cedar. We're gonna have white exterior trim, boral material. Windows will be white. Trim around it will be white as well. We have bifold exterior doors in the back of the house on the west elevation. We're gonna have a mahogany screen porch with bronze screening. We're proposing a galvanized Galvalume standing seam roof on the main upper roof. Diamond-shaped gable finishes on the gables. We're gonna have bluestone patios throughout. The existing house that we want to remove is 1,150 square feet, and the new house that we want to build is 3,027.
Okay. Take me to the exterior, is clapboard? What's your exterior cladding material?
Exterior siding is cedar
It's-
perfection shingle.
Okay. All right. Board members.
Yeah, first of all, is there any change in the setback of the former house to this house?
The existing house, on the front elevation, on the front of the house, it actually came back off the street. I think it says 5 feet.
No, it's asking what.
Our new side setbacks are 20 feet and 21. There was an existing garage that was basically on the property line, on the south side of the property that we're moving.
But the front of this house, it sits at the same place as the previous house? is
No,
that-
it actually comes away from the road towards the back.
Away from the road?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I would like to see something more consistent with properties in the neighborhood, well, actually, the village in general, other than the standing seam roof. I think some of the decoration on the house is a bit overwrought, perhaps. And on the rear of the house,
Yes.
I think the balcony should be removed. These are very narrow lots, and I think it's a privacy issue for all concerned surrounding this house. And I think there's also a potential light pollution issues with the all the windows on the glass on the first floor. Seeing those triple doors reduced to perhaps 2 doors might solve the issue, but I think that's worth.
Is that across the whole bottom of the back, you're saying?
Yeah.
Eliminate less glass?
Less glass, so maybe
Your glass to wall ratio is way too
Yeah.
too high.
And that's really all I have for the moment.
Jane?
And the garage is facing the east?
The garage is facing the east, yes, towards Breeze Lane.
Which is the same as the current house, is the garage is facing the
Right.
street as well.
Yeah, except there's a freestanding garage, yes.
I mean, this is a vast improvement over the existing home, there's no doubt about that. It just,
Jeff?
Oh. Okay, so, to John's point, your decorations, the treatment of the sloped gable, the diamond, top portion, the dentils or corbels, and then so that seems to be a bit much on a very small property. Simplifying that, taking out perhaps some of the curvature. I think it. Anyway, I think it's an overstatement of a particular style. The steel roof is something that does not exist on that street, or if it does, it's only on, on some very shallow eaves, so that would be out of character. And then I'm not convinced that a attached garage, when in fact there's an existing detached garage, is harmonious. And I live a block away, so you think I would know every house by heart, and I drive up and down there, but now and if you have a detached garage, that's usually a benefit, something that people want to keep. So I'm not so sure that it's to your benefit, both architecturally and, not that it's my business, but in terms of business and finances, to remove something if it's already exists. But again, Alice is probably rolling her eyes.
Are you rolling your eyes up?
No.
No.
I was
Okay.
thinking the neighbors won't thank you.
Okay. Well, I do live in the neighborhood, so yeah, I'm not sure. I'm going to have to rewalk that. But in terms of some of the decorations, I think it's a bit much.
Less in it.
Yeah, less is more.
Okay, so I feel like, don't take this the wrong way, I think you got one of every.
Got one of them.
And that, too much when you have one of every. This is a very gentle neighborhood with very gentle, honest houses.
Yeah.
So first of all, when you put in the curves that you put into the roof line of the gable, that's usually a form of history where roof lines have sagged. This house hasn't sagged, it's gonna be a new house, so I think that doesn't work. I think you need to simplify. I think you can lose the corbels. I think you can lose the diamonds. The standing seam roof is too much. I think it needs to be probably cedar or another material, but standing seam is actually incongruous to this house. In your front door, the all-glass front door through the 2 glass side lights, I don't think that's harmonious with the neighborhood or the architecture of the house. I think you need to figure out a solid front door with side lights. I think will work better. And then your columns, there are probably too many of them. You've got one to the right and then 2 sets of doubles, and then you've got two gangs of fluted and then 1 solid, so you need to sort of figure that one out. The garage door, and I guess an effort to center it under the gable on the right-hand side is to center it to the window above, is actually off-center to the house, which means the gable might be off-center, so think about that. I also don't understand why you have a single, is that a 1.5 car garage, or
That is like a 1.5 car garage. Yes.
Okay.
It's actually off-center that you see, there's more room in the garage inside.
Right.
So we either have to,
But in the,
yes.
but the way it works out, it makes the gable look off-center to the house.
It does.
So think about that. And if you're gonna have surface lighting on that, let us know. So that's that floor. I think the little peplum bump outs you have over the second story windows in the gabling are nice because they're simple, but I think when you add the diamonds and the swoop and the corbels slash, I guess those are corbels, it's all too much. And especially if you drive around the neighborhood, what you see are calm little beautiful houses. Even the new houses are calm. There's sort of a very honest architecture in Southampton versus a one of every where we've brought every trick into the book. I think if you'll talk to me for a second, in the rendering on your south elevation for the fireplace, is that brickwork in there or is that just a determination of what's happening inside that fireplace?
On the outside it is brick cladding, on
Yeah.
the inside it's showing you
But
through.
that's what you're showing me the outside, that flue is actually on the inside?
Inside, yes.
Oh, okay. That's fine, because I think your window-to-wall ratio on the south is great. When I go to the west, I sort of have the same issues. You've got these big gangs of fluted columns, but there seems to be nothing behind them. Are there windows? Are there,
On the west,
on this porch area here?
Oh, that's a screened-in?
It's a screened-in porch?
Indian porch, yes.
Okay.
Underneath that covered porch.
Yes, but if you're showing me a screened-in porch, when I look through the screen, you should show me what I'm seeing,
Yeah.
because there's got to be a wall there.
Yes.
So I should see that. And then I think you've got these two gangs, you've got too much glass across, well, I think you've got too much glass because something's going on behind those screens, but I think your two triple windows, again, even if you put a pane row across the top of them and then bring them down a little bit, I think your window-to-wall ratio for glass across the back is kind of strong. And my same comments would apply to the overused detail on the second story as applied to the first. And then, what is the depth of this balcony?
This balcony is 12 feet.
12 feet wide or 12 feet deep?
12 feet deep by 17 foot 11 wide.
Yeah, okay. That's a party deck that's just never gonna be approved. So you can come back to us and ask for a small maybe, or you can figure out how to bring the roof line out, or that to protected something that we might talk to you about, but you'd have to look at it, but we're never gonna allow balcony that big back there, because the neighbors are too close. One of the things we protect is sight lines, light pollution, noise pollution to neighbors, and that's just never gonna happen. So I know that's a lot, but
I have one other
what I
question.
would urge you to is drive around and sort of look at the architectural language and the style and the energy that you see in the neighborhood in which we're going to build, because we need to be harmonious to that. And right now, we've got a little Disney going into the neighborhood, and you just need to bring it all back. Okay.
One other question on the demo plan, will the large tree remain as is?
The large tree that is to the south, is to the north.
To the north.
It's diseased and damaged. I can show you, you can look. It goes like this, and inside it's rotted out, but yes, its intention was to come down for him and for the neighbor. But if, there's an issue with that, I'll let them know.
I hate to see any.
There's actually one other big tree towards the back too.
That you're
Sorry.
saving or you're taking down?
That I would like to save, that the one in the front, it's by the neighbors and it is rotted in the middle, so we were gonna take it down. But I will wait until I hear from you guys.
Right.
if need be.
I'll just make one more comment on the balcony. It's less to do with the dimensions than its presence. So for me, a balcony on that lot, in the proximity of the other lots, I'd like you to design it out. I think that would be appropriate, and we've been pretty consistent on that. So a flat roof with no access
On the top.
on the top.
No access from the second floor.
No access from the second
Flat.
floor. Flat roof, yeah.
But I can put handrails around it to make it look nice?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
As long as there's no,
Yeah.
what they're saying is if you prefer not to see access to it, which means no door.
No door.
Yeah, okay.
Public comment?
Yep, public comments?
By the way, everybody gets an award for staying late.
Yeah, for endurance.
I can- Okay.
Well, first of all, thank you for
So-
listening to me after this very long evening. I'll try to be brief.
Can you introduce yourself?
My name is Florence Silver Rosenblum. I've lived on Breeze Lane for over 80 years.
Can you move the microphone just down a bit
Oh,
so we can?
sure. I've lived on Breeze Lane for over 80 years.
Go on.
Just prior days before the Second World War, my parents bought 39 Breeze Lane. It was a dairyman's cottage directly from the Breeze estate. And that's a 3-bedroom, 2-story house, which was purchased by the person who, 2 architectural critics, who wrote a letter to you, which they hope that you would read today. Now, I'm going to give you the letter. I think that because of
To
time.
be fair,
We have it.
I'm not going to read it into the record.
But we do
We-
have.
I know, but I'm not going to. We have read
We
the
do
letter.
have it,
Yes,
so
but
you
I'm
don't
not
have to
going
hand it
I'm not going
out,
to take
so
the
we
time
all
to read
have
the
it.
record, but we have read it.
Then I'm going to read, because my complaints are on the 4th paragraph.
Okay.
Most worrisome to us is the provision of a second-story deck that would greatly undermine the privacy of the surrounding houses, ours included, mine especially, because the intervening low-rise ranch house at 45 Breeze Lane would give a clear view into our backyard. I didn't say that in 1974, when I came back to Southampton, my mother had given me an adjacent lot and we put up a ranch house. But the provision of a deck that would be used primarily in the summer months when all of us who can spend as much time outdoors as possible would greatly diminish our quality of life. We urge you to have this particular element removed from the proposed scheme. The addition of an accessory pool house also strikes us as excessive, considering the size of the 49 Breeze Lane property, which is considerably smaller than our own .40 acre on which we have a swimming pool but no pool house. Furthermore, our experience is that pool houses become an open invitation for occupancy violations that are much harder to enforce and correct once such structures are in place, and we thus urge you to require the elimination of that component as well. My other concerns are the fence. Also, I think the solution perhaps to the privacy issue and the noise issue which would come from the pool during the summer months. It's a 5-bedroom, possibly 7-bedroom house, so the occupants would make a great deal of noise, which would disturb me. Would be, I hope you would permit arborvitae, of like a huge row of them along that southern border. I think that would eliminate noise and would also add to the privacy. I'm also concerned about the integrity of the fence. I have noticed when in construction, there's some going on right now on Fordham Road where the fence is just torn down. If that happens to my property, I'll be inundated with deer. So I hope that during the whole, however long the construction takes, that they will be considerate and keep that fence okay. The other thing is, I had something else about the fence. Oh, yes. Okay, so I
I'm going
hope.
to give you one more minute.
Pardon?
One
Okay.
more minute.
I'm concerned about that tree. That tree is 150 years old, and if they want to knock it down, I would like to make sure that of its health, okay? Because I think what you're planning on putting is just a cement thing for a car. Please, I urge you to do everything you can to save that tree. Thank you. And by the way, I like the design of the house, which is, I'm sure you didn't expect to hear. That's it. Okay. Thank you for listening to me.
Well, as you heard earlier, we have your back on that balcony.
Pardon?
All right.
The balcony.
Thank you very much for your comments. We do have it. We don't read them all for time. These meetings go long.
Regarding the tree, I just hope you take serious consideration to have an arborist or someone take a hard look at it.
100%. And I just want to let you know, Tim we did make a change. There is no more pool house. The pool house was just a bathroom.
Oh.
And now it's an outdoor shower, so that is gone.
Okay.
So it's something that,
Next time we bring us a plan, it shouldn't be on there. Okay. So you've heard the comments. You're asking me for an adjournment.
Yes, please.
So I'm going to move that we accept the applicant's request for adjournment to June 26th. We'll be ready by then? Okay, for 49 Breeze Lane. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next up, 10 Oak Lane. This is a logo.
God, I was never good at folding maps.
I saw you out there.
Who was out there? I was sleeping.
You had the luxury. Okay.
This is Beluga. I am the architect for the application at 10 Oak Street.
Okay.
We also call it Meeting House News. I don't know if you've all read the sign that is posted on it. So this application is hopefully quite simple in that there are existing large bay windows, not bay windows, but large glass windows that currently exist on the building, and they're rotted, they're single glazed, there's water coming through, they're leaking, and we would like to replace them in like kind, in the exact same openings that are there, trim them out exactly the same. And we'd like the windows to be black. No, I'm kidding.
When you say in kind, who's making the windows?
We'd like to put Anderson windows in.
Okay.
And
And
there's a
they're not clip-in Muntin windows. They are divided light windows.
They are, there's a little detail on the little window schedule that I gave you. It's a applied interior and exterior grille with a spacer bar in between so that we can have energy glazed windows.
On A3.
Yeah, because one of the pictures in of the building next door was like,
Yeah, that one just has like, that's why I
Yeah,
was
that
like,
is- yeah,
we're
it
not
was-
doing that.
No, because it had like a snap-in grid, and I was like, yeah, she at least
No,
wouldn't
that's
be.
actually just the inside. and-
I know, and I was like, Lisa wouldn't be asking for that.
No, I
Okay.
wasn't. I wouldn't do
All
it to
right.
you.
You know better.
All right, so, and I'm going to ask a question. You have actually met, are the windows that are original?
The windows that are there, so I gave you, I
Yeah,
don't know if you saw.
I saw through, but judging
so-
by the age of the building, I wasn't sure if they've ever been replaced, or those were
Right, so
completely
that's,
original.
I don't know if you, did you see the pictures that I
Yeah.
put in there?
Yeah, and I
They used to
walked
be
by it a lot.
garage doors.
Yeah.
And so in 1974, the whole building was renovated and changed over from livery and stuff. So those are from 1974.
Okay. All right, and you've measured the Muntins, that would be exact to match. Okay. And it's only the windows. Light fixtures are
Only the
remaining, no doors are moving.
Nothing else.
Okay. Board members?
I would
Any
love to see
rows
that
of
screen door
arborvitae?
replaced.
No.
On the roof. We're gonna put a balcony and
I wish they replaced the screen doors to something more in keeping with the building.
the screen doors.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. What do you think? Maybe.
Please.
Well, this application's, okay. I agree with John, but the application's for windows, but I agree with John.
It's a great, it's a cool,
Yeah.
old historic structure.
No objections.
Okay, no objections from me. Okay, so
Good night.
I'm going to move, we accept the applicants, the application, approve the application for Street to 10 Oak Street to replace the existing windows in kind.
Oh, wait, did we take
For
public
written
comment?
decision?
Oh, sorry,
Public comment.
public comment? This is not historic.
Okay, I'm sorry, continue.
Okay. I move we accept the application for 10 Oak Street to replace existing windows in kind. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There you go. Thank you.
Good night. Thank you.
Okay.
He didn't say Gracie. All right, next up is 117 Wickapog Road, exterior alterations.
I Found the Key LLC.
What?
The property owner is I Found the Key LLC.
Oh.
It's too late for that to be funny.
Yeah.
I'm still trying.
It should be, I lost the key.
That's less joyous.
We're on the home stretch.
Who did the written decisions?
Which one is this?
Alice, who did the written decisions?
What?
Who did the written decisions?
For what? For,
Well, they all have Sarah Latham on them.
for today?
Yeah.
Really?
So I'll scratch it off.
I mean,
While we wait.
I wrote them.
Okay.
That was me.
Okay. I'll just scratch it off.
Thought you read them.
Okay, is the applicant here?
He's
Oh, I don't think he
Okay.
has his,
Can we hear you?
he's not unmuted.
Oh, yeah, they do. Sorry.
Sir, we cannot hear you.
How about now?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Okay.
Okay, can we, one more time, can we hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good evening. My name is Giuseppe Adragna. I'm the architect for Mr. and Mrs. Signore of 117 Wickfog Road. Our house is currently in construction. It's fully framed with the roof on, and the shingle siding is in progress. Today we're presenting a window change for the front-facing garage windows. We'd like to double up the lower windows and make the top window a triple unit. The previously approved windows have been installed and they are what you see in the field, but we would love your approval before we order any more additional window units.
Well, if you were here earlier, thank you for asking before you ordered.
Yep.
Okay.
That's our intention. Yeah, we definitely want to stay on your good side. Right now, it is framed up the way it was approved, and with your blessing, that's what we're hoping for to move the project along.
So just when I went through these earlier, you're just changing the garage windows, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the gang
Those are
that's over
directly
them.
facing the street.
And the gang that's over them from a 2-gang to a 3-gang.
Yep, on the bottom, and then, yep, the
Okay.
top
Board members?
window would turn into a triple unit, and
Yeah.
each of the bottom units will be double and double.
I think it enhances the window-to-wall ratio and kind of balances things out much better, so I think it's fine.
Yeah, we agree. After seeing the wall built, it looked like it could use a little more fenestration. But since it was the garage in the beginning, it was overlooked. It was more of a economical choice in the beginning since it was the garage, but now that it's actually there and we're standing next to it,
And that's the only thing I hope, well, I don't know. If you see cars through the windows from the street, it looks kind of,
I mean, it's going to be screened from the street. They can have
Okay.
a hedge.
That's fine.
Okay.
So if I may, so in my judgment, the doubling up on the second floor, I'm sorry, on the first floor works. I'm less inclined to approve the triple windows on the top. I think you'll have you'll have double, and that will be symmetrical, rather than making the upper floor a little bit top-heavy. And if you recall, when this application was presented to us, there was some concern about the turret and how it presented to the street, and I think that the gang of 3 is going to, especially since this juts out, will make sort of increase the scale and the presence of the house to the street. So in my judgment, 2 gangs of 2 all around works.
I do hear you, and even on the
Hold on just a second,
drawing-
just
Hang on
let.
just a second.
I would agree with Jeff on that, it would seem more symmetrical doing the 2 and the 2 on the top rather than going to the 3.
Can I run by a photo that we took today? I think the 3 on the top will not make it look so top heavy. I think on the drawing, it does read a little more top heavy, but
Well, let
the
me give
actual
you,
photo.
here's my comment. Here's my question for you, and then it'll be my comment. These windows aren't required for egress, right?
No.
Okay, so I'm in the middle on this. I actually like the rhythm of the 1, 2, 3, but I think they're too wide. I think what I'm seeing, if there were 3 double hungs, but they were narrow in width, then I'd be fine with 3, or 2 I'd be fine with, but I think not having the second and first floor, I like the 2, I think it totally improves the garage, the ground level, because I think, to John's point, that it very much improves the window-to-wall ratio. But I think if you took the triple gang that you want in the second and brought them in, each individual pane would be smaller, but you'd cover and a little less space, but I think the rhythm of 3 over the 2 would be fine, but I think right now it feels a little heavy in its width.
Right, making the windows more narrow on the top, I guess first, right now we're looking to order an additional unit and mull it together, so just order one window instead of a new triple window. And even making them more narrow kind of.
Oh, then you've, in other words, you already own 2 of these windows, you just want to buy one more?
Oh, they're already in. The
That was
windows that are
already
already in, we're
Right.
going to order an additional one that are the exact same
Well,
size.
then I think you're probably going to enjoy 2 windows on the second floor if that's, because you don't have the votes here for 3.
But if I do show you the photo that I took, I mean, you guys all did visit the site, but looking at the photo, tripling up that top window really
All right, well,
doesn't make me feel like it's that
All right,
top
well,
heavy.
show us the photo.
Yeah, of course. On screen share. So I'm looking at this area. If it is a triple unit, obviously it would all be centered. I think
Okay,
window to wall ratio is still.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Here you go. So if this, can you see the screen?
Yep.
Mhm.
All right. So if this is a triple unit, I think the window to wall ratio is still not overwhelming. I don't think it's too much glazing.
That looks shorter.
I-
than
well,
Yeah, they look too high.
one,
In
they
the
look a
elevation in the
little
2D
bit,
drawing.
they look a little bit high, but you showing me the photo makes me even more convinced that two works better than 3.
Really? No.
No, well,
Okay.
really?
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
How deep are those windows?
How
What-
deep?
No, how tall?
How tall are they? You're
Yep.
asking? They're 4'5" tall. 4'5" tall.
Well, on your plan, you've asked for 411.
Oh, let me look at the elevation. Excuse me.
Because on the
No,
plan, on the
that's-
plan,
that's
not
correct.
only
Sorry,
are they,
4 foot.
on the
Oh,
plan, so you don't have those windows. You haven't ordered those windows, because on your plan, the original
Right, I
plan is
see that.
approved, they were 4.5, and the 3 that I'm looking, on the plan that I'm looking, they're 4.11.
Gotcha. Yep, I do see the existing windows are 4'5", but no, the plan is to order an additional unit, so they would remain 4'5".
I think what you're hearing is you don't have support for that.
Okay, but do we have the support to double up the first floor windows?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll take what you're giving.
Okay. So what I need you to do is, I can approve this pending receipt of updated drawings, but I won't sign off and you won't be able to move forward until new drawings are in. So if you want to bring us drawings that show what you're showing on the bottom, but the second as 4'5" double existing windows as approved. If you want to deliver those to the building hall, I think we can approve this pending receipt of corrected drawings.
Okay, without having to represent, I could definitely drop it off this week.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just trying to move us along here. So, this is a small deal, so I'm gonna move to public comment. Do we have any public comment?
That was a great transition.
Okay, so I'm gonna move that we accept the application for 116 Weckapog Road pending the receipt of updated drawings for double windows on the first floor in the garage, and the 2 4'5" windows on the second floor remaining as is. Do I have a second?
That's a lot. Yes, second.
All in favor?
All in favor? Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay,
All
thank
right.
you.
Someone
Thank
can
you guys.
identify
Have a great
us.
evening.
You too.
Great, next up is 100 Narrow Lane.
Good evening. Mayor, principal with Senior B&M Architecture. I'm always the closer here.
Oh, no, oh, no.
No, that's Ramon.
Our friend is always the closer.
No,
Yeah,
Yeah.
really. He's always the last man standing.
Okay?
We have the affidavits in
Not
their order.
there. Are they from May 13th?
No,
These are new affidavits, Andrew.
new affidavits.
Excellent.
And this application does involve demo evaluation, and you have a form in
Yes.
forward.
Yes.
Yeah, Alex wants us to vote on those.
Tonight?
Well, whenever we're ready,
Right.
we should vote on those, but, sooner rather than later.
Okay.
You do have the rendering, right?
Yes.
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 You do have
Be careful of the
I'm gonna
microphone.
put out one for the,
Very exciting pool.
Your paperwork's over the microphone.
I will tell you, sir, the microphone.
oh, I'm sorry.
Or-
All right, so,
I can tell you when that ranch house was built.
house to be?
Sure, I'll take it.
really?
Okay, good evening again, Mayron. What you see before you, these are the existing pictures which we took off the internet.
Yep.
Because I was notified very late. And this is the existing survey. Is this part of the approval tonight, part of the demolition approval?
Well, the demolition approval is part of the plan. That, according to the demolition as you filed, what year is that house built?
What year?
What was it built, constructed?
I'm not certain about that. I wanna say, by looking at the house, it's probably mid-seventies.
No, I used to own the house 2 doors down, and these were
Right.
4 ranch houses owned by one family that farmed the farm behind it.
Mhm.
So it's not pre-53, I'll tell you. Most of them were, I'm just asking, most of them were built between 58 and 63.
Okay.
So
All
we're
right.
not within the 53-year
Okay,
rule.
I wasn't sure
Yeah.
about that.
It was the
You
Downs,
were the
Mark, I
the
think it's
Downs
about
family.
1967, according to our
Yeah,
records.
that'd be about right, because they were all built by the Downs family.
Okay. So would that be?
Okay?
Sure here.
Yeah, let's move on to the,
Okay, so what we're proposing is a 2-story house within the current setbacks. And this is the proposed rendering. We follow today's setbacks, which gives us a very shallow footprint of about 28 feet. The house is probably a very simple house in our opinion, one of the simplest houses that we've designed, I've been involved with. 2 stories, 3,700 square feet in footage. The siding, the wall siding would be Perfections, 5.5-inch exposure, left natural. Windows are gonna be white, with white casing. Not sure about the material, AZAC or pine, but they're gonna be white. Roof is gonna be a wood roof, cedar roof as well. Double hung windows, 6/1s, almost everywhere except areas where we're limited to using these type of windows. Excuse me, there's a staircase behind it, but for the most part, all double hungs, 6/1s. Location-wise, I'm sure you said you live two houses away.
I used to own 72.
Very noisy location, and it could be waking up by the fire department every once in a while.
Yeah.
Anyway,
You rarely get woken up there by the fire department. It's usually the high school football field across the street.
or
But go ahead.
that, across the
Yeah.
street, and the parking,
Yeah.
and the parades, anyway. But the landscaping is not part of the discussion tonight, right? Because I'm thinking about probably some kind of advanced landscaping in the front to buffer the noise a little bit. We're not proposing that right now, and I
No.
don't wanna
Okay.
divert your
Okay.
view to that.
Okay.
So there's no basement in this house? It's just?
There is a basement, yes.
Oh.
yes.
Yeah, 'cause there's a wide walk out there on the left-hand side of the rendering.
There's a basement, there is an outside entrance
Oh,
on the
sorry.
Okay. All right,
right
board
side of the
members?
house is
Yes.
John?
You mentioned that it's very simple. I think it's almost too simple in many ways. It just looks like a box with a roof, to me. It's very, it doesn't have the same character of most of the homes, that are neighboring. Also, I think the windows there are way too many windows. The windows over the front door are way too large for what I think is an appropriate window-to-wall ratio.
Right.
And the back of the house, I feel that the same way. The first level has a lot of glass, and I see that as being a potential light pollution and privacy issue for the home behind. Do you know how close is this house from the property line in the back?
How far is it from the property line?
To the house in the back of the property?
60 feet roughly.
Yes, these are fairly narrow lots.
Yeah. I just think it's, it presents a problem, a potential problem from a privacy and light pollution issue.
And like I said, there's gonna be landscaping.
Let us take comments from everybody, and then we'll go from there. Okay, Jane?
I would concur with John that it's too simple, too boxy, and way too many windows. Just doesn't seem to go with the.
There's nothing to break up the massing of the house.
Yeah,
It's,
and the neighborhood just does not call for that type of structure, so I would,
We understand that too simple. Is that good for everybody's comments?
Yeah,
Go ahead, Jeff.
thank you, Myron. I'm pretty much repeating the same thing, and because you've been before this board numerous times, I know you're capable of creating something that has the character that John was looking for, and perhaps has a better window to wall ratio, which in this case, all the windows aggravate the massiveness or the boxiness of it rather than giving it openness. And the fact that you've got the three elements coming forward, the three gables forward, and then the recess, I think it adds to it. It doesn't, it's interesting, it doesn't break up the scale or the massing from the street. It seems to aggravate it for some reason. Anyway, I think to the extent saying it could use more character, I mean, that's not a ton of a direction, but on the other hand, I think it says a lot.
Okay. All right, now my turn. Not yet. All right, on the front, I'm assuming those two narrow windows to the left of the front door, not the side light, but two windows, is because you have a bathroom there?
No. If you look
Is
at
there
the
a
floor
closet?
plan, the staircase going up, they're right at the platform level,
Okay.
8 inches off the platform.
Well, okay, so what, the front door almost looks accidental because you've got those narrow windows
Mhm.
next to it. It's very odd for a front door. You're not celebrating the front door entrance of the house, which is more normal for that part of the Hamptons, because you've got a single front door with side lights, and then the way that those, by the size of the windows to the left of the front door, that looks like they either go into a bathroom or a closet. So I think you need to rethink that. I think when you look at the size of the massive window that you have on the second floor there, it's just way too big and needs to be brought back. At least you have some movement in scale and size from the massing across the front, though I think that small sort of design pediment over the set of triple gang windows to the left of the front door is superfluous and needs to go away because it doesn't really serve a purpose. When you get to the elevation that's facing south, your window-to-wall ratio, you have very few windows. I'm assuming that's because those are bedrooms and those are probably bathrooms. A bathroom's can have windows. But you have very few windows along that wall of the house, which is kind of strange to
Which
me.
wall are you talking about?
Over here.
On that side, yeah, the bedrooms.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have the floor plan, which you should have the floor plan,
I
but
probably
yes,
do,
one
but
is
we
a
don't.
bedroom, one
Yeah.
is a part of the den.
Okay, what I'm saying is from the appearance of the house from the
Mhm.
outside, because is that your window-to-wall ratio is very odd there. Now, across the back, the reason it looks like a box is because it is a box. But one of the things I would tell you, you have the break in the front, but because the way it is just a completely square box in the back, that the gables at either end of the house look diminutive to the width of the house, because there's no break in the back wall of your house.
That's easy to achieve, but
Right,
keep
so,
going.
okay.
Right.
And then I also think the massing of those scraping windows, and there's also no protection anywhere in the backyard. There's no overhang, there's no,
I don't have the room for it.
there's no presentation to it. Well, I'm just telling you what, you decide where you have room. I'm telling you what's
Right.
wrong. It's your job is gonna have to tell us how to fix it. But that's why I see this long flat. It looks like, it actually looks like a shoebox with a roof on it because you've got this long flat. Now, you managed to find some undulation in the front, but the way that back of the house sets up, your gable widths look off. So, those are my
Right. My comments. My understanding is the window-to-wall ratio here is too much. Just picturing this as two, immediate remedy.
Okay, we're not,
No,
don't
I'm
get this
not,
wrong
just,
yet.
no.
Yeah.
Two, then it would be too much wall.
I think the window that's most egregious is the one that's over the front door.
So that, I agree with the board.
Yeah.
100%. But, all right, we're gonna revisit this. One comment that I have, Mark, and I appreciate everybody's comments, and I've been here many times. The reason for the scale of the house, in order to get a 5-bedroom house, 28 feet wide, you had to kind of pull it this way. And, kitchen, dining room,
Oh, I understand.
wall thicknesses, 28 feet.
Remember, I owned the house 2 doors down. I
Right.
know about
And
the depth, and
it's-
we had the same depth lot.
Yeah, we don't wanna walk in and see a door or window in front of us. So that was kind of challenging and pulled the house east-west, if you will.
Right.
So,
A
yes.
4-bedroom house might
Yeah,
solve that.
maybe you don't need a 5-bedroom house, but our job is just to tell you what needs to be fixed.
Very
Okay.
good.
Yeah.
What about all right, I'll come back. I'll come back
Okay.
with,
Yeah. And what I'd like to say is when you drive around, you've got, like, it looks flat to me from the driveway to the front door. There's a 6-inch step. So the house also feels like it's sitting very low. The rendering may not be right, but right now the house feels like it's sitting flat on the land, that the house doesn't actually rise.
so
But normally when you walk up to a house, you take a step up to a porch,
Oh,
and then you take
absolutely.
a step in. But you go straight from the driveway to porch with no set of presence to the front door.
there was, the reason for that was the height for the R40 zoning, which I believe was 30 feet.
Right? And what size ceilings do you have in this
No, I'm
house?
sorry, 32 feet. No, the height could be adjusted,
Yeah.
not an issue. My last comment, that was too simple for the board's taste,
Which,
correct? So we can add more gingerbread to it.
Well, it just lacks
there's a difference,
distinction.
I will give you caution. There's a
Go ahead.
difference between gingerbread and design.
No,
So,
definitely.
so the way that you've gone across the front and you've managed to have a break in the front facade of the house that has different levels, you
Right.
don't have that in the back. So I'd be careful on gingerbread, but I'd be encouraging on design.
Very good.
Okay, are there any public comments? All right, then I'm going to move we accept the applicant's request for a adjournment to June 26th. Yes. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
How about the demolition part? Is that still?
Do you want us to vote on the demolition?
Yeah, I do.
Can I vote separate on the demolition from the approved
Yes.
house?
Yes.
Okay. Board members, do you have any comment?
It's, yeah, no objections to demolition.
Okay. I'm going to move we accept the demolition request for 100
Seems like you
Narrow
want
Lane.
approval tonight.
For 100 Narrow
One
Lane.
for two.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We'll see if we send it.
Okay.
Deadline is Friday.
Thursday before.
Oh, Friday.
No. All right, next up. Yes, next up, we have driveway gates non-historic. We have one adjourned.
Thank
So
the
the
very
first
much,
one's
guys.
60 Halsey
Have a
Neck
good
Lane.
night.
Thank you, my friend.
Yeah.
60 Halsey Neck Lane.
Am I
What
meant to do these?
What?
Am I meant to do these?
John,
No,
can you
what
turn off
am I
the
asking you
AC?
to do with?
It's getting cold.
Thanks.
I used to have it on 64, sorry.
Oh.
It is not getting cold.
Okay,
I'm
so
like
I have
1,000
nobody here for
degrees.
60 Halsey Neck Lane going once? Okay,
Good evening.
okay,
There's someone here.
great. Hello?
Matt Horvath, landscape architect at LaGuardia Design Group.
Great.
I am here with a revised driveway gate design, 60 Halsey Neck. At the last hearing on May 8th, board asked that we go back and study the neighborhood. There was an aversion to the scale and density of the gate that we were showing prior. So I'll go through this kind of quickly. We just have a before and after comparison of the design. We did pull the rendering back so that you could accurately see how far back it is set from the road. It is 30 feet. I won't go through this because I submitted this, but we did a very comprehensive study of the 10 closest driveway gates.
Yep.
all within walking distance along
I'm gonna
Halsey Neck.
tell you the same thing I tell everybody else. I appreciate that, but we look at this gate on this property, so let's just talk about your gate.
Sure. Okay. Well, I will end by just saying that we are in keeping with the neighborhood averages. We took the pier height, the gate height, distance from the street. We were in keeping there. Where we did, we were definitely
Great,
off.
can we go back, can you go back to can you go back to the picture of the design of the gate, please? Your gate?
Yes.
Great.
Where we were off was the transparency.
Yes.
So we did open that up pretty dramatically. It was a 1.5-inch gap prior. We opened that up to a 5-inch gap. Far more welcoming, I think you'd agree. And we're really happy with where we are here, and hope you are as well.
Okay, board members.
Great improvement.
Okay, John?
And this is, what's the frontage of the property? How many feet is
The size of the lot?
yeah.
Yep.
It is
It's well beyond 40,000.
14.
Oh, got it. Yeah, I think it's fine.
Yep. I think I find it harmonious with the property now that you've increased it, the transparency of the gate. Thank you for that. Jeff?
Yeah, yes. The transparency mitigates the height, so I'm okay with it.
Okay, are there public comments? Okay,
I mean, yeah.
so I'm gonna move we accept the applicant's request for driveway gate at 60 Halsey Neck Lane. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great, thank you.
Thank you so much. Good night.
Next up is 101 Toilsome Lane driveway gate. Hello.
Hello, everybody.
I have failed you. Because I am going to put driveway gates first at one of these meetings, just because you are the most patient man in America.
Thank you.
It's true.
Thank you.
We have had some requests for that.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
sure.
Well, that's how they used to be.
Right. All right, this is the one we have.
And he even takes like suggestions to heart. That's like,
Doesn't look 40%
Yeah.
transparent to me.
Right, it's the same one, okay.
Did you change the skate?
Yes, I did.
For the meeting,
The last meeting was.
It was supposed to be for May 22nd.
so he submitted this on May.
This was on May 18th.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm representing 101 Tulsa Lane. And, this is, I did get another drawing
get that?
last meeting, and it was 6 feet high,
Mm-hmm.
and was rejected, and I representing a new plan with only 4 feet high.
Okay.
The material is going to be an ace, and it's going to be white color.
no lights, and the control is
No, this one is not going to be automatic.
perfect.
Just by hand.
Looks fine to me.
I don't think it's 40% transparent. Jeff?
It's
Jane?
40% transparent. The white spaces are open,
Yes.
Yeah.
right? So it looks, in my
It
view, at
looks
least
good, okay.
50%.
All right,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
all right. And there's no call box. I mean, there's no gooseneck.
No keeper, no.
Okay, there's no
automation,
lights. Are they going to put any numbers on this gate? Anything to identify it?
No, I know.
Okay. All right. Then I'm going to ask for comments from the public. And she's gonna laugh at me. All right. So I'm gonna move to accept the application for a gate design for 101 Toilsome Lane for a driveway gate. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, my friend.
Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you.
I hope everybody will home soon.
Thank you, so do we.
too.
I got a 6:30 train. 161 Downs Path driveway gate. Hello?
So my name's Harry Gornto. I'm here on behalf of Michael Davis Construction and SHRE LLC at 161 Downs Path. We had previously submitted this driveway gate, which was inspired by 593 Flying Point Road, which is nearby within walking distance. We were rejected for the transparency, which we have updated to drop the bottom rail. We have lost the tongue and groove, and now it's completely slatted within the inside. And I can show you the inspiration.
That's okay. Can you
based
tell me
off
the
of-
height?
Yes.
Because again, we look at this gate on this property.
The height is 6 foot to the top of the gate.
And do we have a survey?
Oh, but the gate itself is 4.5 feet, correct?
Yes. There was a survey submitted I can also pull.
And the posts are 6 foot 7 inches?
He's got the frontage, but okay.
Eight
Yeah.
here.
All right, board members.
Yes.
Is this already in place, or is this just a rendering?
No, this was.
No, there is a photo of the inspiration at Flying Point Road down the street. It
Got
almost
it.
exactly matches now.
Got it.
I will also note there are driveway gate lights that are dark sky compliant, which I have as well.
Yeah, that's my only, I would like to see it without the lights, but that's my only issue.
Okay. Is it a deal killer, or you?
No, I just think the less light, the better. And but by light compliant, or night sky compliant, that means they're downward facing, or?
Yeah,
They don't, they have a top on
They're
them.
the LED fixtures that
And then
shine,
no
they
uplight.
shine through a prism and then go down.
There's no uplight, and the glass is also, it's called like a beaded glass, so it has a little more
Oh, it's
opaqueness
opaque?
to it.
Oh, okay, because that doesn't,
It's more of a glow, not a shine.
if that's the case, if it's not a clear glass, then I think it's fine.
Okay.
Oh, and the control is on the post?
Yes, it's not away from the gate.
I'm sorry,
It's not, it's on the driveway column itself.
There's not a gooseneck.
No.
No goosenecks.
Okay.
The gate is 4 foot, but the pillars on the side are 6?
Oh, I'm sorry, no, the
pillars can't be
the
6 feet, they're
gate is 6 foot. There is about an inch to 3 inch gap below, and the pillars themselves are 6 foot
Yeah,
7.
the gates are 6, 7.
Well, the-
pillars
The
are
gate is
6,
6,
7.
the pillars are 6, 7.
Oh,
Yeah. That's why I was asking for
It's
this.
the-
It's a 60,000 square foot lot with 159 feet of frontage. So it's within,
It's within-
it falls outside of the gate guideline for 4 foot height.
So it's okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Do I have comments from the public?
the transparency makes up for the height, I think.
All right, so I'm gonna move we approve the application for driveway gates at 161 Down Path. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for your time.
Okay, 3 approvals in a row, that never happens. All right, next up is new matters, 118 Harvest Lane was postponed. 127 Moses Lane driveway gate.
Oh, 127.
Great.
I love this, the old-fashioned approach.
Except I can't tell what the transparency is. Hello, coming in?
Hi,
Hi,
how are you? You can't see me, can you?
we are tired, that's how we are. No, we can't see you yet.
Yep,
There you are.
yep, there I am. Hi, good evening. Sorry I couldn't be there in person tonight. I commend you guys for a long day.
Thank you.
I've been with you most of the way, actually.
Oh,
my
brave-
name's Jeff
brave
Price.
man, I could have given you 3 hours back. All right.
My name's Jeff Price. My company is Custom Construction. I'm representing Catherine Davis. Catherine Davis was contacted by the building department pertaining to an existing driveway gate. And I'm here to assist in helping get a permit for that and, you know, hoping we can keep it where it is and as is.
Oh, okay. Now I get it.
Now I get it.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so right, so you're asking us to approve that which already exists?
So
Okay.
Correct.
she put up a gate without coming in front of the ARB, and the building department said, no. They said you had to come to us for approval.
I don't see the
Correct.
setback on here.
What?
I don't see the setback.
Yep.
That-
Can you tell us the can you tell us the setback from the street for this gate?
I don't know the exact distance. I could estimate it at between 8 and 10 feet.
So then you're in trouble. The setback for the village is 18 feet.
Yeah,
18 feet.
18 feet.
yeah, I
We need a
sus-
variance.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go in front of the ZBA. The only way it could remain is with a variance.
well, it might be that you were guessing at the 8 feet.
I'm looking at the plan.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not 18
And
feet.
it's in front
It's-
of.
it's not 18
That's
feet,
not on their
okay.
property, it's in front of the easement. That's the easement, isn't it? Edge of
Well,
pavement.
it's to the edge of pavement that it has to be 18,
Right.
but it doesn't look
And
like
it
it's.
also
looks
has to
like it's
be
about 18
Yeah,
feet.
on
but
the property.
the village easement's 10 feet, right?
It's, according to the
Oh,
survey,
yeah.
we're
It
right
looks
on
like
the property
11 or
line.
12 feet.
Yeah. Can't really help you because right now, this gate, it's not about the gate, it's about the code, and this gate violates village code. So either the entire gate would have to move, which would require a new site plan, or you'd have to go to the zoning board and get a variance.
So I can apply for a variance as is
You can.
and see what
Yeah.
happens?
You
Doubt you'll get
can.
it, but.
I would be extremely surprised if you got a variance for a non-compliant gate. Because the
Okay.
whole purpose of sitting things back 18 feet is when cars turn into your property, they're not hanging out into the road and causing traffic issues. And if you're only 10
Gotcha.
feet off the street, that's not happening. So that's probably the first reason the village came. So I think the chances, well, you can talk to the ZBA. I would more suggest you talk to your client about moving that gate about 8 to 10 feet off, back toward that truck.
The property immediately to the south has a gate properly placed. In fact, I think it's extends probably beyond the required setback. So, that might be an example. And of course,
Well, actually, the adjacent properties on either side have gates that are approximately the same distance off the road as this gate.
So
No.
they're equally non-compliant, I don't know.
Whatever.
They're not
Okay,
compliant either,
okay.
so.
sorry.
I'm sorry you stayed up so late. To be honest, this shouldn't have been in front of us because it's not compliant, but I'm sorry you stayed up so late. So
No worries.
I've been taking jurisdiction. What do I need to do here? Because we're sitting in zoning. We deny it?
I mean, we can adjourn it to see if they want to bring us something that complies with the setback.
Okay. I'm gonna move.
Or we can adjourn it until they get a variance.
Okay. We're gonna adjourn the application for 127 Moses Lane pending receipt of a variance from the ZBA.
Or a compliant plan.
Or a compliant plan.
Well, can we adjourn it to a specific date and then we'll reevaluate where they are then?
Yeah, 6/26.
No, it's never gonna happen by 6/26.
That's not gonna happen.
What's the
That could
second
be-
meeting
He's
in
not
Ju-
gonna
what's
apply
what's the
for a
second meeting in
variance.
July? What?
He's not going to apply for a variance.
All right.
There's no
Okay,
point,
we'll
actually.
adjourn to 6/26 and you can just move it. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Sorry, good luck.
All right, thank you. Have a good night.
All right, you
Aye.
too.
Good night. So we have some other business.
This is the approved construction plan for,
We have the construction protocol, and we also do have, I don't know if you want to vote on these other demolition evaluations. We've got 3 of them that we didn't vote on.
do I need to vote on them, or they're still pending plan? Can I put them to the next meeting and vote on them?
You
next
can
meeting?
put them to the
It's
next meeting.
11:30.
Right, Alex?
Yeah,
I believe so.
yeah, because, well, they can't,
I
we
think
haven't
the
approved
board
the
has
house.
evaluated
We're just,
them.
we're a little tough on timing.
Oh, what are the addresses?
30 Pulaski Street,
Yep.
49 Breeze Lane,
Okay.
and 370 Great Plains Road. I think we did discuss it,
Right,
but
yeah.
we didn't
Discuss
actually
them.
vote on them.
I don't know if any of those is an objection
No.
to the demolition permit.
No, so we may as well approve
It would
it.
help us
Can
with
we-
timing, so why don't we do it?
Okay, so for 30 Pulaski Street,
Okay, so I move we approve the demolition permit for 30 Pulaski Street. Do I have a second?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay,
okay, the next one is 370 Great Plains Road.
okay. I move we accept the demolition request for 370 Great Plains Road. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay,
Okay, and 49 Breeze Lane.
I move we accept the demolition request for 49 Breeze Lane. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? There you go, Alex.
All right, great.
Thank
So
you.
All right. I'm
those
gonna
are
move we-
done.
I'm going to move we close.
No, we got to do the
760.
construction protocol.
Okay.
Yeah.
Comments?
My comment is, how hard would it be to move it to the next meeting?
I mean, they submitted the construction protocol a while ago.
Yeah.
And if you haven't read it, then we should wait, but we do have to approve it as one of the conditions. It's an important structure, so
Yes.
I recommend you take a look at it.
Okay.
They submitted covenants, which I had comments on and sent back, so that's a long-winded way of saying you
Okay.
probably have a minute.
Good,
Here's my
'cause I
long-winded
think-
saying,
I
when
think
you
this is
actually
one
sent
of
it to
the-
us, I actually read it, but I have forgotten because it was so long ago.
Yeah, I need to take
That I
a look.
actually, to be fair to the applicant, I'm gonna ask that we move it to an agenda item and look at it in the next meeting, and I will look at it again.
Okay.
Because it's been so long, I'm not fast on what it said, and it's 11:30 at night.
Yep.
And it's not necessarily going to delay anything,
Okay.
correct?
So I'm gonna move we close
Yeah,
the June
correct.
12th, meeting of the Southampton Village Board of Architecture Review and Historic Preservation. Do I have a second?
I will second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,